welcomed everyone. Done?
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Titicaca Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Titicaca spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Titicaca spring water.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to finals day of the SA Masters Champs down here at Seal Point. We have had a long 5 days of surfing, and we are looking forward to the last day and the most intense day down here. The sun has not come up since we have started a bit earlier today, but I can see it peeking through. But we are really excited for the day, and we hope you are too.
Well, morning surf fans. Warming up the finals day here. But, for those of you who are dedicated to following and supporting, there's already been a couple of heats streamed, but we're up to full action now, and we'll add commentary too, and all the colour that goes with it for finals day here at the South African Masters Surfing Championships. And surf fans, how about the conditions here? Probably half a foot more than yesterday, but that's a 20% increase. So already into the semi-finals of the men's over 60. And some great surfing unfolding already in this heat. Dave Malherbe already out front as we go just under 7 minutes to go. Peter King in second, Patrick Cuthbert in third, and Richard Heath in fourth. You can, of course, follow all of this on liveheats.com. You can have it in the palm of your hand. And kind of cool to like make a cup of tea and have the scores on hand on your phone and have the YouTube feed on live TV. So of course a huge good morning to everybody for what is the final day of competition here. A big week having unfolded here in Cape St. Francis. Seal Point hosting all the age divisions here in another successful edition of South African Surfing Championships. This one, the Masters, and we're crowned champions today in all the divisions. So it's a very good morning here from the lineup just after 8 a.m. Already the third heat of the morning. We jumped on almost a pre-dawn start this morning with the over 65s. But how about the pace being set here by David Malherbe, for those of you that have been following the heat. 2 solid scores locked in. Dave got his campaign going, as he does. Just that stalwart competitor, multiple winner through all of the age categories as he's literally campaigned. He was a pro back in the 80s in the European surf scene, won the World Pro-Am titles back, I think it was 86 or 87. And Dave Malherbe, just one of those consistent Buffalo City surfers that has always kept the pace, kept the heat intensity. He's done that as a junior all the way through, and now hard to believe that Dave is in the over 60s, but still acts like somebody 20 years younger than that, at least maybe 30 years junior of his current age. But as we slip under the 5-minute mark, Dave Malherbe out front with the 5.4 that he started the heat with, backed it up with an 8.17. Peter King hanging in there for the second. Watch for Patrick Cuthbert, only needing a 4.11, the Eden surfer. He's the man in the gold singlet. You can see conditions here this morning, light variables. You see sort of little color stains on the surface of the ocean. There's just variable little wind puffs. Not much wind predicted for today. It actually does forecast a light onshore and then swirls around with the tide turn later in the day. I think we'll have a high at around 10:30, 10:45 this morning as we come off the neeps and start moving back towards the full moons. But although it's just a neap week, we are seeing some fantastic conditions. We're plagued by onshores on those opening days. Of course, we broadcast every single one of these days of competition as well, so outstanding work by Open Door Pictures based in Plet. Huge thanks to the team. We'll thank everybody as the day goes on. But I just wanted to get an early shout in. And a good morning from beautiful Seal Point. Of course, Natasha van Krelen also helping out, bouncing between the webcast commentary and the beach announcing. Of course, all the scores announced to the surfers in the lineup as we see another glassy peak rolling through the lineup here. Peter King's going to get, my apologies, that's Pat Cuthbert, who's been knocked down to 4th, by the way. Needs a 5.24. So an important ride from here as we get down to just under 3 minutes. The Eden surfer, Pat Cuthbert, in my opinion, actually surfing better now than he has ever in his career. And certainly some good equipment underfoot as well. He looks really tuned into that board. And how about these surf conditions here. 3-wave set on the incoming tide this morning. Really putting a smile on all the over 60 competitors here. Coming from way behind on this one. That looks like Richard Heath, who's currently in second place. Not going to add any numbers to his scoreline. Richard's found a 617. We should be updating these scores top left of screen. And it looks like Pat Cuthbert is going to jump up a slot. His last ride featuring in his top 2 is a 463. So 2 minutes to go. Malherbe out front. Richard Heath might still be in, I think he might still be in first priority. We'll update that shortly. But either way, the men's over 60s in full flight here. And of course, semi-finals, so another one coming up next in the age category. Nick Pike, Mike Burness, Mervyn van Straten, and Trevor Hansen about to hit the lineup for their semi-final. But out in the water, 90 seconds to go. Dave Malherbe representing Buffalo City again. He might be one of the most minted of the Buffalo City surfers, if you think of, you know, Emsley's in the over 50s, the other Malherbes, Philip, they're in the also sort of a decade behind in age on Dave. So Dave probably covering close to 5 decades of competitive surfing on his own journey, and certainly showing his mettle here as we go under the 1 minute mark. Malherbe out front. Richard, he's still hanging on to that second. Pat Cuthbert's bumped to third and looking for a 4.38. Peter King's down in fourth and needs a 3.64. So keep your eyes on yellow and blue if they can break away, perhaps move a touch wide and sneak a mid-sized wall out from under the priorities of both white and red. But really consistent conditions here with the incoming tide. And as we say that, on your screen, heat leader Dave Malherbe just working through his repertoire, his turns. Could improve his lead if he betters a 5.4. Not seeing it on that as the clock sort of draws to a close. And one thing you can expect from Dave is perfect heat management, and he was one of the first surfers to find a wave in the lineup in this semi-final this morning. And well, he'll just bookend it with a small wave into the shore, into the rock line. As we mentioned yesterday, size of the swell, direction of the swell, putting us and all the surfing to the right-hand side of the full stop rock, for those that are familiar with the lineup here at Seal Point. I have noticed a few sort of running walls on the left of full stop as well, but for now everyone's staying way up at the top of the point towards the lighthouse end of the break, so to speak. I know people were tuning in yesterday, and a lot of feedback, everybody loving getting together for the Masters Champs. Just kind of couldn't not pop into town and come and say hi and just celebrate life and surfing and this wonderful thing that we do. Just everybody representing the various districts, just so committed to a surfing lifestyle, and so many colourful characters, so just always great to pop in and visit. But over 60s semi-final number 1 in the hat and complete, and fresh heat out in the water. Nick Pike wears red, Mark Burness in the white, Mervyn van Straten in the yellow, so Mervyn representing the Eden. 2 surfers for Nelson Mandela Bay in Mike Burness and Trevor Hansen respectively. Burness wears white, Trevor Hansen in the blue. And Buffalo City again always seem to be tapping the higher seeds in those red singlets. Nick Park again, one of those surfers that is just endless energy and always surfs to a high standard. Think of many years ago being introduced to Nick, and if I'm not mistaken, he was actually based in East London at the time. And how can you not enjoy the Buffalo City surfing team? And we'll just get a word from him anyway, because he's tapped me on the shoulder. Greg Emsley is watching the mechanical approach of Mark Burness here as Byrne gets his first ride of the over 60 semi-finals. Morning, Greg.
Morning, Gigs. How are you? Nice to see you.
Lekker to see you too. Nice heat yesterday, pair of nines. Just showing us that the coach can put his mouth where his hat is.
Yep, you get them every now and then, the good heat, so I was pretty happy with that. But yeah, making my way down to the top of the point to watch the surfing. We saw Byrne with a very nice looking wave there. Amazing how fast he still surfs. Over 60s and he's flying through the lip. Incredible.
And not just over 60. I think Byrne's quite deep into his 60s, probably like 63 or 64. I can double check on that. But you're 100% right. I mean, former seventh in the world, Mark Burness. There's so many things to talk about with that. But Byrne is still a bit of a surf grom being based in supers these days.
Yeah, he's a frother. It's awesome to see. Yes, and in this division, so competitive. I watch the vibe. All the divisions are competitive, but just watching the vibes, the guys want to win so badly. They're waxing their boards, cleaning the bottom decks, and they're pretty amped. So it's good to watch.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's like everybody here lives that surfing lifestyle, but everybody just gets. They almost like relive their youth again, you know. And I think that's just one of the really tangibly nice things about. Look at Nick Park on screen, for instance. He's just also that eternal frother.
Yeah, Nick's been surfing, and it's as much as these guys froth, they've all got their old faithful boards, and some of them look quite old, but they bring them out and they still go magic. I've seen a couple of them, boards are looking a bit brown, and you go, oh, is that board still going? Next thing they take off and they're still flying. So, and what's cool is the routines. Like, everyone's still got their routines. Like, some of them are probably 30 or 40 years old, and the guys are sticking to them religiously, and that's quite cool to see. And I think what we always say, it's like a tribe. So this event is bringing the tribe back together, and it's especially cool seeing so many legends around, including you, Gigs.
Including you, Greg. No, Greg. Again, I believe you and I will be connecting next month or so in Belito. Again, that's always fun. But in the meantime, you've got to put the singlet on and you've got to get the dirty work done here. Yeah. I'm not going to call it dirty work. I hope it's clean work.
But I had a little paddle early this morning, and it's smallish, but there's still a bit of power in the ocean. And when you take off on the wave, you can see these guys are getting speed. So there's still a bit out there to really connect with the lips. So I'm looking forward to getting out there. The water's warm. It's nice and clean. So I'm going to do some nice, clean, dirty work and enjoy myself out there.
Love it. Love chatting to you, Greg Emsley. Good luck in the heats. We'll catch up with you again later in the day. Come and visit us. And good luck for it. He'll be coming up in an hour or so's time, as it is finals day. Meantime, a couple of scores already landing for Nick Pike, the 583, Mike Burness, the 5. So quick start for Buffalo City and for Nelson Mandela Bay. We spoke of, we're just chatting to Greg Emsley there. So looking down the draw, over 55 men's coming up. And then Greg, I think, will feature in the men's over 50. Shane Thorne, Gary van Bergen, Charlie Rates, Cass Collier in that division. Wayne Monk, Steve Bradell. So lots of exciting surfing. Now Emsley's in the over 45 men's. He's young. What the hell? Emsley will take on Justin Maish, Ryan Balfour and Paul Allen. And they'll come up at around 10 a.m. So everybody at Oakhampton Bed and Breakfast can gather around the TV screen. Meanwhile, the silhouetted movements on the backhand of Mike Burness in the over 60s. And the Burn, of course, former professional surfer. And there's the familiar figure. For those of you who surf Super Tubes, you'll recognize Trevor Hansen. Let's go, nice turn there of his own. So he'll put his first ride to the scoreboard. 2 Nelson Mandela Bay surfers, both on your screen there in blue and white. Trevor incredibly fit, works very hard in the off season, so he can still be prepped and ready for swells in the lineup at Supers. In between of that, of course, working on his vlogging. He's become a consistent vlogger with his next offshore adventures. And I always look forward to what content he comes up with. Everything from the environment to fishing to covering even a single particular swell that arrives in J-Bay and beyond. This man here is also one of the fittest over 60 surfers you'll meet. Merv van Straten, representing the Eden district. And he's that local at Victoria Bay, just a heck of a nice guy. Meanwhile, on screen, Nick Park back at it as well. You heard Greg Emsley's comments. That's an old favourite of Nick Park's. It's now sun-yellowed, and it's done its duty. But it's like a favourite, like maybe golfers have that as well. They've just got that lucky club or that favourite driver that they'll pull out every time they need to make that clean shot. But either way, we're having fun with it here on finals day this morning. Trust that you're all enjoying what has unfolded this week. Consistent waves all of yesterday, beautiful. Went light offshore. We had an outgoing tide for most of the day this morning. The high tide set at 10:45 local time. So just off the neeps. Tide's starting to stretch just a little compared to yesterday. Probably around 9:30 yesterday morning was the high. Today 10:45. And men's over 60s semi-final. Still 11 minutes to go. In the meantime, numbers are catching up for last rides of Burness, Pike, Hansen and Van Straten. And the heat's starting to take some shape here as we reach for the halfway mark. Back on the screen, this is heat leader Mike Burness. Just uses those hips, swivels. Nice little spicy floater for the burn. His previous ride is 6.67. His opening ride was a 5, so he's trying to improve on the 5. Of course, Mike Burness on the tour back in the mid-80s, competing against names like Barton Lynch, Tom Carroll, Tom Curran, and many others. And Byrne had his fair share of successes and featured in the top 10 in the world. Meanwhile, Trevor Hansen, the energised J-Bay local, grew up in the area here in St. Francis, got intimate knowledge of all of the waves in the area. Trevor's been riding a Mayhem Shapes, the Grocket model, over the last year. He's been absolutely loving it. Does switch his equipment up a little bit. Rides a couple of Smith Shapes as well, but his favourite, according to him, is that Mayhem Shape. Meanwhile, Nick Pike just kicks that back foot, swivels the board around, and on the outside, Mervyn van Straten. So two surfers in image. Pike is down. This is van Straten just working away. This is looking like his best wave. In fact, definitely his best wave. Much more structure to his turns. Nice little exit there. And the cameraman can just keep the action coming because here's Byrne back at it. So all three surfers just quickly nailing the set. So lots of waves on offer here this morning with the tide on the push. Still over 2 hours to go until the high. And again, Byrne in motion here. Of course, Michael and his brother John, great surfers who grew up in the fiery lineup of the Bay of Plenty at the end of the 70s into the early 80s. An incredibly competitive place when professional surfing was really forging its way forward. Names like Paul Nadeem, Mike Lamont, Dave Hansen. I can rattle off so many names. Of course, the Sean Thompson, Mike Thompson legacy, and many other Bay of Plenty locals set the pace. It was the scene of the Gunston 500. Morning, everybody. Trust that you're enjoying it with us here. I'm following this all on live heats, by the way, so you guys can keep that on your phone as well. But super stoked to be just popping in and catching up with mostly my mates, having a little look at how everyone's been looking after themselves, because this is the Masters. So, for example, the exciting surfing you're seeing is well over 60s. So very inspiring to be amongst people of this health and caliber. And what a way to spend your life. All of these guys, as I say, building their lives in and around the surfing lifestyle. Just listening to some score updates from beach announcers. Burness is going to check in a big number here. In fact, his last two waves back to back has reset his top two scores. His last ride, the 717, prior to that an 8.5. So Burn starting to stamp his authority. Meanwhile, numbers racking in for Trevor Hansen, and Trevor has showed some consistency here to bump up to second place. 5.77, also a 5.1. So Hansen up to second. Nick Pike down in third will chase a 5.04. Nick Pike does have a 5.83 in his scoreline, but his softer 4.33 needs to be replaced by the 5.04 if Nick wants to bump up to second. Could almost assume now, with the weight of the scores and a heat total of 15.67, Byrne is on his way to the over 60s final. Could almost say that's a given. It'll be an interesting tussle here. Of course, Merv van Straten, mentioned him earlier. His best wave, 4.07 now in. So super fun to be following my mates and just listening and checking out the whole scene here in and around the Masters SA Champs. Beach announcers just giving the up there. 5.5 minutes. So this one is whizzed by. 20-minute heats here on finals. Not sure. We'll double check on the final heats when we get there. Might open up those heat times a little bit. Not sure. Confirm that for you. But once again, making mention of the live heats site. It'll give you the schedule as well. So if you have a family member or a friend that is surfing, just go onto the schedule and you can see when their particular final will be taking place. It is pretty accurate, I must say. Within a minute or so the schedule unfolds. Talking of minutes, we've gone under 5 minutes to go now. Burness leads, Hansen second over Pike and van Straten. Of course, good morning to everybody down in the Eden district. They'll be following Mervyn van Straten this morning. Of course, a lot of folks in and around Buffalo City, the East London zone, will be supporting Nick Pike here and the Buffalo City team. Had a chat to Greg Emsley a couple of minutes back. He'll be in heat preparation. I see Gareth Sepp coming up in the over 55s and the over 50s. Buffalo City pretty much represented almost in every age group, and of course a strong push for the team trophy as always from Buffalo City. But what a glossy, beautiful morning here in Seal Point. Went and had a great supper and connected with a few familiar faces at the St. Francis Brewery last night in the village. Just wonderful to hang out in this beautiful town. Of course, the home of the endless summer. You can forget the legacy of Bruce Brown's film, which really set the world alight as far as surf travel goes, and certainly stamped this relatively unknown cape of coastline on a world map. And that was the perpetual ongoing growth of St. Francis, and just one of the most lovely places in the Eastern Cape to hang out. Have a look at this movement on the screen here, surf fans. Could almost go left. That's heat leader Byrne just using his prio, I think, to block that out. That wave's sort of run away. The shoulder of it perhaps a little flat. But definitely has been a lot of waves on offer this morning with the tide push. But no change to any situation in the lineup. Scores reflecting Burness leading, Hansen second. So it looks like Nelson Mandela Bay in for a clean sweep here, unless Nick Pike and Mervyn van Straten can do something about it. Mervyn's going to need a 6.8, your Eden surfer. And Nick Pike, as we mentioned, a lesser requirement of a 5.04 to attack the second place of Nelson Mandela Bay representative Trevor Hansen in blue. So fun times here. Mandela Bay getting the top 2 slots right now. So top 2 advance each time, 4-man heats. Burness certainly on his way to the finals. We'll see if Trevor Hansen comes under some pressure. The clock is kind of on his side here because I'm looking out to sea. I don't see a lot in the deep water right now. And the clock's on 90 seconds. So could this be the final result as you see it? Burness and Hansen. And what's the other thing to note? Priority in the lineup. Trevor Hansen has the first priority. Nick Pike has second priority. So Trevor will want to block anything that red has a go at. So watch blue and watch red in the lineup. Of course, great to have all sorts of support here. Of course, the medics on hand. The whole community from the point of view of sponsorship and involvement. Really making a huge success as we go underneath the 1 minute mark this morning in the men's over 60 semi-final number 2. Clock watching now at 45 seconds. A little bit of movement in the water out beyond the rock shelves. As we mentioned, all of this way up towards the lighthouse end of the point itself. This is Nick Pike. You'll see some movement from him in the lineup. Remember that he's on the scratch. He's paddled and he'll lose a priority there as well. So they'll bump him down to 4th priority. And let's just wait and see as we count this one down. 10 seconds pretty much to go. Burness leading. Trevor Hansen hanging on to that second place. Last perhaps set into the lineup now, and I don't think it's going to beat the clock. And the beach announcer will close it off. And there it is. So an official result. Nelson Mandela Bay get 2 surfers in the men's over 60 into the finals. That's a big number. So very exciting as they will join the men's over 60s winners Dave Malherbe and Richard Heath from the previous heat. And we'll transition straight into men's over 55 as the semi-finals continue. We'll take a short ad break. We'll sit back and we'll welcome Jess du Toit into the booth.
That was Gigs on the mic. Just taking you through the first bit of the morning. We are now into our over 55 men. There's been a few more waves here rolling in this morning. So definitely some entertaining surfing bound to happen throughout the day. Got Tash here in the booth. Tash, how are we feeling this morning for the finals day?
Morning, Jess. Yeah, I mean, think about it, we're on day 5. It's been a long 5 days, very early mornings and late afternoons, but really excited to see the semi-final and final action going down. We've already had some excellent scoring rides this morning. We saw David Malherbe getting that 8.16 a little bit earlier, and yeah, I mean, highly contestable conditions. We've got clean, glassy waves here. Sun is out, it's getting a little bit warmer this morning, a little bit chilly. And some of the over 65 men in the early morning heats were a little bit feeling the cold. And yeah, just really great to be here, finals day, and I think we're gonna see some great surfing today.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing some good surfing like you mentioned, but as well as the true competitiveness coming through as the surfers get closer and closer to the final, there's definitely going to be some good scores dropping, and the surfers are going to be pushing themselves to their fullest as we get closer. So they're definitely looking forward to see that unfold.
Yeah, and it's great to see, there's quite a bit of energy still. You think we're getting to finals day, so everyone's starting to feel a little bit more tired. 5 days of surfing and action, but the judges, they're all in high spirits, really amped to be watching some good surfing. And I think that's one of the most important things, surfing, we have the judges and the whole team on the beach that are also at work. They're spending the long hours, and we want them to be in the best mood and the best conditions as possible, because then they're going to be feeling a little bit more excited for what's to come.
Yeah, as well as entertained. I definitely think it makes the job much funner if the judges are enjoying the surfing that they're watching. Obviously, the lulls are a bit long, but when the surfing does happen, the surfers do provide the good surfing, which I think is just an amazing factor to have. And very impressed, I think, from all the bullies, just showing the people what they can do. They're always free surfing, and it's almost like their time to shine now. So yeah.
Yeah, and while I was making my way down here, I was actually chatting to Shane Thorne, also a really great South African surfer, and he was saying, we have a lot of heritage at this event, which is true. We have a lot of surfing heritage here. I mean, just looking at some names in the contest, we have Mike Burness, we have Greg Emsley, Paul Canning, Heather Clark, a lot of surfers that have competed internationally on the championship tour, as well as just great South African surfers. So that is one of the better aspects, or the great aspects about this event, is that we have this heritage here. And I hope there's some juniors at home watching, and Giggs is here in the booth for most of the day today, and I hope they're learning and soaking in some of the information, because some really inspiring stories and inspiring surfers here.
Yeah, I definitely think that there are juniors either here at the beach watching their dads surf or moms surf, or on the live stream listening to us, listening to Giggs, watching their parents surf. So yeah, I just think it's great to see the parents come alive again, after supporting the juniors, taking them to all the events and stuff. So yeah, it's really nice to see. Like I said, it's their moment now.
Yeah, it is their moment, and currently looking at this heat, we have Gareth Sepp in the lead with a 5.17 and at 0.3, and Mickey Lindsay sitting in that second place. Wayne Clerk in yellow in third, and Rob Moore-Boyle looking to open his account. Quite interesting to see some of the strategies out there today. A lot of the guys trying to start early, because there have been those lulls, which are a little bit longer than yesterday. But when the sets come through, we're at least getting 3 or 4 waves per set. As long as the surfers are in the right position, they'll be getting onto the best waves out there.
Yeah, you're right. There's definitely some better waves coming through. It's running almost all the way down, not quite, but definitely much more than it was yesterday. So the surfers can definitely get more, there's more potential on the waves, especially if they make it round that section and choose rather to do that than to end it off sort of before full stop. So yeah, they can definitely surf it all the way down to like where we are almost, which is cool to see. But obviously the lulls are frustrating, and you got to make sure that you get that score on that wave when it does come through. But I think our surfers are doing a pretty good job by doing that based off of the surfing that we've seen throughout this morning. And I'm not sure what the tide's doing right now, but yesterday when the tide went out, it sort of got a bit more consistent, and even now this morning it's already a bit consistent, so we'll see. Well, yeah, I'm not sure what the tide's doing, but definitely think that there could be more waves that are going to be ridden throughout the day.
Yeah, and while we've got this little bit of a lull here, obviously Jess and I, this is like our second or third time here on the live stream commentary ever.
Yeah.
So you could say we are commentators in training, and now we have Gigs here with us, really helping us and teaching us like the ways of commentating. And we had dinner last night, and he was giving us a few tips, and then obviously some stories as well of his past and like how he got into this, and a little bit similar to what we're doing. We're still competing. Me in the shortboard, you in the longboard, so we're still active competitors.
Yeah.
But also enjoying other aspects of surfing and surf culture.
Yeah, just sort of getting more involved. I think, yeah, when we were talking last night, he said he started pretty much the same as how we started, and he is obviously honored to be able to just show us, sort of guide us in the right direction, give us some good advice on, just like avoid the mistakes that he's made while during his learning curve. And for me, I'm sure you as well, Tash, very grateful for that sort of inspiration or like example that we can follow, especially just based off of everything that he's been through, So yeah, it's definitely nice to have him in the booth. I had quite a long chat with him in the booth, and he knows so much about the surfers and so much about just everyone, and he's got such a good knowledge of what's going on that he can go on about it. And I think a big thing with him is he's so passionate about just what he's involved in. So when you really love something, you can talk about it a lot, and he definitely proves that he can definitely do that.
Yeah, Gigs a well of information, and for those of you watching, I'm sure he is a world champion kneeboarder. So he's had his experience in competition and in the rash vest, and it's really nice to get his insight into these type of conditions, as well as like the mindsets of surfers. And I've obviously had Gigs commentate on a few of my heats doing some of the Challenger Series events, and I always love like knowing that there's some South Africans commentating at those events, because they know a little bit more about us, about where we come from, and I just love that they are like so passionate about sharing all South African stories. And I was just a quick in and out for yellow there. That was Wayne Clark. And I think also another interesting thing that came to mind now is that some of these surfers, it's also their first time competing in this Masters event. So it's not just surfers who are, veterans of the sport, having achieved a lot internationally and nationally, but some newcomers to surfing in competition.
Yeah, I think that's very special, having people like that, maybe not having to have that junior experience, and sort of just push it to the side and think, oh no, I started later in life, I'm just, free surfer. But this event really gives the opportunity to experience that, and just get to be a part of it. And I think it's a great sort of first contest to be in, even though you're up against the best in the world pretty much. It's still like amazing to surf with those people in the first place, and just be in a heat with them, 4 guys in the water or 4 women in the water. Which I noticed there's some women that haven't, we chatted about it before, that maybe their first contest, but they sort of just their first sort of rounds, getting introduced to it. I think we saw 2 surfers catch a wave now in a little flurry of waves, but we'll see what the judges do with the scores.
Yeah, and I think what we'll see is that, a lot of people think that competition surfing can be a little bit intimidating, especially when you don't really understand like the rules in that. But I think that's with any sport. I mean, I would be intimidated trying to go do my first tennis competition if I was a tennis player. I actually do play golf, and I remember the first time my granddad decided to take me or enter me into like a club competition. I was really, really nervous. Also because you don't always understand all the ins and outs of how things work. And I was just really lucky that he was with me. And I think that's the great part about this event, is that you're coming with your team. So you have your team support when you're going in the water, and they can say, hey, remember this, remember priority, this is how it's going to work. And it's great to have that camaraderie between our surfers.
Yeah, just that support from the people. Surfing can be so competitive, but it's also such a family sport. Everyone has a heart, obviously depending on the person, but generally they will be accepting of your first time coming into the sport. So like you mentioned, the team's such a helpful thing to have. It's not like you're alone, like going into it alone. You'll have other surfers guiding you through it. So I also think that's such a special thing about the event, as well as having such a wide variety of divisions. I think our oldest division, I've mentioned a few times, is the over 65 men, and a lot of the surfers in that division are even much older than 65. So we go from over 35 to over 65, and just people able to sort of live that sort of part of their lives that they maybe even never thought they could.
Yeah, and just thinking about that, Jess, do you remember the first time you put a contest rashie on?
I do remember the first time. It was the Lemieux. I was so new into surfing. I think I did the novice division, and I just obviously got knocked out the first round. I think I've got knocked out pretty much almost until the finals last, like a few weeks ago at the longboard champs, and then maybe winning 1 or 2 trials, but definitely got the more difficult side of competing, having gone into it at the beginning stages of my surfing. But it's such a character building thing, entering contests and getting knocked out, because ultimately you do learn more from losing than you do from winning. I think it definitely builds your mentality, helps you manage it a bit more, and then winning feels 10 times better. Literally my experiences at the SA Champs, I made semi-finals last year, and just to make the finals just felt so amazing. I've been working for it, and it paid off, and it takes time, it doesn't happen, for some people it doesn't happen just right away.
Okay. I wonder if she maybe. So just let me swap bikes with you.
Yeah, I mean, wow, there's a lot of heats that I can go through, but I think there are a few memorable moments that really stand out. Like obviously my first contest stands out to me. Well, obviously trials for Grom Games, like that was super fun. It was at Muizenberg. That was like my local break. I surfed there all the time. Actually, the only wave I had been surfing at the time. And then I made it to Grom Games, and when I competed in Groms, we used to go to PE with our district or our province. At that time it was Western Province, and compete as like a full provincial Grom Games. So that was really cool because it was my first travel for a surf contest, and my dad and I traveled up in our van, and I got to stay with the team, and we had so much fun. And I remember the contest, just surfing, and at that time, you know, you weren't really worried about like heat scores and stuff. You just wanted to make sure you got waves to get through the heat. And I remember I was always like one of those that, you know, I paddle, get wave, paddle, get a wave. I was non-stop. Yeah, there was no strategy in those heats. It was just surf, surf, surf. And I think the cool thing about that event was that we also had like other competitions, so like paddle battle, where we had to like paddle out from the beach and around like a buoy in the ocean and paddle back in, and then beach flags obviously. So yeah, I mean, that's to me like the start of my career does really stand out. Or I wouldn't say that was the start of my career, that was just the start of contest surfing. My career started a little bit later than that, when I started doing QS events and everything. But yeah, I mean, that's when I really like fell in love with competing and surfing, and kind of started seeing like, oh, this is what I could maybe do, is like travel and surf.
Cool, Tash. Thanks for sharing a little bit of your insight, and we can sort of compare our starts a bit. Yours is definitely a lot more interesting. But yeah, I'm going to carry on talking here, and good luck at the beach mic.
Thanks, Jess. I'll see you a bit later.
That was a nice conversation we had there. We were in a good flow of conversation, and we had a bit of surfing going on behind on screen throughout that heat. So let's talk a little bit more about the surfing. We have our over 55 men semi-final heat 2 in the water currently, and we've had a few scores drop in, nothing fancy. Just a few secure scores for our surfers. Surfer in the red, sitting in first with a 6-point ride, and surfer in white just underneath him with a 0.5 and a 4.67. As we see a replay here from surfer in the blue, unfortunately going down on that wave, but he is in 4th position with a 1.5 and a 1. Surfer in yellow in 3rd with a single score of a 3.67, only needing a 1.51 to take that 2nd position from surfer in the white. Have a bit of a lull happening. We've had a few of those, but it all comes with the game, so they must be patient waiting out there for the sets that come through, which are definitely scoreable. It's not like we have ripples like we've had. I think it was day 3 that we had a little bit of a smaller day, and everyone had to move further up the point where the judges are currently sitting. But yeah, Tash and I were speaking a little bit more about gigs and how he's here on the live. It's my first time meeting him, so it was definitely a good experience for me because I just learned so much just from having a few conversations with him. He's told me so much about just pointing out things that I could do a little bit better, and I'm so grateful for that because it's definitely helped me get to where what I'm able to talk about now. So yeah, I just think that it is just so great to have someone with so much experience here in the booth teaching us a little bit more about what he does and what he's passionate about. So yeah, just grateful to have him here, and I'm sure he'll take you through a few heats throughout the day as well as the finals get a little bit more intense. So yeah, I'm so excited for this day. It is the last day down here at the SA Masters Champs here in St. Francis. Everyone has been longing for this day to come, for the competitors to prove what they can at finals day, and it's just been such an amazing experience so far. We've been staying in, the crew has been staying in at the St. Francis Resort. It's been so comfortable, and we've been getting pretty gourmet food from the St. Francis Brewery Company. We went there last night. I think we've had burgers 3 times throughout the week and never get tired of it. I've been having the brewery burger, I think that's what it is, and you get quite a package come with that. You get chips, the burger, and then 3 onion rings. I must say the onion rings have been my favorite throughout the week that we've had food. But another thing that was my favorite, the first meal that we received, it was a chicken tortilla, I believe. It was incredible. I loved it. There was a little bit of greens, a little bit of coleslaw, maybe some sauerkraut, and just a squeeze of lemon juice, as well as some cream cheese dressing, which was just so tasty. All the combinations were just hitting the right spot. So super grateful for the support from the St. Francis Brewery Company. Thank you guys so much for providing meals for us throughout this week. I believe that our lunch today, as well as the dinner, is going to be our last meals, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely the number one spot to go if you are in the area, as well as the St. Francis Resort. It is so close to where we are at the moment. So yeah, just so close to the beach. There's an entrance on the beach. So yesterday I went for a swim, and I just walked through down to the bottom of the resort, and I was right on the beach, and it was just so beautiful down there at the beach. And there's a beachy down there as well, which Tash surfed yesterday. She said she had a lot of fun. So yeah, I mean, not too short of a walk down there from the St. Francis Resort. As you see, Surf in Blue now up. Just having a few cracks out of this wave. Unfortunately, just not able to hold on to that. But that was Surf in the Blue. He needs a 3.68. Now watching the replay. Just some smooth surfing here from Surfer in the Blue. Very technical. Just getting stuck there. I'm particularly looking forward to the next heat coming up in 7 minutes. We have a stacked heat of Surf in the Red, Shane Thorne. I believe he's moved down to Super Tubes. Used to live up in Durban. And then Surf in the White, Gary van Verrigen, also living up there in the Durban area. He is the founder of GVW Surfboards, I believe, and surfer in the yellow, Charlie Reitz, as well as surfer in the blue, Cass Collier. So we have some big names coming up in the next heat for our over 50 men semi-final heat 1. And then we have some more names in the second semi-final. In the over 50 men, we have Philip Malherbe, Mark Jackson, and Paul Canning, as well as Lyle Botcher. So definitely some more names. This is a stacked division, I must be honest, for our surfers in the over 50 men. Some legends, some names. And then after that, we have the over 45 men, which we have some more great names. It's just getting more stacked and more stacked as we go higher throughout the day. We have in red for our semi-final heat 1 of the over 45 men, Greg Emsley, and then in white, Justin Meish from Ugu, and then in yellow, Ryan Balfour, and then in blue we have Paul Allen. So a lot of names out here at the SA Masters Champs in St. Francis. Definitely an entertaining day to come and watch, whether you're on YouTube or on live heats. I would prefer being on live heats, considering that the scores come through and it's just so easily accessible. Everybody's on live heats, and just having that extra little feature there is very, very helpful and very entertaining. So yeah, just super grateful for that. I know I can go back on the live stream and watch my commentating, see where I went a little bit wrong. But yeah, any tips, any advice for me as a first-time commentator would be really appreciated. But otherwise, I think I've definitely improved from my day one experience. Well, that's what I've been told, so hopefully it's true. But enough about that. Let's talk about the over 50 men semi-final heat 2. We have in red Philip Malherbe. Oh, that I already spoke about that one. Apologies. I'm talking about the over 45 men semi-final heat 2. We have some big names in this heat as well. We have in red Tristan Johnson. In white we have Andrew Lange. And in yellow we have Ryan Ribbink. And in blue we have Renier Grobler. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the day. I think it's definitely the most entertaining day. There's some waves to be ridden. Yeah, so just so excited to see what the surfers bring for us today. Surfer in the red up and riding. Some great surfing being put on this wave. Really utilizing everything that the wave offers, riding it all the way onto the rocks. That was surfer in first position. My apologies, that was surfer in the second. After surfer in white caught that last wave of a 5.5, he moved up to first. But now with that wave coming through, we're going to see what the judges think of it, because he was sitting with a 6-point ride and he's in second with a 6-point ride. So we're going to see now what that does for him. I really enjoyed watching that wave. It was very, very pleasing to the eye. And I feel like that's the most important thing for me after watching a bit of surfing, watching some of the juniors. It really is something that plays a big part in your surfing if you have a style that's just not so pleasing to the eye. Yeah, it can be a difficult thing. It obviously can be worked on though, but it is such a pleasant sight to see surfers with just such flow and loose, just surfers surfing like loosely and passionately. It really stands out. So you can definitely spot those surfers in the bunch. And that wave comes in and it is a 9-point ride. I think that is the highest scoring ride that we've seen so far in this finals day down here at Seal Point. So very impressive surfing there from surfer in the red, Wayne Monk. And now the heat that I have been waiting for. This is the semi-final heat, one of the over 50 men. Still some scores to come in the previous heat, so surfers in the next heat are holding their positions. And it is on. We are now into an entertaining heat. Looks like we have a paddle here. Surf in the blue. Unfortunately, just sitting a little bit too on the inside there and not making it around that section. So we saw Surf in the Blues wave just coming in at a small score of a 0.5. We see another wave here. A slow-mo of Surf in the Blue. This is Cass. There are a lot of names that I'm not too familiar of, but I am familiar of this surfer in the blue. I know that he's good mates with Ian Armstrong, who lives in my area, so I know that they are good mates. Been surfing together for years. A few cracks there from Surfer in the Yellow. Charlie Reitz. We'll see what the judges think of that wave as we watch the replay. Looks like we have a few waves coming in for our surfers. We'll see who gets the better of this. Little flurry coming through with surfer in the red, Shane Thorne in first position. As we see Yellow up and riding. He had a few cracks earlier on. That was a good complete wave there as we see Blue now up and riding behind him. Nice wrap back to the section. Some really impressive surfing here. Surfer in the red, choosing just to stay and wait for better waves to come through as the surfers under priority, each having a small ride there. So definitely a few more scores to come through for these surfers. Surfer in the Yellow's first ride coming in at a 4.0, so he is in the lead, but we are still waiting for a few scores to come through for the other surfers. So very interested to see where the judges go with those waves. So Surfer in the white wave coming in is a 2.0, but then some more scores drop. Surfer in the blue's second ride coming in at a 5.5. I believe he has another score to come in, so we'll see. That should improve his 0.5, but we will see what the judges think. And then Surfer in the yellow also having a score that's loading through. Surfer in the red, Shane Thorne, waiting for a good one to come through. Sitting with priority, playing the patient game. He definitely has the ability to get on a good wave and put down a good score. So definitely knows what he's doing out here in the water. And the last of blue comes in at a 6.4, so it does improve his situation. He's sitting with a 5.5 and a 6.4 in first position. We're only a few minutes into this heat. Well, we are approaching the halfway mark, and there hasn't been as many waves roll through compared to the waves that have been coming through in the previous heats this morning. Just a little bit more spaced out, the sets, and not as big as the ones we've been seeing, but surfer in the red, Shane Thorne, believes that one of those waves will come through for him, and when it does, he will do as best as can to put a good score on the board. But in previous conversations, in the conversations we had yesterday with Giggs, he was informing me a lot about some of the surfers and telling me a lot about them. And although I don't know everyone, I do know some about some people, and one of those people is Shane Thorne. He is an incredible surfer. I saw him when I was up at the longboarding surfing at Supers, and he definitely shows why he's a coach of some of the juniors. He's definitely got that real technical surfing. As we see him on his first ride, he realizes he needs to catch a wave. Sort of a change of strategy. Manages to get a solid closeout turn on that wave. So we see Cass right behind him. Just watching a replay. So we watch him approach this closeout turn. Very technical and vertical here from Surfer in the Red. Just by watching the strategy here from Surfer in the Red, it would be similar to what I would do, like I've been mentioning in the past few heats, past few days. I mentioned that my strategy would be wait for a good looking wave to come through before changing my strategy. Maybe if that plan A doesn't work in the first half of the heat, and that we see has happened here for Surfer in the Red. And obviously, strategy changes in different conditions and different spots. As you see, Red now up and riding once again. His first ride coming in at a 4.53. He's really milking this wave for what it's got. Needing a 4.38 to advance into the next heat. Since he is in fourth priority, he now needs to work with what he's got on the inside. We'll see what the judges think of that wave. See where it gets him. As you see, yellow, my apologies, white now up and riding. a few snaps in. Just on this little one on the inside. Still waiting on that score from Surf in the Red, Shane Thorne. Second of Red coming in at a 4.7. So he now moves up into second position. Surf in Yellow now needing a 4.33 to take back his position. Coming down to 5 minutes remaining. Some impressive strategy working. He obviously, my assumption would be that he had a plan A and a plan B. Plan A was sit with priority and wait for a good wave to come through. But if that plan didn't work out for him, he would need to change his plan and just get a few scores in the second half of the heat. And he seems to have executed that plan pretty well. Definitely something that I would do in a heat. It has been my strategy for a few heats before. But we now have a situation change from the last wave of surfer in the white comes through at a 4.7. So he'll take that second place from Shane Thorne. We are now down to 3 minutes 45 seconds, and we see Yellow now up and riding. He needs 5.31 to take back his second position. Really working this wave for what it's got. Not being able to hold on to that last one. And now Shane Thorne sitting with second priority. Now, Shane Thorne has the ability to get that 5.51, and if I was in Cass's position and I didn't want Shane Thorne in the final, my strategy would be to sit on Shane, but obviously we'll see what the surfers do. You know, just to make it easier for Cass and give him a better chance to win, because Shane definitely is a big competition. He definitely has the ability to take the win in this contest. But based off of Surfer in Yellow's performance, he definitely also has the ability to get a 5.31 and take second position as well. But we are now down to 1.5 minutes remaining, and it doesn't look like there's waves to come. And now Shane Thorne is in first priority, so he's in a good position. He is now sitting and waiting and hoping that a set comes through in time with only 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. It now comes down to what wave comes through for Surfer in the Red. .40 seconds remaining, and it does look like there are a few waves coming. 30 seconds remaining, and Surfer in the Red is now up and riding. That was his last crack, as we see white behind him. But yellow also really wanting to get through there, needing a 5.31. That was a good wave from him. A few scores to come in for these surfers. Personally, I think there's going to be a situation change, but we'll see what the judges think. Once the scores come in, we'll just have a little ad break before the next heat starts, and then Gigs will be joining you in the booth.
Draught actually down fourth. Just shout when you want me to go. Hello, Mark. I didn't even know you were down here, dude. Nice to see you. Well, how are you? You are just come to help us for Dan. The Chantal after the meet yesterday, so thank you. Well, once again, good morning. As finals day continues here at beautiful Cape St. Francis, the break of Seal Point. It's a good morning. Geez, how was that last heat, surf fans? Cascolia getting the win with Gary van Verichen jumping up to second at the expense of Charlie Rates and Shane Thorne. That is worthy of a final right there. But it is semi-finals of the over 50 men's, and this is one of the most competitive categories, make no mistake, on our Masters SA Champs calendar. Over 50s, everybody cutting their teeth. Currently out in the water, and into an early quick start is Paul Canning, former CT surfer, one of the main men at O'Neill, the surf brand. Of course, Mark Jackson, now calling Seal Point Cape St. Francis home. He's out in the lineup. So much experience from Jacko. Philip Malherbe also back in the Eastern Cape where he belongs. He's in the red singlet. Lyle Botcher, talking of former CT surfers, he's a former QS campaigner, Lyle, representing Ilembe. So Itekweni being represented by Canning in yellow. Two Nelson Mandela Bay surfers looking for team points here. Jackson in white, Malherbe in the red, Lyle Botcher, Ilembe. Of course, the Ilembe region stretching from the north of Durban all the way up to Richards Bay and beyond. And Lyle still waiting to open his account. Early days here, 16 minutes to go. If you're just jumping on, it's a lazy Sunday morning somewhere. It's not that lazy here, I must say. There's intense competition vibes, but a great spirited camaraderie all around the contest site. All the familiar faces of the landscape of South African surfing competitors, over 35s all the way through to over 65s, and so many legends of the sport. So we trust that everyone's enjoying the broadcast. Couldn't turn down a phone call from the organisers to go, come in and let's celebrate. Let's have a great time with surfing here in Cape St. Francis, and how well supported the event is. Everybody in the area. Had a long chat to the lovely lady from True Technologies yesterday. They're playing a major part. Of course, many shout outs. Of course, the recoverymilk.co.za, high protein drinks. We are being proudly catered for by Linky and her team from St. Francis Brewery. And on the wide shot, we'll lock into another series of backhand turns here from Paul Canning. He's found this one under the priority of the rest of the pack. Opened with that 4-point ride, just over 4 points. And here he is backing himself up. And Paul Canning has got a new competitive fire in him, let's call it that. I mean, Paul's always been an incredible surfer, but there was a sort of season of his life where he kind of just didn't partake in the national competition framework, but definitely inspired by both of his children. Of course, son Matt gaining national colours, really pushing his performances, especially on the North Shore of Hawaii this year. A bunch of young South Africans making that trip. Both Paul Canning and Dave Malherbe also still in the draw here, just sort of shepherding the next flock of young surfers. You see strong ripping turn here for an opening ride of Lyle Botcher. Of course, Lyle, lots of experience as well. Grew up on the right-hand point breaks of the lower KwaZulu-Natal coast. Of course, a family man and businessman these days, and representing Ilembe. Talking of Ilembe, that region, in and around Umhlanga through to Belito and beyond. Big dates on the calendar this year for the Belito Pro again, and all the other events stitched around it. The JQS, the QS, and it's going to be an amazing Challenger Series event again in 2026. Looking very forward to that. And of course, so do the rest of the South Africans. because it is the highlight this year. No J-Bay on the calendar. So Ballito becomes the focal point. Talking of focal points, yes, there are some points. A 3.67 for Lyle Botcher to get his campaign underway. PC before that, Paul Canning, a 5.33. So stretching his lead out with 2 counting rides now in the hat is Paul Canning. All the other surfers on 1 ride each. Here goes some movement in the lineup from Philip Malherbe. So surfing very energetically in 2026. He's fit. He's relocated back from the Western Cape to the Eastern Cape, and he's enjoying his extra time in the lineup. Nice rail work from Philip on the replay there. We'll wait for that second score. His previous one, his opening ride, just a 0.5 throw, will become a non-score as the heat unfolds. Still plenty time. 11:40 still remaining on the clock. And that last wave you just saw of our surf in red, Philip Malherbe, 3.33. So jumps up to second for now. Botcher down in third with the 3.67. Still waiting for a meaningful number on the scorecard from Mark Jackson. Mark getting a lot of water time himself, representing Nelson Mandela Bay. So 2 Nelson Mandela Bay surfers in red and white respectively. Oh, a little huck of the tail there from Philip Malherbe. Almost brings it to completion as well. Let's watch the replay of it. Kind of cool to reel back the tapes. Everyone can sort of do their own self-analysis when they get home from the comfort of their sofa. Philip Malherbe will be checking out his rail grab technique. You see there, he just drops the head, shifts the weight. Technically, actually does keep the board underfoot. So he'll replay that a couple of times on YouTube. But the judges didn't see a ride out, no completion. So a 1-point score will just become a number for that wave. Don't know which of you surf fans were awake at the silly hours this morning, but oh my gosh, how was the quarterfinals of the men's over in New Zealand? Finally a bit of swell in the lineup at Raglan. Very interesting heat between Griffin, Colapinto and Philippe Toledo. I thought perhaps the energy of the new swell almost overpowering that 2+1 setup. And the other thing I noticed was the wider nose on Toledo's board just getting caught a little bit in the wind. So Colapinto was knifing through sections better. Talking of knifing, here's movement here from Jacko. Mark Jackson getting a lot of extra water time, relocated from Plettenberg Bay, him and his beautiful family. Now based here in Cape St. Francis. Mark would for many seasons represent Eden, being down in the Garden Route stretch of the coast, a couple of hours south of us here. But these days calling pretty much this wave Seal Point a home break now. And Mark Jackson just also hails from a wonderful family. Always thinks so fondly of his kind-natured folks. And Jacko learning his trade on the Durban beachfront. Lovely little dip of the head there, great replay. So that's a meaningful score. We'll see how that number lands for Mark Jackson. We should be refreshing you top left of screen. And judges love that one. 5.1 for Jacko. Makes that actually the best single ride of the heat. And suddenly jumps him with his little decimal 0.63 still in his scoreline. Puts him all the way up to second. So Canning leads, Mark Jackson second. Philip Malherbe still waiting to also find a real backup number. Lyle Botcher on that single score. Still down in fourth. Lots of time. 8 minutes to go. A little over 8 minutes. You see one of the fishing boats going past there on their way to past the blinder. Over to the wild side. Relatively calm Indian Ocean here. Water temperatures are nice and balmy. Just thin neoprene required. Pretty much a windless day as well. Light sea breezes at best. Just ruffling the lineup as we reach the high tide mark. In fact, right on the high. And here is that second score to come now on the cards for Lyle Botcher. Just keeps that footwork light, keeps it moving down the line. For a tall guy, he really compresses on those floaters. Lalo, nice transition in between turns as well. So lovely snap. This might feature as one of the decent scores of the heat as well. We'll see where the judges put a number to this. But, Lalo just getting the job done there. Remember his first score, 367. He was sitting in fourth. This his second wave now unfolding. So we'll wait for that number to land. Let's see how it impacts the shape of the heat. Clock's down to 7 minutes. And you've got a feeling that Lyle is going to jump up the ladder, and he does. Snakes and ladders, Botcher goes up to second. So last of blue, a 4.17. So judges like the detail in that. So a couple of nice scores. We'll see Canning's 483 and 533 still as the heat leader. But Botcher with the 417 has jumped up to second. Mark Jackson with a 5.1, still the single best score, sitting in third. Philip Mulherby needs to get a little bit of motion in the ocean now. Is sitting in second priority. And we'll see how the remaining 6 minutes of this heat plays out. As we mentioned, it just feels like a little swirl of sea breeze now, just ruffling the lineup. Pretty much right on cue with the high tide. Everybody way up towards the lighthouse end of the break here at Seal Point. Oh, Jacko just tries to climb that white water, gets stuck with it. So back to the drawing board with 5:50 on the clock. He'll be a little frustrated with himself with that one. Meanwhile, live action, Philip Mulherby still sitting with a 1-point score, and his scoreline needs to drop that. He's doing that right now as we surf towards the 5-minute mark. One of the Mulherbys, a whole clan of them. Philip representing Nelson Mandela Bay, not Buffalo City. Lovely reach out there, that cut back, that board flowing nicely underfoot for Philip. We'll wait for the judge's opinion on that. He'll be holding on to his score of a 3.33. Looks like Philip's on a bit of EPS equipment there with carbon stringer. There's always a bit of value to the EPS and epoxy constructions in smaller, weaker waves, as we are experiencing today. Love the discussion of boards. Always so much fun to see what everyone's riding. So many different shapers contributing to the equipment underfoot. And just like that, Philip Mulherby has 7.17. He turns the heat upside and he goes from fourth all the way up to first. So the heat getting a little intense now with 4:20 on the clock. New heat leader Philip Mulherby over Paul Canning, who drops to second. Lyle Botcher's in third, chasing the 5.99. And Mark Jackson still sitting on a 5.1 as one of his counting rights, still a decimal as the other. Needs just a 5.07. So this heat has suddenly got some substance to it. And we'll see how the last 4 minutes unfolds here. Everybody going to have another dig. First priority in the lineup right now is with Canning, who'll want to improve on his lowest score of a 4.83. So we'll see how PC navigates this. Meanwhile, new heat leader still trying to ditch and improve his own scores. Now getting to work trying to improve on a 3.33 as our surfer in red. So fun heat. It's changed shape a couple of times. Philip Mulherby jumping from fourth to first, Canning down to second. Paul was leading pretty much from the outset, way back 16 and a half minutes ago. Now here's Philip on the inside. He's broken away from the pack. He's found himself a little runner on the inside high tide shelf here. This is now racing towards full stop. Does a nice crack there. So I think he's going to get rid of his 3.33 and he's going to just nudge his lead out ahead of the rest of the pack with this wave. See what the judges say about it. Either way, I mentioned that epoxy construction. See Just maintains that speed through the flat section. This is that little right hand, the little left that comes off full stop. And Malherbe beautifully silhouetted on your screens. We'll be looking to improve, and he does. Drops the 3.33, replaces it with that last round of a 4.1. So Canning will need a 5.95 to steal the lead back. Then third place scratching for the 5.99. Jackson needing a 5.07. Still everybody in it here with a little over 2 minutes to go. All these names started their careers in the junior ranks back in the late 80s, early 90s. Of course, this is men's over 50 these days. Let's have a look at Canning. Nice snap for him. PC in motion. Former championship tour surfer lashes out on that one. Surfing on a Elton Fursman built surfboard's eagle shape. About a 5.11. So probably just over 30 litres. Probably about 32 litres, I'm guessing. And PC, just one of those real strong, nuggety surfers. One of the best backhands in the game. Took him all the way to a finals day at Bells Beach back in his championship tour campaigns. And he might be stretching for taking the lead back here. As we mentioned, needs a 5.95 to steal the lead from Philip Malherbe. We'll see where it lands. We've slipped inside the last minute here, folks. Over 50 men, semi-final heat number 2. Starting to count down. Judges pondering Canning's last score, and they like it. And in fact, they love it. It's gone excellent category. So 8 points from Paul Canning sees him switch the heat back over in his favour. New heat leader in Canning with 30 seconds to go. Malherbe's dropped to second. Botcher now chasing a much bigger number. 7.11 required from Blue. Jackson still sitting on a small score, needs a 6.18. So we said this heat might flex and change a bit, and certainly it's been a fun seesaw battle between Canning and Philip Malherbe. I mean, all 4 of them great surfers in the lineup. It looks like that's going to end up as an official result. Beach announcers count it down, and they'll close it off with Canning and Malherbe on the way to the over 50 men's final. And just like that, this is that wave doesn't count for Lyle. That was dead time in between the heats. We're going to sit back and take a quick break. Just follow the opening ride of the second semi-final. Quickly stamping a wave is Greg Emsley. We've moved into the over 45 men's semi-finals. We're not going to take an ad break. We're going to stick with it because in the lineup it's going to be non-stop here. Justin Maish representing Team Ugu is straight into it as well. So strong starts for Buffalo City and Greg Emsley in red. Lovely flow down the line. Justin Maish from the Mzumbi region. Lovely flow from Justin. Of course, brother Gary, an exceptional goofy foot. Lovely flow from Justin as he represents the Maish legacy. Of course, producing world-class fins in all shapes and sizes. Just down the line he goes. Little knifing there at the end. Just gets that nose stuck. It's deceptively weaker in the lineup than what it may look on your screen. That's the feedback from all of our surfers. The waves are, it's pretty on your screen, but it's fairly gutless as far as power in the lineup. I mean, the charts are showing about 12, 13 second period, but I've got a feeling it might be a little less than that. Always nice to look at the Mossel Bay oil rig reports. Notice the periods just sort of holding steady there overnight. Swell size, if anything, also just maintaining. See slight undulations on the horizon out the back there. So a little bit of movement. There is a pattern to the swell. The period in the water does last the entire day, and in fact grows slightly overnight into tomorrow. So perhaps a couple of the team members might hang out for a few more days and surf. And why not, of course? Who doesn't want to surf Seal Point and Bruce's when it comes alive? Of course, Hewlett's, Ernst Benderman and his coffee shop there, always so fun to go and visit and hang out. Listen to a bit of story from Graham Hines. Just hang out in the beautiful Cape St. Francis area. So over 45 men's semi-final heat number 1. A couple of numbers coming our way. Justin Maish set up a 4.5 for his opener. Let's see more waves starting to move into the lineup here. And it sounds like Greg Emsley's blown the lid off an opening ride. Meanwhile, this is Maish scooting down the line. Lovely extended floater. Climbs up again. Of course, Justin, not a big chap. I'd say probably like features in the sort of just over 60, 65 kilograms. Meanwhile, some spirited surfing going on here from Nelson Mandela Bay's man in blue, Paul Allen. He gets a couple of nice knocks on the backhand, so he'll get his scorecard moving forward. Prior to that, not much. And back on screen, we had a chat to him earlier. Greg Emsley opened with a 9.5. This is his wave number 2 unfolding. And he is a man on a mission. One of the fittest 40-something-year-old surfers in the country. Of course, Emsley and the entire Buffalo City crew, massively competitive. Everyone just feeding off each other's performances and energies at waves like Nahoon Corner and Nahoon Reef and a few other breaks in the area. So Emsley perhaps a little more lateral on this one than his opener of the 9.5, but still technically beautiful flow down the line. Of course, Greg still dedicated to his relationship with Spider Murphy. Of course, a shout out to Spin if he'll be tuned in. Feel free to send us a couple messages, guys. I don't mind making it a little bit of a yarn. Heard from all sorts of characters in the South African landscape yesterday. Heard from Neville Wilkins up in East London, Buffalo City. He'll be watching this morning, seeing Greg Emsley finding a 4.4 to add to the 9.5. Justin Maish keeping his scorecard moving. The Ugu team. Of course, got some messages from former amateur world champ Ant Brodovich down in Ramsgate there. Always good to hear from Ant. He'll be following Justin Maish's progress here as he tries to find his way to a finals appearance again in 2026. Paul Allen's numbers dropped in nicely at a 4.83. That's our surfer in blue. And we haven't had a lot of movement yet from Ryan Balfour. And as I say that, he just gets stuck behind. So the Ilembe surfer will go back to the drawing board. Still plenty of time. Well over 14 minutes to go in this over 45 men's semi-final number 1. Of course, semi-final 2 coming up. We'll see Tristan Johnson take on Andrew Langer, Ryan Rubik and Renier Grobler. So a very competitive category, the over 45s. You might start asking the question, who is going to stop Greg Emsley in 2026 in this category? Because right now Emsley is leading semi-final number 1, and as we say that, wave number 3 already has found this one on the inside rock ledges here. As we mentioned, we're surfing quite high up the Seal Point lineup itself. This is all the way up the lighthouse end. Water on the high tide, so the waves keeping a nice little bit of linear structure. Beautiful snap there. Greg will peel back the YouTube and just analyze his flow, joining the dots. Nice vertical spike to that second turn. You see how just slight shift of the weight between front and back foot as he just kind of keeps that flow. Always keeping the board in the sweet spot as well. Just beautiful images from our production team as we hit 10 o'clock in the morning here at beautiful Seal Point. Saw across the bay there. Of course, on the other side of the bay, a couple of waves there. People been sneaking off for their free surfs in the beach break. And just a beautiful morning here in Seal Point. Morning, guys. Stoked to be part of it. As I say, couldn't watch all my friends surfing and not pop in and say hi. Always good to catch up with all the names in South African surfing. A little over 12 minutes to go. We'll let a couple more numbers land here. 577 in for Emsley. I think we're waiting for one or two more scores to pop in. 12 minutes, as I mentioned, on the clock. But yeah, you're going to ask the question in the over 45s. Who is going to be able to stop Greg Emsley? So, I mean, stranger things can happen. You can't just assume, because it's going to be a pretty competitive final, that I can say. Meanwhile, first priority in the lineup with Justin Maish, who's occupying second place in the heat. But right now, everybody comboed against Greg Emsley's 9.5 and 5.77. Paul Allen down in third, just chasing a small number for now, 2.34. Look at Justin Maish in second place. One of his counting rounds is a 2.67, and he'll be wanting to get rid of that. He's got 11 minutes to do it, and he's holding first priority. So watch for more from the Ugu surfer in white. Of course, Ryan Balfour needs to get out of first gear. Still got plenty of time. Right now, 2 false starts for Ryan Balfour for Elembe. He's sitting with second priority as your surfer in yellow. Welcome back to the lineup. It's the over 45 semi-final heat number 1 in the men's of the South African Masters Surfing Championships, halfway through the seat. You saw probably Greg Emsley's worst ride right there for your heat leader in red. Remember, Emsley opened with a massive 9.5 and then backed it up with a 5.77. Seeing a lot of big smiles from the Durban goofy footers. Team Itikweni. Maybe Mark Frew represents Elembe, I'm not sure. No, Itikweni all the way. There you go. Of course, great to see names like Mark Frew and Paul Canning. PC getting a heat win there. Found an 8 at the end. Sort of stretched himself a little bit, but held on to that priority. Managed the back half of the heat just fine. And PC's going to be in the finals of the over 50s. So looking forward to that. Justin Maish spoke to a couple of surfers about the swell and about the period in the lineup. This is a decent wave now from Ryan Balfour. It's taken him a while. Took over 12 minutes to find this with a little over 8 to go. Balfour down the line will bang into that one. And talking of yellow jerseys, we are going to chat to winner of that last heat, Paul Canning. PC, welcome to the glass, or the canvas, or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, thanks, Gigs. Yeah, that's amazing. Jeez, what a heat, eh? The conditions are so nice out there. It's pretty much the same as yesterday. We've had 2 amazing days, and that top point is incredible, and enjoying it.
What a jaw. As I say, there's just such an atmosphere, such a vibe around. It's all the familiar faces, right, of the surfing landscape. I mean, you think about so many of you guys have done this for decades, and you all just started in the juniors together like 30 years ago, and here you are sort of thrashing it out in the over 50s. I mean, what a great journey.
Yeah, it's amazing. I said to Jacko before we went out, I said, we've been doing heats since we were under 8s, I think, and it's been such a long journey with everyone here, and we've all been doing it together. A lot of the guys now own surf shops and surf schools, and I'm in the industry with O'Neill, and it's just a big celebration of surfing, really. I mean, nothing really beats the Masters. I think my 2 favorite events are the Groms event and the Masters. It's where you start and kind of where you end, so it's amazing to be here.
And PC, I said earlier during your heat, I said it felt like you took several years not competing at this sort of platform. After your pro career, you sort of tapped out for a bit. You did take a little bit of a sabbatical from the contest vest, am I right?
Yeah, it's when you come off 15 years of traveling, you kind of just, it's very hard to, you're kind of so burnt out and frazzled. So many years traveling and doing contests, and as everyone knows, you lose a lot more than you win. So, to put on that contest vest, it takes a few years, to get, and it normally happens when you start having kids, and then that pulls you back in. But, you can't push the guys, we try and get, Travis and Warwick and the guys to come down, but it does take a bit of time, and then when it bites properly, and then you're in the over 50s, over 55s, over 60s, and then you get that competitive feel back, and then you love it. So no, it's good.
Well, I'll be on hand to call the 2032 Masters SA Champs with Travis Logie and Warwick Wright in it. We'll see if that's a prediction.
We're pushing Jason and Seth, so we need those back, and then we'll have a proper Masters.
And PC, of course, a dad to a great surfing talent in your son. How much inspiration have you taken from Matt in your sort of comeback as well? I mean, it's a whole picture that glues together, right?
Yeah, it's tough, and obviously the wins are amazing, but you see him go through the losses, and then that feeling comes back of all your years on the tour, and you know how those losses hurt, and they, you never get used to it. And you see that, but then when you see the wins, it's amazing, and it's amazing to do the journey with him. Coaching him through from the under 10s, he's in his last year now, and the under 18s. And it's just such an incredible thing to do. We've got such an amazing junior tour. We surf places, Long Beach, Vic Bay, Seal Point, East London, with Durban, Belito, and you've got this series of 9 events, and to do it with them is incredible. And so it's his last year. Now my daughter's in the under 12, so now put some effort in there into her and start the tour with her. So.
Loving it. And just to talk to finals day here and conditions for folks at home to understand water temps, and a couple of guys have said this, the waves are nice and pretty, but it's kind of semi-gutless, so yes, you got to pick your battles out there.
Yeah, there's that one section that really stands up, and as we all know, that that big first turn, the judges are going to reward you. Greg did it now, I did it on my 8. So when it stands up, you really got to hit it, and make sure you get that big off the lip in. But yeah, it's amazing. The water's actually really warm. I'm in a hyperfrig fire and I'm too warm. I actually wish I brought my 2 mil. And I saw a couple guys going out in their 2 mil shorties, short legs, long arms, and that would probably be perfect. With the sun and in a heat, the 3.2 is almost too much.
Great chatting, PC. We've got a great heat on deck, and good luck for the finals coming up. Looking forward to watching you contest an age category Masters title in a couple of hours' time, perhaps. Shot PC. Good to hear from Paul Canning. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, this man on screen blazing his way to a finals appearance of his own in the over 45s. Greg Hemsley just shunts that tail. As we mentioned already, a clear heat leader comboing the field. A 9.5. Waiting to see what this last number lands in at. Seems just short of a counting score. Going to be a 5.53. So Emsley remains heat leader on 15.27. But I'll tell you what has changed is second position now with Paul Allen. 9.86. He's comboed, but he's ahead of Justin Maish, who's dropped to third. And Ryan Balfour got his best wave, a 3.8. So this heat is whizzed by, 3 minutes to go. Emsley out front, Paul Allen fending off Maish and Balfour. And their requirements aren't exactly massive. Looking at Justin Maish in second, priority down in third, needs a 5.36. Ryan Balfour still in it as well, looking for a 6.06. And he's got first priority, does your surfer in yellow. So let's see how this final 3 minutes plays out. So it's never done until it's done. But great getting some insights from Paul Canning. It's always so much experience. We'll see him again in the finals of the over 50s. That'll be coming up. If you're on live heats, just tap on the schedule. You can see exactly when your friends and family are surfing. If you are tuned in from around the country and didn't make it here to support. So Team Ugu under a bit of pressure here with Justin Maish down in third. Ilembe under the equal pressure of elimination as well. Ryan Balfour down in fourth. See, the judges do owe Justin Maish a score, and I'm watching movement in the lineup here as well. You can see sets approaching on your screen. Let's see, this will be the last roll of the dice as the clock hits 90 seconds. A wide set for the heat leader. On the way back out, Emsley going to be just free surfing his way now to a finals appearance in the over 45s. A Masters world champion. And lovely combinations of turns down the line. And Emsley just smashing away at that one, still going. Pulling up the replays, his wave hasn't even finished yet. He's dominated this first semi-final as we hit the 1 minute mark. And he'll be surfing, you know, again, Greg pretty much trying to surf his own scores up. And it looks like he's done that, a 7.67 for this wave unfolding. We'll just see how he's put this together. Again, beautiful linkage and flow. Master of the right-hand point break is Greg Emsley. And add that to his opener of the 9.5. He's absolutely dominated this heat. 18.23 heat score total. He'll be happy with that. 30 seconds to go. No change. We're still waiting for a score to land from Justin Maish. It's just waiting for the judges' scorecard to update here. I'm not sure that it's going to change the order standings here. Either way, this over 45 men's semi-final starting to draw to a close. Beach announcers will count it down now. And in the background, the horn will go. Emsley will win. And it looks like we'll confirm Paul Allen. Nelson Mandela Bay, your surfer in blue, for a finals appearance in the over 45s. It's at the expense of Justin Maish and Ryan Balfour. So great value in that men's over 45 semi-final. We're going to sit back, and after the break we'll be back for men's over 40 surfing. Welcome back to the beach. Huge thanks to all of our sponsors stitching together what is a very fun Masters SA Champs here. It's beautiful Cape St. Francis Seal Point as we now enter the over 45 semi-final heat number 2. This will establish the other two finalists to go up against Paul Allen and Greg Emsley. 4 surfers looking for the top 2 slots. Tristan Johnson, Buffalo City, is in red. Andrew Langer, Ugu, in white. Ryan Ribbink, Itekweni in the yellow. And Renier Grobler settling in beautiful Jeffreys Bay. He's found his way to the semi-finals. He's in blue. And we'll look to see how the remaining 18 minutes goes here as we greet you with a good morning from beautiful Cape St. Francis. Of course, huge thanks to the Cape St. Francis Resort as well. Huge shout out to Merle Pence from Sothebys. Thank you so much for your input and support. And everybody just coming together as a community. Big thanks to the local Board Riders Association as well, the Board Riders Club. They had a great surf-off with the J-Bay Board Riders a couple of weeks ago. J-Bay taking the nod there. But always so much fun and in the spirit of competition. Of course, J-Bay Board Riders and St. Francis Board Riders doing such a great job of being custodians of the coastline, looking after the natural environment, and of course all the community and social responsibilities as well. We'll see a bit of movement in the lineup here, whizzing down the line. A couple of nice snaps. This is Renier Grobler, who's surfing very energized, just to base himself in Melkbos Strand on the west coast. Of course, a big shout out to everybody in that area. So a great community of surfers. Meanwhile, on the backhand, lovely combination off the lip there for our man in red, Tristan Johnson. Of course, the Johnsons, always strong competitors for their team of Buffalo City. Of course, Andrew Langer represents the Ugu. But Renier Grobler surfing with a lot of energy in 2026. Big shout out to Corne van Aswegen and everybody at the Board Life Surf Shop. I assume they might be tuned into this. If not, I'll be very upset. But either way, they can shout for Renier. A number of other surfers from the Melkbos Strand area representing Cape Town surfers. And Stefan Lindeque was in the draw. I think we've lost him. Of course, a number of other surfing talents from that stretch. Catching up some numbers as well while we go. Yeah, saw the backhand attack of red. And meanwhile, on your screen, this is Ryan Ribbink, part of the Ribbink tribe. And Ryan bases a lot in and around the breaks of Cave Rock and Anstey's on the south side of Durban. Loves his escapes up into Mozambique, does Ryan. Right now trying to puzzle his way through a semi-final here in Seal Point. Plenty of time for him, 14:45 still to go. At best of the numbers thus far, a 6.33 for Tristan Johnson. Renier Grobler found a 3.83 in the lineup. Just have a look at these beautiful scenes and shots here. A couple of waves peeling past Full Stop Rock. That's sort of a look back down towards the north end of the break. Do notice a little bit of texture on the water. It's about 5-6 knots of straight easterly wind. I do believe it does like a little bit of a puff, and then it lies down, and then it might even puff out of the south-southeast as the day goes on. Light variable winds. Beautiful late autumn, early winter's day here in Cape St. Francis. They're all surfers on one ride each. And as we mentioned, Tristan Johnson, the best of it, the 6.33. Andrew Langer's got a 2-pointer, Ryan Ribbink just a 1. And, well, if we catch the aeroplane on screen, little flyby there from Andre Milan and his daughter Jessie. Andre, stand-up paddler at the point in J-Bay. coming to check in on things here. I hope he gives me a flight in that plane sometime. I've actually never done a swoop over this part of the world. Be a wonderful experience. Always think of Matt McGillivray's dad and how he's performed those roles of doing the air patrol over the lineup at Supers when the CT used to come to town. Talking of the CT, talking of pro surfing and all of the history, I'm going to welcome Mark Burness to the booth. A lot to talk about. We'll try and fit as much in as we can, as quick as possible. But firstly, good morning, Mark. Cape St. Francis, your new home, J-Bay. How good is it?
Yeah, it's great, Gigs. Good to see you and to be here in Cape St. Francis. Stunning day today, great weather. The waves have got a little bit better. And yeah, always a nice place to visit. Yeah, living in Jeffreys Bay now, so just a half an hour drive down the road. And yeah, good to see all the guys here at the SA Champs again. And yeah, nice to be here.
And Mark, I'm just trying to call your scores back in my head. I think you found an 8 in the lineup in the semis earlier today. You've got a finals coming up. I was trying to speculate your exact age. I mean, I hate saying it because it's over 60s, but are you 62, 63?
64 now, yeah.
Wow, so...
It doesn't get easier, it gets harder, yeah. So.
Listen, this is the Masters. It's like everyone's moving along the calendar with you, Mark. But, I mean, fantastic. I mean, at age 64 to be doing what you're doing. Incredible talent. Of course, your brother, John, as well. Is he still active in the lineup?
Yeah, John's actually visiting from Australia. He's been there for 30 years and he's just visiting here at the moment. He was quite keen to surf the over 65s, but there wasn't a position. But yeah, he's still getting on the water a bit and surfing snappers and those type of places. So it's good to see him, yeah.
Unreal. And you brought the whole family, right? Shelley's with you, of course your son as well, and everybody just enjoying the lifestyle down here, right?
Oh, it's great. My daughter is also living here in Jeffreys Bay now. She was in London for about 8 years. So the whole Burness clan pretty much is here. And yeah, it's great that we can all be together again, you know.
It's a fantastic thing, the value of family and basing it around this lifestyle of surfing. Of course, you know, look, a lot of the younger guys will be watching the program, stuff that we take for granted, but, you know, your late dad, Peter, his role and how that influenced you. I mean, just what a legacy, all tied in with the formation and the real growth of professional surfing.
Yeah, it's obviously my dad, you know, running the Gunston, and that had a big impact on us. I think my first SA Champs was in Jeffreys Bay. I was 12, so, you know, I'm 64 now, so it's been 52 years I've been surfing this. But yeah, it's always good, you know, just happy to be still in the water and enjoying it.
And Mark, you know, I know that I've mentioned it in the semi-finals. You can pull back the tape and listen at some stage. I was talking about sort of the fiery pit that the Bay of Plenty used to be in those days. You were thrown, you and your brother John, thrown in amongst that. I mean, of course, the Lawsons, the Spowitts, and that whole generation. I mean, just so much value in that.
Yeah, it was a great time to grow up. You know, surfing in those days, there was almost no money in it. You know, the contests basically were, if they did have money, was very little. So it was just a competitive place where every time you surfed, you were trying to surf better than the next guy. And through that, you know, the talent got so high.
Yeah, it's like a iron sharpens iron thing, and I mean that eventually would project you onto the world tour in an era which wasn't easy for you to travel as well, Mark. And certainly, I mean, it was the era of Tom Carroll, Tom Curran, and that. But you had your successes on that tour.
Yeah, look, it was very hard for me. I mean, I had to do 2 years in the army before I could start the tour, and I managed to get into the top 10 in the world, and then couldn't get visas to go to Japan and Brazil. So basically at 27, the world tour was over for me because of that. So, you know, sometimes when I look at, you know, a guy like Geordie, he's probably 37 and he's still doing it, whereas for me it kind of ended at 27, which was hard, you know.
No, absolutely, and I think that surf journalism needs to cover that period in a little bit more depth. I think there's more documentaries due on that era of surfing, particularly when, and I think your shooting star definitely hit a premature ceiling. There's a number of other surfers. I think of Tommy Lawson, for example. I think even Peter Lawson's career and Gavin Spout's career of the time. And I mean, that's something that a lot of the current generation have no idea of, those struggles that we went through, that we were literally, I mean, from the amateur point of view, we were completely excluded from Ant Brodovich's win in 78 all the way through to the readmission in 1992. So in that window of 14 years, I mean, it really was a challenge for South African sportsmen.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there was no such thing as like the amateur world champs or anything like that, because the amateur side, they didn't want anything to do with South Africa. So, you know, it was tough missing out on that period. You know, it was, you know, would have been good for us if we could have been competing in those. I think we could have done well, you know, but we didn't get the opportunity, which was hard.
And Bern, it's great to just hear some thoughts from you. Throw one highlight story from your years on tour. I know that's like a massive question. I mean, we need a whole evening. We need to do a podcast together. That's actually what we need to do. But I mean, you know, if you look back and all of that, I mean, drop us one little story, of course.
Well, I think, you know, obviously doing the tour was great, because, you know, you were getting to see all different people, and, you know, I've still got friends that I met in those days, and even, you know, through the tour I managed to do Arnett, the sunglass brand, through guys I met there. So it's definitely a lot more than just the surfing that you're going to benefit with the tour, you know. You get contacts and business opportunities, and it's like learning the realities of life. So, yeah. Great
words of wisdom, Bern. You'll be getting ready for your final, and at a ripe young age of 64, looking forward to a couple more excellent category scores from you.
Thanks, Greg. It's nice to chat, and see you again.
Shot, Bern. Awesome. So much respect for Mark and for his brother John in the story of South African surfing. And Mark Benes will be up in the finals of his category, over 60s. Looking forward to that. Meanwhile, out in the water, 6 minutes to go in the men's over 45s. We're establishing who is going to join Greg Emsley and the other finalist. I'll look back on that shortly. But right now, the heat's in the water. Tristan Johnson leading with Renier. Grobler doing a great job. And while we're talking story, we're going to call in Nick Park. He's one of those kingpins of surf journalism himself. And
buddy, good to see you, VISSLA. Many years, man. I'm just was looking at that interview you were doing with Bern just now, and I really would like to see Bern go to the World Masters Championships, because that gold that he never got in his glory years of the pro surfing and the restriction of the Japanese visa and the Brazilian visa. If Bern goes to the world titles now, he should have gone with Tyrell. Just recently when Tyrell went to world champs. Where did Tyrell come? Did he come second or? Yeah, but if Bern was there, I reckon he would have taken that title, and he still should go for it. He's surfing so well. He's such a great athlete. I'd love to see him at the world champs.
And Nick, for yourself, another great visit to another SA champs. I know you'll be disappointed. I think Trevor Hansen got you in that heat.
Maybe he deserves it. Maybe it's his time and it's all good, you know. My wife said to me, you know, it's part of the competitive experience. I've had a lot of wins over the years. You don't win them all, and hopefully I can take my losses as gracefully as I take my wins. And I quote Greg Emsley. He's got a great little quote that he puts out there. Don't let your wins go to your head. Don't let your losses go to your heart. And so maybe this time it's somebody else's turn. And Mike got past me and Trevor got past me. Salute, guys. Well done, you know. So, yeah, it's just a rich experience. While I'm here, I say a prayer for my buddy, Brett Dustin. Lord Jesus, Father, God, Holy Spirit, I just pray for healing for Brett Dustin, who's struggling with cancer in East London. And here I am. Yeah, I must be unhappy because I came third in a heat, you know. Brett Dustin's fighting for his life with cancer. And Lord, I just pray that favor is on Brett and that he heals up well. I'm blessed. Look at the health I'm in, you know, Gigs. Yourself, look at you. How many times world champion, VISSLA?
Yeah, well, it's not an e-board event, so we won't talk about that. But Nick, great words. Thanks very much, and we'll send those prayers and thoughts to the family up there. But yeah, I mean, certainly, you know, we were talking to Byrne, age a young 64. I mean, health is wealth, right?
Health is wealth. You can't buy it back when it's gone. And I'm surfing with Glenn Milne. I haven't seen Glenn for a very long time. I see a lot of people here that I get to see only once a year. And it's such a privilege, you know, it's so special. And it's Seal Point. I lived in PE for 10 years, so I know some of the rock boils here, I know some of the rock jumps here, I know full stop and semicolon, and it's just a rich experience to be here and a part of it.
Epic. And Nick, what keeps you busy these days?
I'm in construction products, construction chemicals, and waterproofing and epoxies and vinyl flooring and self-leveling and building industry and all stuff like that. I'm not planning on packing it in anytime soon, so come 65 next year, I'm going to die with my boots on, and hopefully I'm still surfing when I'm 70. So yeah, we've got to look after our health, and salute to Oscar Chalupski, who's been in great health for so long and now fighting skin cancer and taking victory at that level as well. Mr. Chalupski, your good health, sir. We wish him well. But as we get older and grayer and the sunspots start to come, we've got a couple of little things to worry about. But it's a real privilege to be here with you gigs. And having known you from Natal, from Durban, from the years of Robin Lavery, 35, nearly 40 years ago, North Beach and Derry and all of that. It's been many years gigs and good to be in your company.
Oh, amazing, Nick. And yeah, as I say, just stoked that you're part of it still. We all get, as you mentioned, it's like a gathering once a year where everybody connects and things. And, you know, yes, there's the competitive side. We saw Tristan Johnson on screen there just trying to edge his way towards his age group final here. But certainly, yeah, it's just a collection of and a celebration of life when we connect on these events.
Amen in favour. Thanks, gigs. Bless you, mate.
Nick Park, wonderful words, and thank you so much, sir. And yeah, looking forward to this time next year again. And of course, yeah.
I'll be back in my sell by date.
No.
In 60 to 65.
That's perfect.
Then it comes after 65.
Exactly. Thank you, Nick Park. Great words from you. As we got a lot of great chats from Mark Burness and Nick Park, respectively. On your screen, Andrew Langer slashing away down in third and chasing a 4.79 to try and ditch Renier Grobler with 30 seconds to go. So we're going to hang on to this moment here. Beautiful replay there from Rooster. Of course, Ryan Ribink down in fourth has kind of been left trailing with a 3.57 and a 1.4 in his scoreline. And you just see there Renier Grobler as the clock hits the final seconds. So a little bit of a duke out here at the end of this heat to establish our finalists in the over 45s. And that's Ryan Ribink on screen. So waiting to see where the numbers go here. Judges owe Andrew Langer a score. And this is Ryan Ribink. And Ribink is going to get a 2.07 for this one. He'll be a little bit frustrated with that. It kind of felt that he just fell out of wave selection rotation. His surfing is really on point. Lovely flowing style from Ryan Ribink. But final result's going to be a little bit of an upset. Team Ugu are going to be dancing up and down and stomping their feet because Andrew Langer sneaked one past Renier Grobler in that last minute. A 5-point ride sees the heat change shape. Tristan Johnson is going to take the heat win. Andrew Langer makes his way to the finals in the over 45 men's. And Renier Grobler and Ryan Ribink will bow out. And with that, we'll sit back, take a short commercial break, and we're back for more surfing action.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water.
So worried there weren't going to be too many waves, and I was right, there weren't too many waves. So just when a wave came through, just go in it and do the best, see how things pan out.
Yeah, that's the best you can do. It's gone a bit onshore now, so yeah, you just have to do with what you got, I suppose. But well done.
Thank you. Very tricky.
40 men's semi-finals here on finals day at the South African Masters Surfing Championships, coming to you from Cape St. Francis in the beautiful Eastern Cape. 17 minutes on the clock. Of course, we heard from Tristan Johnson, winner of that last heat. Now in the lineup, Tyrell Johnson in the men's over 40. He's already opened his account. Surfer in red. Travis Nordia, Nelson Mandela Bay wears white. Bruce Barrett's in the yellow. Let's see if we can spot him. And of course Josh Enslin as well. So that was Bruce, just sort of caught behind the section there. Plenty of time, 16 and a half on the clock. Light sea breeze here on the Seal Point lineup. Tyrell Johnson's opened with a banger, folks. 7.17 to set the pace. Tyrell Johnson perhaps on his way to another title in 2026. Seeing where he is in the lineup. Somehow he's found this from amongst the pack. And he gaffs into that turn. Nice combination. Climbs up the white water. Lovely flow. Kicks the tail. Strong, aggressive redirection there from Tristan Johnson. Another big chuck of the fins. And he will get back to the lineup with plenty of time on board. Remember, he opened at the 717, and he's going to just nail this heat shut at an early stage with this score to come from the judges. Watch how strong his footwork is. Really surfs hard off the back foot. Meanwhile, Josh Enslin, lovely flowing turn from him. Nice wrapping turn, throws a lot of spray. Drives that board through another turn for Nelson Mandela Bay. Meanwhile, Travis Nordia has found a three-pointer for himself. Now look at the power of Josh Enslin here in the replay. See if the tape fits in that last cutback. Displacing a lot of water. And we'll wait for the number to land for Josh. Meanwhile, Tyrell Johnson, care of that second wave, is going to go into an unassailable lead. 14 and a half to go. He opened with a 717. Now Surfer in red adds an 8 to his scoreline. Meanwhile, Josh Enslin, 2.9. A couple of waves peeling down the point here on the lighthouse end, right up towards that gully and the paddle out zone. And you see rolling walls of water here for finals day. Nice little flurry of swell. Very steady swell in the water, albeit not very powerful. There are plenty of opportunities here for all competitors as we narrow the semi-finals down to a series of finals. Right now, over 40 men's semis then over 35 women's. Then we've still got some semi-finals to take care of for the over 35 men. And then from around 12:30, just after 12:30, 12:40 on the schedule, over 65 men's will commence their final. And obviously men's over 60, over 55s, and so it goes. And we'll finish at around 3:30 this afternoon with the over 35 men's final. And that will wrap up a massive week here in Cape St. Francis. Need to get some movement from Bruce Borrett in the lineup. Eden Surfer in yellow. He's holding first priority, so expecting him to get underway shortly. Doesn't have a lot next to his scorecard at this stage. Somehow the heat leader is back on your screen. Tyrell Johnson. That one's going to be a throwaway. Prior to that, his 8-pointer and his opening ride, the 717, is a strong set of scores which has the rest of the field in combination. Travis Nadir for now, Nelson Mandela Bay surfer in white. The other Nelson Mandela Bay surfer, Josh Enslin, has dropped to third. And a couple of lovely sets rolling through. Do we get that ride from Bruce? We do. Nice on cue here for Bruce Borrett. Lovely. Oh, this is going to go well on the scorecard here for the Eden Surfer. Lovely slashing turn. Just loses the footing at the end there, but with 11.5 minutes to go, that's going to be a very welcoming score for the Eden Surfer. Lovely release there. Rocking the front foot pad as well. Nice flow for Bruce. Watch him gear up this next turn here. As we said, waves in the sort of 3-foot range. Fairly soft. It's not a real grunty swell. And that one just slipping out from underneath Bruce Borrett's feet. But nonetheless, it's going to be a decent number. We'll see how decent it is. Other scores in the lineup are Travis Nadir's 3, Josh Enslin's 2.9. So I think that wave of Bruce is going to have a strong impact on the heat. It will. Surfer in yellow now jumps up to second. So a 4.93 of the rest of the field, other than the heat leader Tyrell Johnson. That is a significant score for Bruce. And Bruce, by the way, still sitting on a 0.67, but the strength of his last ride, the 4.93, has jumped him up to second. So fun heat ahead here with the halfway mark approaching. A little over 10 minutes. Johnson leads over Bruce Borrett. Travis Nadir down in third, looking for just a 2.61. So this heat all still very close on paper. Meanwhile, smart decision here from Bruce to just pick out another wave in the lineup. He's got to ditch the 0.67 as we mentioned. Might not have done it with that. Maybe if it is by a very small number, but he'll go back to the lineup with plenty of time. We're just over the halfway mark. 9:45 still to go. As we narrow the semi-finalists down and establish finalists in each category. Watch the replay here. Had a little look. So that might have affected the priority standings in the heat. You see that sea breeze, just a couple of glassy streaks on the ocean surface out the back, which you could almost assume would mean the wind is going to just back right off again. We did see a little bit of a sea breeze puff in the last hour, but for all intents and purposes, not really affecting the lineup too much. If anything, just adding a little lip line crumble for the surface to bank off. As we mentioned, we're now past the high tide mark. 10:45. And you'll see on your screen Josh Enslin. He himself still dropping a low number of a little decimal 0.4 in the scoreline. But plenty of time. 8 minutes to go. So the surfers, so basically Tyrell Johnson, you can assume, is on his way to the finals here, folks, with the weight of the 15.17. Two-wave total, 8 and a 7.17 for heat leader in red. But I see a nice little tussle to the finish line here for that second place advancing position between Barrett, Enslin and Nordia. And it's going to be the surfer that just keeps a calm head and finds a decent wave in the lineup and just surfs it. Sort of 3 solid maneuvers will fetch you a 5 or more. So we'll see who keeps a clear head between Bruce Barrett representing Eden, or do either of the Nelson Mandela Bay surfers, Josh Enslin or Travis Nordia, find the requirement. But right now the Eden surfer is in second. Clock slips. Just under 7 minutes still to go. Over 40 men's semi-final, heat number 1. Starting to work its way to an outcome. Of course, on the other side of the draw, semi-final number 2, waiting to hit the lineup, Jono Bruton, Shannon Ainsley, Mikhail Thompson and Simon Fish. So that's going to be a pretty intense semi-final. Meanwhile, we spoke of who's going to keep a clear head, who's just going to knuckle down, select a nice pacey type wave, and that's exactly what Bruce Barrett's done here. Bruce has a 4.93. Judges thinking about the score as you watch the replay at home. A couple of nice turns here from Bruce. Could maybe even challenge to be his best ride. See where the judges land the score. They're working on it at the moment. But a couple of nice kicks of the tail there. And a nice flow there through the maneuvers. Joins them nicely. So not his best one, a 3.1, but certainly for now cementing that second place position. Josh Enslin down in third. Your surfer in blue for Nelson Mandela Bay now requires a 5.13. Travis Nordia, similar type of score, 5.03 required. So Nelson Mandela Bay in third and fourth. Looking to go over the 5-point mark here as we hit the, well, there's almost a pattern to my words. 5 minutes remaining.
Yes.
Whipping turns from Josh Enslin and some whipping turns from Travis Nordia. We spoke about the 2 Nelson Mandela Bay surfers, and here they come. Good work. Travis Nordia perhaps setting up his best wave. Meanwhile, heat leader Tyrell Johnson just clobbering away. Already an 8 and a 7.17 for this man on screen in red. But a couple of good turns there from both Josh Enslin and Travis Nordia for themselves. Spoke of the requirements of the 5.13 and the 5.03. A couple of nice turns here for Travis. You'll see judges just processing. Josh Enslin not going to up his numbers, it doesn't seem. I think Travis Nordia is going to firm up his scorecard a bit. Still sitting on a .43. He's going to say goodbye to that. Judges will bring us a new number with a little over 3 minutes on the clock. And just like that, a 5.9 sees Nordia go from 4th up to 2nd. So Nelson Mandela Bay jumps up. Bruce Borrett, Eden Surfer, has dropped down to 3rd. Take note though, he has first priority, does our surfer in yellow, and also 3.98 requirement ahead with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. This will be fun. So all eyes on yellow in the lineup. Can he find a wave and find a relatively low score? Meanwhile, Tyrell Johnson's in his free surf now as he's on his way to the finals. We're watching Bruce Borrett very carefully in the lineup here. Clock's now coming up to 2 minutes. The Eden team will be on the edge of their seats. This is Josh Enslin just getting stuck, choosing an inside wave, not going to change his fortunes. Josh Enslin got his best ride, by the way, on his previous score. Oh, whipping turn for Travis Nordia, who himself is trying to put a bigger requirement on the scorecard of yellow. I wonder if he's done that. Travis Nordia is sitting on a 3 as one of his counting scores. Meanwhile, 867 in for Tyrell Johnson, who just keeps his scorecard clocking. And here is that all-important wave of yellow. Lovely touch to the lip there from Bruce. Eden team on the charge here. He's down in 3rd. And that's a nice snap. But there's an exchange of scores still to happen here. Judges owe Travis Nordia a score. It's certainly yellow putting up a fight of his own. We'll let those numbers land. I've got a feeling that Travis Nordia might have upped his heat total and put a bigger requirement in place for Bruce Borrett. And in fact, what has happened, a 407 in for yellow sees him jump up to 2nd. But judge is still working. No, let's see. It looks like we have a situation change again. So Bruce for Eden jumped up to 2nd, but has now settled back down into 3rd because last of white was a replacement score of a 567. So Bruce Borrett needs now 664. Nice tussle here for a berth in the finals. But this man on screen has just absolutely clubbed it all the way to the finish line. Tyrell Johnson's on his way to the finals, and beach announcers shouting out 10 seconds to the takeoff zone. It looks like an official result. Travis Nordia is going to be that other finalist in the men's over 40s. So much fun. That was a great heat. Lots of stories, lots of flip-flopping backwards and forwards. I mean, from the outset, Red was always going to charge to the finish line, but great surfing and a great surf-off between Travis Nordia, Bruce Borrett and Josh Enslin. We're going to sit back, take a quick break, and we'll be back for more from beautiful Cape St. Francis. So welcome back to the beach. Of course, great surfing on your screens. It is finals day of the Masters South African Surfing Championships. I'll just tee up this heat in the water for you folks. You'll see a lot of movement and a lot coming your way very quickly now as we're into the men's over 40 semi-final number 2. We said this was going to be a banger of a heat. Jono Bruton, Shannon Ainsley, Mikhail Thompson and Simon Fish out in the lineup. And well, of course, so many people contributing to a very successful event here in Cape St. Francis. And joining us, one of our premier sponsors, Christo, from Sevos Construction and Architecture.
Yes, that's correct, yes. My name is Christo Vosloo, and my business is Sevos Architecture and Construction. I've been in the industry in J-Bay for about 35 years, and I normally have clients and I give them the option of an A to Z project, from designs through to planning, through to municipal submissions, construction, handing over of keys. I'm not a big surfer myself, but I love the surfing industry. Every morning, me and the guys are at Point, watching the surf and so on. So I enjoy it, but I have never surfed myself.
And Christo, you're speaking of the process of start to finish. So in other words, you can do a whole turnkey with a customer, from selecting a plot to the final handover and everything. And I mean, who doesn't want to aspire to living here in beautiful Cape St. Francis, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, you know, what is nice is that people get to know you and they trust you. And that's the nice thing, so that you can get a project to be smooth from start to end. Some people are living overseas, they can't be here, so I handle the whole thing for them on their behalf. All they have to do is pay.
And and Christo, tell me, everything from here at Seal Point to on the links golf course to on the canals and everything in between?
Yes, everything from here straight to J-Bay. I am from Jeffreys Bay. Most of my work's there, my office is there, but I've worked all over the show, many places.
And just from your point of view, as Sevos Construction and Architecture sewing into an event like this, I mean, what do you take from that as far as, I mean, the whole town is built around the vibe of surfing. So, I mean, your contribution and all the other sponsors is really it's just so meaningful for us.
Yeah, no, when Ernst approached me, I didn't give it a second thought. I love surfing, I love the surfing guys, I know almost all of them. And it's also good for business, you know, sponsor something like this, like what we're doing now. I think it's a good thing.
Huge thank you to Sevos Construction, and yeah, may you be blessed in the projects ahead, and perhaps maybe one day you'll build me a house here. You never know.
Yes, you just let me know and I'll do that for you. Thanks very much.
Huge thanks to Christo from Sevos Construction, and trust that again, just a huge thank you as everybody gets to see you know, you business owners and what you've so into the sport of surfing. And just again, on behalf of the sport, thank you so much, Christo.
That's a huge pleasure. My pleasure. Thanks very much.
Perfect. Great chat to Christo, and thanks so much for joining us. Of course, we're going to catch up some action in the water now. We trust that everyone's enjoying the show. 11 o'clock local time here in beautiful Seal Point. Of course, you guys can follow this all on liveheats.com as well. But while we were having a chat to Christo from Sevos, Jono Bruton has sneaked into an early lead. You're seeing surfing on your screen now of Mikhail Thompson. And Mikhail certainly just always a potential for finals day, always a finalist, and always knocking on the door of a win. Of course, he represents the Cape Winelands. A number of surfers making their way from that beautiful region. Of course, Mikhail Thompson with his surf interests in the Strand. Of course, many years involved in Christian surfing. Surf school itself down at the Strand beachfront. And well, Mikhail Thompson just charging those waves in and around the Overberg. Does a lot of surfing with Aiden Mason Camp. Talking of fast, snappy surfing, That's Shannon Ainsley on screen, also in and around the coaching lifestyle. A number of years in Norway. And Shannon now based here representing Nelson Mandela Bay. And he'll get a couple of nice hammers down the line of his own. Shannon Ainsley, very talented, strong surfer, strong attacking style. Talking of style, one of the flowing, goofy footers of the Nelson Mandela Bay team, Simon Fish. A couple of nice turns for him as he gets his scorecard moving forward. And meanwhile, Jono Bruton back on screen, early heat leader. Jono just clicking turn after turn of his own here. Trying to improve on a 3:17, and I think he's going to do that. And just keep the pace moving forward here with 11 minutes on the clock. We'll wait for a number there for Jono Bruton. Meanwhile, Shannon Ainsley's last ride in, and it's a goodie. Enough to get him up into the heat lead here, 3.2. You see the replay of Simon Fish. Judges will owe him a score. They also owe Jono Bruton's last ride. So we'll let those numbers land. Swells and sets sort of coming in threes. Most of the sets are 3 waves. See a couple of little glassy patches out the back. Wind predicted to do light onshore into perhaps like a light southerly this afternoon as the tide starts dropping out. We're about half an hour after the high tide now. Beach announcers in the background just shouting out to the lineup. See everybody just holding position. Jono Bruton's going to maintain his heat lead, care of his last score of a 4.6. Shannon Ainsley opened with a 5 and holds on to his last ride of a 3.2 in second. Simon Fish, 6.23, best individual wave of the heat thus far for Simon Fish, surfer in blue. And he needs to find himself a 1.97, so going to be a little chase here. And remember, of course, Mikhail Thompson only on a single ride, and it's a reasonable number of his own, a 5.6. So this was always going to be a really well contested heat. Bruton, Ainsley, Fish and Thompson. And we've still got plenty of time to decide. We're into the second half of it. 9 minutes to go. All scores are updated now, top left of screen if you are following on that. If you on the Live Heats app, it's pretty much what I'm doing here, folks. It's that easy. You can follow your friends and family and their respective scores. 8.5 minutes to go. And first priority in the lineup with Shannon Ainsley. Second priority with Mikhail Thompson. So expecting rides to come our way shortly for white and yellow respectively. You'll see some movement now. And around the corner. Nice turns underway here. Lovely combination from Shannon. He might even be challenging for a heat win at this stage. That was a strong wave. Needed just a 3.6 to attack the lead of Jono Bruton in red. Have a look at the replay here of Shannon Ainsley. Shannon opened with a 5. He's ditching a 3.2 with this particular wave. Judges pondering a score for Shannon Ainsley here. Strong down the line surfing. See the leg strength there. Keeps that board just forward momentum. As we mentioned, it is high tide conditions here at Seal Point. But enough for Shannon Ainsley to find a 4.43. Meanwhile, surfing action continues. This is wave number 2 for Mikhail Thompson. Mikhail just lots of board speed. Oh, a little alley-oop. Kind of got a little bit glitchy there. But nonetheless, Mikhail's going to set up his wave number 2. His first one is a 5.6. A lot of board speed down the line here for Mikhail. Over 40 men's semi-finals. Watch his little hop. He kicks the tail out. Interesting to see where the judges go with this. Mikhail Thompson, either way, will welcome a second counting ride to his scorecard. Yeah, well, interesting. Mikhail Thompson, a 4.27. So that's enough to turn the whole heat upside down. From 4th to 1st goes yellow. Shannon Ainsley drops down to 2nd. Jono Bruton is down in 3rd, needing a 4.84 after leading the heat for most of its duration. Red. Buffalo City's Jono Bruton down in 3rd. As we mentioned, just a 4.84 requirement. Simon Fish, have a look at the requirements for him. Down in 4th, the strength of the 6.23 means he only needs a 3.23 to jump up to 2nd. If he was to get anything over a 4, he'd go into the lead. Just doing the simple maths there. So still some fun surfing ahead here in the remaining 5 minutes. Masters SA Champs. Finals day. This is tapering off on the semi-finals, and here goes Simon Fish. We spoke about perhaps a 4-point range score. Needs a mid-range 3 to climb out of 4th. Lovely smooth surfing. Just one of those polished surfers. Simon's still a bit of an adventurer of his own, loves to travel, loves to find waves in remote parts of the continent. You see, kind of just squeezing speed out of a smallish wave. You may feel that he may have just exercised a bit more patience and waited for a bigger set with that 5 minutes on hand. But either way, he's plugged a couple of backhand turns for us. We'll see where that score actually lands. We've gone down to just over 4 minutes on the clock. Let's see how Last of Blue's score updates. Well, there we go. 5.2 for Simon Fish. And 4th to 1st, the heat changes. Simon Fish now in the lead. Mikhail Thompson sets down into 2nd. Shannon Ainsley chases a 4.88, now down in 3rd. Jono Bruton all the way from 1st down to 4th, needs just a 5.28. So everybody in with mid-range scores. Spoke about what a well-balanced semi-final it looked like on paper, and it's turning out that way. Everybody in with a shout here to find a spot into the finals. But for now, Bruton's gone down to 4th. Couple of sets approaching. Priority at play here. And Jono Bruton's chance now to flip the heat upside down again. Big wrapping turn, slightly caught behind here. Out on the face again. That's a decent cuddy. So right now it's really 2 cutbacks. End section just to bank off. So 3 sort of roundhouses and a little chip onto the end section. Can't help but feel that there was some score in the lip line, but he was stuck behind it. Still smooth surfing. Let's see where this number lands. It's in the hands of the judges, as they always say. Judges' scorecard open for Jono Bruton, waiting for that number. Needs a 5.28 if he's going to go up to 2nd. If he does, it'll be at Mikhail Thompson's expense. So Simon Fish out front. For now, Mikhail Thompson in that second place position. We expect something more from Shannon Ainsley as well. There he is, using that first priority. See if he can have an impact on the heat. Mikhail Thompson's just bumped up into first priority. So let's see where all these numbers go. Oh, Jono Bruton. A 4.1. It's in his top 2, but it's not enough to get him out of 4th. Meanwhile, replays of Shannon Ainsley. And it's going to come in at a 4.43, so just short of going up to 2nd. So even though that looked pretty on paper, Simon Fish in 1st, Mikhail still in the advancing 2nd place position. So Ainsley remains 3rd, chasing the 4.88. Bruton remains 4th, chasing the 5.28. Lovely little snap here for Mikhail Thompson. He want to up his numbers and up the requirement for both white and red to chase. Mikhail Thompson with under 1 minute to go. Meanwhile, another important wave here. Bruton's behind, not going to come around. 45 seconds on the clock. Seeing heat leader Simon Fish. Lovely letting go. Some energy on that second turn. Lovely combination. Gets 4 nice turns in, does your heat leader. Lovely smooth flow. Remember, Simon Fish leading the heat. One of his scores a 5.2, the other the 6.23. Got a feeling he might just improve on the 5.2 here. And if so, he will extend his lead over the rest of the field. As we watch the replay, the heat clock says 10 seconds. Just lovely flow down the line here from Simon Fish. As we mentioned, trying to improve on a 5.2, trying to extend his lead over the rest of the pack. And he will do by a half a point. Last of blue, a 5.83, sees Simon Fish locking in the heat win. Mikhail Thompson's going to look after that 2nd place position, and will lose Shannon Ainsley and Jono Bruton. Wow, that was a hectic semi-final by anyone's standards. We'll transition now to women's over 35 surfing. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from the semi-finals. Well, welcome back to the sights and scenes of the Masters South African Surfing Championships, coming to you live from beautiful Seal Point, Cape St. Francis. Out in the water, the women are getting stuck into it. It's a very well contested women's semi-final. On screen, Michelle van Kempen. She's the local representing Nelson Mandela Bay. Roxy Davis is representing the Cape Town Surfers in the red singlet. Heather Clark in the white. This is a loaded semi-final, dare I say. Angelique Kutzer will represent the Cape Winelands in the blue. As we continue with surfing action here from beautiful Seal Point, Cape St. Francis. See a nice little hit there to the lip for Michelle. Of course, maiden name Hill. Now Van Kempen. And a regular in the lineup here, and a regular in the contest vest as well. She'll know how to work against the experience of Roxy Davis on screen. Of course, Roxy, a former national champion and national colours of her own. Her and husband William and the kids are here for a lovely bit of recreation and surfing at Cape St. Francis. And an exchange taking place here. Angelique Kutzer, also up and riding, your Cape Wineland surfer. And as we chat about all of that and the judges think about these scores, this is just Roxy Davis's replay. Down the line from Roxy. She got a 10-point ride yesterday. And she'll be wanting to bring that flow and form into the semi-finals and find her way to finals. And perhaps take home a title in 2026. Talking of titles, I'm sitting next to the boss of the broadcast. We'll say, well, okay, the other boss. We'll greet Ernst Olof, a regular in and around the Supers lineup, and getting a lot of work done here on the broadcast. Ernst, welcome to your own work site.
Thank you, Giggs. Yeah, I wanted to just thank our advertisers that have been absolutely a testament to this incredible community of Kocha. I mean, within one business day, they put their hands up and they said, we'll give you the money, let's make this the best contest ever. And what a testament. So we've seen some of them, but the only guys that can't be here in person are the guys from Eezi Move and Outdoor Photo, because they're based in Pretoria. And we used to live in Pretoria. Just back to the action.
All right, we'll cover that for you. Having a look at the exchange. There's Heather Clark on screen. Of course, chatting with Ernst Olof about all the moving parts and all the various people that have, really sewn together an amazing event. And we spoke to Christo from Sevos Construction, his support as well. And Ernst, how good are these conditions as well for finals day? So blessed.
Awesome. We prayed very hard for this. Would have been nice if it's slightly bigger, but at least it's contestable. Beautiful day. Light. Well, slightly onshore, maybe a little bit north, but still doable. I think it's better than Raglan's, but we'll leave it at that. So Eezi Move and Outdoor Photo are based in Pretoria, and we lived there straight before coming down to Jeffreys Bay in 2014. And I've got a very close relationship with them. Eezi Move is my ex-neighbor from Pretoria, and he and his wife started their removals company with a bakkie in Pretoria in Sunnyside, helping students move, and he's grown it to a massive empire, and he even does international removals now, shipping containers, the whole thing, and he's got branches all over South Africa now. Durban, Joburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, PE, George, Durban, I think East London maybe as well, stand to be corrected, and they are just incredible. They moved us down to J-Bay as well, and amazing. They moved our piano, they created our piano. So if you want good value for money, an incredible service in getting your stuff anywhere in South Africa, look up Eezi Move. It's just eezi.coza, and they'll give you fantastic service. Yoppie and his wife are a killer husband and wife team. I've got so much respect for how they work together and how his wife supports him. Shout out to Anneke and their kids. And Jopp is now, the owner Yoppie has also become a grandfather. So congrats, Yoppie. Over back to you, Giggs.
Ernst, thanks so much for all the work that you're doing in the background. A huge shout out to each of the sponsors. I mean, so many other people to thank as well. Think of St. Francis Brewery, we think of Sothebys, and all the various players. And just incredible that you've managed to cast a net and get all of these guys to support the event.
Well, I think first, as I said, it's the incredible community in around Jeffreys Bay and St. Francis. That's the main thing. I don't think anywhere else in the world people would have responded within one business day and help us get the money together to get a team of 10 people producing this broadcast. And shout out to my team, Jess from Open Plan Pictures, unbelievable. And just watching someone in blue. You want to take over, Giggs?
Well, as I say, we'll keep the scorecards ticking while we have a chat with Ernst Olof, and just crediting everybody that's really played such a big part. Angelique Kutzer, Cape Wineland surfer, just staying in the story here. Of course, Heather Clark doing a fantastic job of amassing 2 solid numbers already. We'll talk more about that. But Ernst, thanks so much for the shout-outs. And of course, Outdoor Photo.
Yeah, so Outdoor Photo was started by my best friend Deirdres van der Merwe and his wife. Once again, a fantastic husband and wife team. And we see Roxy going down the line. amazing speed, fantastic agility. I don't know what board she's surfing and where she's getting them, but they must be good. But of course, let's take away from her talent. We're just watching the replay. And thank you, Christoph, for that fantastic work on the replay cam. I just have to absolutely give a shout out to the team. The guys are here at 4 o'clock in the morning. We pack up until 6. They work very, very long hours. Super dedicated. No one complains. And we're all surfers. You know, we're doing it for the passion. We can all earn a lot more money doing other things, other industry work. But we do this because we love surfing. And on the topic of photography and surfing, Outdoor Photo was started by Hedris and his wife, I think 22 years ago. Just, I think 2003 they started, 2003 they started, the year I got married. And I've been their customer. I buy all my Canon equipment only from Outdoor Photo. And they have just, the other reason is they give me such incredible service. I just recently upgraded my camera equipment. Firstly, they gave me a fantastic trade-in on my old stuff, made it super easy for me to do the upgrade. Then they gave me super service, fantastic pricing, and incredible advice, and they just couriered everything straight to me. So if you need anything photographic, anything remotely connected to a camera, from a cable to a battery to a lens to a mixer to memory cards, Outdoor Photo are your guys. Yeah, great guys.
Well, thanks, Ernst. Great chatting. Outdoor Photos, Eezi Moves, and all the other sponsors, huge thank you, as we'll focus in on the surfing and the action again. And, well, of course, this will be a throwaway score for heat leader Heather Clark, and she's already amassed a couple of big numbers. And, of course, a goofy footer leading this heat. And it was a strong but spirited set of scores that came in for winner of that last heat, Simon Fish. We're going to jump in and chat with him shortly. Of course, Simon playing a very important role in the local board riders, and we're going to refuel him as well. Welcome to the bench, Simon.
Hello, everyone. What's that?
Simon, fresh out from the lineup there. You know what? There's actually a super tight set of scores there. You guys all hovered between first and fourth. I mean, Mikhail Thompson, always a tough customer in the lineup. Jono Bruton's been ripping. But you sneaked one. You got your momentum going with that 6-2-3.
Yeah, I think I kind of wanted to get a solid score early, and then I made a mistake going on a closeout. And then it was a relief to get a 6-2-3, and then not long after 5-something. So then I had a bit of confidence, and because I know like those aren't really outstanding scores today. There's 9s going down, so I was still a little bit nervous, and then well, it just kind of worked out in the end.
Well, you're setting yourself up for a potential title in the age group. You know, I would say still fair conditions here, light variable winds, and a fairly steady swell, all things considering. It's hardly anything showing on the charts.
Yeah, I guess it's just a perfect like autumn day, but not much swell. There's still waves to be ridden and ripped on, so that's fine. And yeah, in the final, so it'd be nice to win here at home. Even though this isn't my favorite wave in the area, by no means, it's still our bread and butter here. We surf it like every other day, so it'd be nice to win at home in front of home crowd.
Of course, you're heavily involved with the community side of it, the board riders and such. You know, just leading and looking after the coastline itself. You know, tell us a little bit about that sort of role for you.
Yeah, the board riders is basically made up of St. Francis Bay and Cape St. Francis. I've been involved for about 10 years, and my role is kind of to see that the promenade here gets cleaned up and then help out with events, because I've probably got the biggest contest surfing background on our committee. But yeah, I mean, the upkeep of the showers and toilets, and you know, we have the grass cut now and then before events. We also put on junior events for in the beach break for the up and coming kids who are coach as well. So yeah, a bit of our fundraising. We got good sponsors like Billy's Beach throws us a chunk of money every year, so that helps a lot for us. And yeah, there's a bit of money in the bank, and we can run some fun events and look after the place.
You guys had your showdown with the J-Bay board riders, I think, you know, within the last month or so, if I recall. Is there revenge on the cards for 2027?
Yeah, I think we'll try and put together a good team for next year. Maybe we'll get some of the the longboarders involved. We were a bit weak there. So hopefully they can get on the nose for us. You know?
Board riders, it's on in 2027. Shot Simon, yeah, good luck, eh? Great surfing, and yeah, he's on his way to the finals. Of course, out in the lineup, seen a lot of good numbers dropping already for women's competition. Heather Clark out there, her backhand. Of course, Simon getting his semi-final win on his backhand, and Roxy Davis also busy in the lineup there. And yeah, just fantastic times in and around the contest senior. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. We've put it together just with community support, and really just a fantastic effort from everybody, all the moving parts of a South African Masters Championships. This particular heat, around 6.5 to go, so still some surfing to come our way, as you'd expect. Heather Clark representing Team Ugu in the white, way out front. One of her scores, again, a massive number, 917, just speaks testament to those foundational years of her junior career and then into the SA Champs framework of the time. Of course, multiple national titles for Heather before she would turn to the professional level, and a number of years on the championship tour. Of course, grown up on those right-hand point breaks in and around St. Michael's on Sea, and that really groomed her surfing, so much so that she would, I'll talk about it more because she's on her way to a final, but her performances in Hawaii over the years. So Heather Clark out front in this encounter, and Roxy Davis, who had a screamer over heat yesterday, including a 10-point ride, finds herself in that second place position, comboed by the way, which means that if she's going to steal the lead from Heather, she's got to find 2 new scores, but she's got a fair buffer of scores over Angelique Kutzer in the blue. Angelique in blue, Cape 1 and surfer needs a 4.9, and Michelle van Kempen in yellow down and fourth looking for a 4.48. So very close heat on paper here for the other advancing position alongside Heather Clark. We'll see if Roxy Davis can keep herself in the saddle, so to speak. She's got first priority, so she'll want to use it smartly. She'll want to keep both blue and yellow in the lineup off any potential numbers and look to improve her own scores. One of Roxy Davis's counting rides is a 3, so she'll definitely want to get rid of that and make a slightly bigger requirement for her 2 opponents. Just sitting back, allowing the heat to continue to shape up with 4 minutes now to go. You're seeing Angelique Kutzer on your screen. She's the one that's down in third. She's not going to find a wave in the lineup with that paddle, and what she has done is she'll keep herself down in that 4th priority. Great to chat to Simon Fish. As I mentioned, he is on his way now to a final. He'll be in the over 40 men's final. Tyrell Johnson, Simon Fish, Travis Nordia and Mikhail Thompson will contest that title at around 2 this afternoon. Of course, over 65 men's will start the finals, and we'll rattle them off from around 12:30. So moving through the draw here on finals day. And this is an important wave for Roxy Davis, just to drop the 3-point ride. Lovely flow there. Of course, her maiden name back in the day, Roxy Towell, was a national team member multiple times. Of course, her own SA titles to talk about. Setting up that business on the Muizenberg beachfront back in the day. now involved with the Ocean Freedom Sunblock Company along with her husband William. And I've got a feeling that she may just be creating an extra little buffer of score here, trying to just nudge that 3-point rod a little bit up this way, kind of lateral down the line. Not sure where this is going to land on the scorecard. You know that Michelle van Kempen is very capable in the lineup with 2 minutes to go of finding a 4.48. Meanwhile, heat leader on screen, Heather Clark, has literally slayed her competitors and is on her way to another final, as you would expect for Heather. And Roxy Davis just weighing here on that last score. She's done a good job of it, 4.93. So securing second place for now, because Michelle van Kempen has got a little bit of momentum of her own. Van Kempen has jumped up to third, but will need a 6.4 to take the second place position. So remember, semi-finals, 2 through to the final. Heather Clark and Roxy Davis right now will want to just hold position in the lineup. It is a first priority for Angelique Kutzer. But Angelique for Cape Winelands, she's got to find a 6.83 to find her way into Roxy Davis's second place position. And 1 minute to go. Of course, this is semi-final number 1. Down the line, lots of speed. Is Angelique going to find her way around the corner? The answer's no. And that might be all she wrote, because first priority now has fallen back in rotation onto Roxy Davis. And I can tell you Roxy in the red singlet is going to be keeping a very close eye on Michelle van Kempen in yellow. You can actually see her moving through the lineup towards her competitor as we just watch the replays on the screen. But we're going to start counting this heat down now. Beach announcers will shout out 10 seconds to go. And with no waves on the horizon, it's going to be an official result. Heather Clark and Roxy Davis are going to go into the over 35 women's final. We'll sit back and take a quick break. We'll be back for more women's semi-final action after this. All right, straight into action and bring you some replays of over 35 women's semi-final number 2. It's coming at us thick and fast. Out in the lineup, Penny Stemmett is in yellow representing Cape Winelands. Jeannie Holmes in the blue for Team Eden. Tamaris Demaruson in the red for Ilembe. Lisa Mace for Cape Town Surfers in white. Just on your screen there, Penny. Strong, sturdy surfer. Of course, out of the same region as Mikhail Thompson. Surfers of the Strand. A lot of the Afrikaans speaking surfers in the area, affectionately, if it's onshore, they'll call it stront. A lot of people might not get that, but you know, either way, it's the go-to beach for all the university students over in Stellenbosch. Of course, Somerset West and that region, just a beautiful part of the Cape Winelands. Of course, a massive economic driver, the wine exports. Women's semi-final number 2. Clock ticking away, still plenty of time, 17 to go, and a couple of scores landing for us in the break before we came back to coverage. Tamaris de Maruson had found a 5.73 in the lineup. She's your Ilembe surfer in the red. Lisa Mace, Cape Town surfer in white, has also done a good job of fetching a 5.33 in the lineup. So early pace setting there from Tamaris de Maruson and Lisa Mace. We'll have Penny Stemmet and Jeannie Holmes chasing. Pretty much got to find some fives of their own. If you just joined us, what are we at, 11:30 in the morning. Tide has turned. Light sea breeze conditions here at Seal Point. As we mentioned, for those that know the lineup well. Over to, we're sort of down from Full Stop Rock here, so we kind of got a view up the entire point, but all the surfing has taken place to the lighthouse end of the break itself, and it's been super fun calling the heats. Trust that you've enjoyed it with us. Got a late call up to say all the tribe are gathering, let's have a Masters SA Champs to set the standard, and trust that everyone's enjoying it. Of course, I got a secret little sort of support with the Eden surfers of my own, because I grew up in the eThekwini region. These days the surf shop at Vic Bay has me visiting the garden route a lot, and of course the Eden surf team based there. Of course, in the lineup, Jeannie Holmes, hubby and amazing surfer Sean Holmes will be on the rocks directing the traffic. Meanwhile, amazing surfer is Tamaris de Maruson as well. She's representing the Ilembe, which is that region to the north of Durban. Just a little wrangle there with the whitewater, but a couple of nice turns. Of course, young Tamaris at a very young age showed her surfing talent in Alkanstrand up in Richards Bay. Think of Daryl Stretch Adams, Freddie LaRue, the whole crew up there. Even kneeboarders like Lester Sweetman and various surfing talents from that beach. And of course Tamaris from that Richards Bay region originally, now based on the north coast, just sort of in and around Belido, Westbrook area. Just such an accomplished surfer, national titles of her own through the years. Of course, making the national team, I think, back in 96 or 98. I have to pull up some stats on Tamaris. But she's always a contender when she's in the draw. And right now she is the heat leader with a 5.73 and a 3.67. So pretty much that single turn on the open face for Cabbage for the 3.67. As we mentioned, Lisa Mace, just a single ride of a 5.33 sets herself up for a good backup score to come. She could be securing a place in the finals of her own. We'll see where Jeannie Holmes and Penny Stemmet can unlock scores. They've got plenty of time to do it. Well over 13 minutes to go. We'll be back for more. Were we on an ad break?
No.
So, are we? Beautiful seal point on your screen. Finals day of the Masters, SA Champs, last of the semi-finals. We're sorting out our finalists in the women's over 35. A couple of nice snaps in the middle of your screen for Penny Stemmet. This is easily her best ride thus far. Nice combination, kept that one moving down the line. Here's Jeannie. We'll pull up a replay for her. There we go, live action. Jeannie Holmes, Vic Bay local. Of course, enjoying that garden route lifestyle. Both the daughters and husband Sean, just regulars at Vic Bay. Meanwhile, pulling up the tape here for Penny Stemmet, Cape Winelands representative. A nice little float over the whitewater there on that EPS carbon construction. Let's see where that score lands. Be your best wave thus far. Prior to that, a 0.73 and a 1.5. A little over 11 minutes to go. Judges working on a score now for Penny Stemmet. As we mentioned, other surfers like Mikhail Thompson from that beach already finding his way through to a finals. And his, yeah, we can have a chat to Heather Clark. Why not? She can just jump in here. Perfect. Perfect. We're in women's semi-final number 2. 10.5 minutes to go. Joining me is Heather Clark. We're going to chat to Heather in a bit. Let's just have a lock onto this wave on your screen unfolding. On the wide shot, you can see ocean conditions still very contestable. And a nice exchange taking place here with Tamaris de Marusan on the outside, heat leader in red, slashing nicely. Meanwhile, on your screen, Lisa Mace finding her second counting right. So good exchange here between surfers both in first and second on the heat. And, well, have a look at Lisa Mace here. She finds her way down the line. Kind of cool that we can scrub the YouTube and you can watch yourself surfing. And Heather, you'll get home and you'll do all of that. As you know, you've got a final to deal with and a drive back to the Ugu region. But welcome for a quick chat, Heather. Clubbing that semi-final number 1.
Thanks, Gigs. Nice to have you around. Oh, always. Yeah, I know that semi I was like really nervous. I don't think I ever go into a heat without being nervous. Yeah.
I was going to say, you've done this so much. How do you actually get nervous?
No, I do. I always said if I had false teeth, they must probably fall out my mouth. But I do, because you never know if you're going to get the wave, if you're not going to get the wave, if it's the right wave. So, yeah, that one small one came through and I thought, you know what, when I was out there this morning, I got some little ones and they worked. So I know the bigger ones also work very well, but I got the first one. I think I got a 7 on it, and then thought, okay, just relax, calm down. I had Mr. Mark Wright and Rooster up in my corner there, so yeah, and then I got the 9.5, which felt really good.
Nice. Well, you're going to be in another final. Of course, Roxy Davis has been surfing really well as well. I mean, she's progressed with you in that semi-final. Yesterday she got a 10, so you know you're going to go into that final with still some of those nerves rattling.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, even with Michelle and Angelique there, when there's waves, you can't let your guard down. The final, whoever gets through this heat here, it's going to be a good one. And yeah, Roxy got that 10. She's an amazing surfer. Yeah, she won last year, so yeah, we'll be in a final together again. So yeah.
And a good vibe amongst the Team Ugu as always.
Yeah, we got good support. We've got, I think there's 3 other of my teammates into the finals today. So yeah, we're having a good run and the support is awesome.
And just to talk to the conditions out there, because viewers are watching it on the screen, always maybe looks a little prettier than what it is. How the waves themselves, they've got a bit of push to them.
Yeah, they actually do. Like I said, even this morning, like on the small ones, I was still able to get like 3 or 4 turns in, and it was like really, really small. I wasn't trying to get the big ones out there with Gary and Tyrell out there and Greg. So I just plodded along on the inside, and like I said, even with that 7 that I got like pushed, and the conditions are actually nice. Some of the waves have got a few more, some heats are a little slower, but there are waves out there. So if you're just patient, and you can't be too patient, I think, but I don't know, you just got to take it as it comes.
Well, I know, go and get ready for another final, Heather. Great to chat to you. And yeah, we'll establish those other 2 finalists to take you on. So, surf fans, Heather Clark will be up in the women's over 35s final in the early afternoon. Right now, we're sorting out that second semi-final. Tamaris de Maruson out front, improving her numbers slightly as well, a 4.27 in the hat for heat leader in red, Tamaris. So the Elembi rider and Lisa Mace for now still securing that second place position, a 3.23 adding to her 5.33. So Cape Town Surfers flying the flag with Lisa Mace in white. Penny Stebbins chasing, but doesn't need a big number. So Penny Stebbins just a 2.46 requirement with around 6.5 minutes to go. So have some fun with this second semi-finalist. Jeannie Holmes on screen. Jeannie, as I say, charging some really solid waves in the last season or 2 down at Vic Bay. Very sturdy on her backhand. And you just see her just wrapping up this particular ride for the Eden team. She finds herself down in those numbers, chasing the second place. Jeannie Holmes in 4th, looking for 7.5 now. And I'll tell you what else has happened while we were chatting. Penny Stebbins has found a 6.1 and a 4.83 back to back, and she's flipped the heat upside down. So flipping the script with 5.5 minutes to go. New heat leader now is Penny Stebbins. Surfer in yellow already back in the lineup with a second priority as well. So Tamaris, who holds the first prio, was the heat leader for most of this heat. She's dropped down to second. So it is a case of yellow leading red second. We'll keep updating those scores on your screen. As we mentioned, of course, as well, you can follow this on live heats. A couple of meaningful sets approaching the lineup here as we hit the 5-minute mark. You'll see some solid white water now in the middle of your screens. Does anyone pick up that one? It's one of the bigger waves we've seen in the last while. Looks like Tamaris de Maruson's going to find the shoulder of it, but it's not going to pay out. Now the question is, she did use a priority. Even though she didn't stand up, she paddled for it. So that will change her priority standings in the heat. You don't have to stand up to lose the prio. So she'll go down to 4th priority. So a little lesson there for competitors. If you paddle and you start gliding and moving, priority judge is going to remove your prio. So went from 1st priority down to 4th. 4 minutes to go. She still holds that second place position. Lisa Mace, Cape Town Surfer in 3rd, chasing a 4.68. That's achievable. You look at this opening score of Lisa Mace of a 5.33. Lisa Mace needs to back herself now and find the 4.68. It's possible. Jeannie Holmes is being a little stretched here. Of course, Jeannie mixes it up in the long boards as well as the short boards. Gets a lot of water time with her entire family. Always smiling. Always happy. Ever present in their happiness. But for now, Jeannie Holmes, a 2.5 and a 2 on the scorecards. Puts a big requirement on her. Meanwhile, heat leader Penny Stebbins has just stayed busy on that epoxy board. And she's glided her way to the 6.1 and the 4.83. So she can still improve her scores herself and extend that lead just a touch. Lovely jam to the lip here. Wondering if the judges might just up her lead just a touch. 2-turn combo. see if that number improves for Penny. Either way, she is leading the heat. And this one has whizzed by, 2.5 minutes to go in the over 35 women's semi-final. See the tide starting to drop, little rock pool starting to appear on the inside. We had that high tide around 90 minutes ago, I'd say, just over an hour and a half ago. So water's starting to drain out of the bay here. Beautiful sunny conditions, light variable winds. Of course, a huge shout out to Nikki Lindsay and the Super Spa as well for their contribution to the event. Just confirming, Penny Stemmen's last ride 3.9, not in her top two. So no change to the heat leaders, 10.93 lead over the rest of the pack. Tamaris Demaruson made that priority error earlier. She's in second. We're keeping a very close eye on Lisa Mace in white, the Cape Town surfer, with now 1 minute 20 to go. Of course, we had a chat with Heather Clark, winner of that last semi-final. Heather and Roxy Davis waiting in the finals for the top two positions in this semi-final as we hit the last minute here. Women's over 35 semi number 2 starting to draw to a close. Penny Stemment and Tamaris Demaruson. Is Lisa Mace going to find a 4.68 in the lineup with a second priority in and around the takeoff zone? Always interesting to see if surfers don't just change up their position a bit, break away from the pack. The other thing that you can do is you can go very deep, because if you end up riding and the horn blows, someone with the higher priority with you can't then rob your score, so to speak. And you saw there Tamaris just getting up and out. Probably an unnecessary roll of the dice. All she's done there is she's bumped herself back down to 4th priority. And this is an important wave right now. Here we go. Lisa Mace, Cape Town surfer. Just from a little bit behind. Was needing a 4.68. We'll take a quick ad break.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water.
Welcome back to the Masters South African Surfing Championships, coming to you from Cape St. Francis. Over 35 men's semi-finals, heat 1 in the water. We're establishing finalists. Manfred Adrio, former SA champ back in 2015, is in the lineup representing the Cape Town surfers this time. Aidan Jeans, quality backhand surfer from Eden is in the lineup in white. Bruce Campbell, Nelson Mandela Bay in yellow. Keegan Nell in the Buffalo City blue singlet this time. And welcome to the last of the semi-finals. Of course, this one out in the water, still plenty of time, 17:45 on the clock. Then the second semi-final will follow this with Adam Hansen, Clint Gravett, John O'Hill and Craig Johnson looking for berths into that over 35 men's final. And when we wrap up these semis, we'll start off with the over 65 men's final at about just after 12:30, folks. So 12:38, probably about 20 to 1. So we're about to, not far now from having all the finals underway. Last of the two semi-finals in the over 35 men's. No real numbers to talk about just yet. Manfred Adrio squeezed a little 1.23 out of the lineup. No great shakes just yet. Of course, a shout out from Spider Murphy. He's got a number of team riders coming up in their finals. Think of Greg Emsley, think of Heather Clark and a few others. How's it spin? Great to hear from you. So Simon Fish, I'm told, is surfing for eThekwini this time round. I won't question that. Maybe he's got a country membership. Who knows? Either way, beautiful conditions here for finals day. So many familiar friends and faces. Everyone looking for their wins in 2026.
Lunch is on the way. Lunch should be here shortly, kids. Lunch is coming.
Cool beach scenes here at Seal Point. One of my favorite little getaways. Always a wave in the region. Of course, so many people's favorite holiday destination as well. Seal Point for many years, the venue for the university championships, a legacy of drinking and competing. Of course, love hearing all the stories from former Surfing South Africa President Robin de Kock. He's always got so much insight and so much history to talk about. Lovely open face swoops here for the man in blue. Rail to rail, keeping it moving is Keegan Nell. Nice snap. That's Keegan's opening ride. So a little bit of a slower start here to semi-final number 1. Bruce Campbell squeezing a small score in as well. Nothing yet for Aiden Jeans, who now holds the first priority. So we'll see if the Vic Bay local Aiden can set the pace for the heat. He'll be selective with that first priority. Of course, Aiden and family cooking the best steaks in the wilderness. Joplin's right on the N2. Stop in there for a great supper. My unashamed plug for Joplin Steakhouse. See, that way when I go and see Aiden, then I get an extra couple of 100 grams on my fillet. But some of the juiciest steaks. Of course, a beautiful region, that garden route. And I'm going to step out for just a touch, take a little breather. We're going to get Jess Toy back in, and she's going to have some fun with this men's semi-final.
I'm nature. I'm calm.
We've seen a lot of action this morning from our surfers. We've had most of our division surf, as well as the women previously surfing. We are now into the first 5 minutes of the over 35 men. Giggs has been taking you through most of the morning, and I've been sending people down here, the heat winners, to do interviews with him, so I hope you enjoyed those. We already have some scores that have come through for our surfers. We have blue dropping a 5.83 and white dropping a 2.6, and then Bruce Campbell in the yellow dropping a 2-point ride, and then Manfred dropping a 1.23. Seeing some waves come through now. This is surf in the yellow, Bruce Campbell, making his way around that section. Some nice smooth surfing from him as we see a power turn from the back. This is Manfred Adrio. Great ride from that surfer in the red. We'll see what the judges think of those two waves from surfer in the yellow and surfer in the red. Very impressive surfing there from both our surfers, but surfer in the red, just catching a glimpse of him behind surfer in the yellow. That powerful first turn that he did, really critical. So we'll see what the judges reward that wave from. And that wave comes in. It is an 8-point ride. So surfer in the red, Manfred, really putting his all into that turn, and it was greatly rewarded by the judges. So just really impressive surfing there from our surfer in the red, bringing him up to first position from last. It has turned out to be an incredible day down here at the beach. The last day, just being provided with some amazing weather. The sun is out, people on the beach in their cozies, which we haven't felt in a while since the beginning of winter. So everyone just grateful to be down here. Conditions have gotten a little bit offshore, which I'm sure Giggs has mentioned, but yeah, definitely adding a little bit more punch to the waves, so super grateful for that. As we see surf in the red dropping an 8-point ride up again. Again, such powerful surfing from Manfred. As we see another powerful turn there from surfer in the blue right behind him. Some nice taps. Also some different maneuvers happening. We'll see what scores drop through for our surfers in the blue as well as red. Just some commentator judging here. I definitely reckon that surf in the red will improve on his 1.23, but we'll see what happens with surfer in the blue. And scores have come through for our surfers. Surfer in red dropping a 5.33, so my commentator judging was correct. He has now a backup ride of a 5.33 with a nice score of an 8-point ride, as we see now. White up and riding. Surfer in 4th position, currently needing quite a big score to advance. So just over 3 minutes remaining, and we have Surfer in the red in first with Surfer in the blue right behind him, and Surfer in the yellow in third, needing an 8.6 to advance. He's currently sitting in a first position, so he's going to have to do some waiting and some working to get that score. And Surfer in the white also needing quite a big score with being in 4th priority. We see our heat leader now up and running, looking to improve on his 5. We've been having a few planes fly over, as we see. A few colourful ones and some normal planes making their rounds away here. Surfer in the Reds last wave coming in at a 3.53, so it doesn't go into his top 2, but he still sits in the lead. Seconds remaining, and there are a few waves coming, but unfortunately I don't think they'll come in time. Maybe they'll come in time for the next heat. So those waves just coming in time, but our surfers choosing rather to wait. But now seeing a paddle from surfer in the blue. This is Craig Johnson. Looks like we have another paddle. A few waves coming through here for our surfers. Surfer in red, making his way around that white water. He's on his backhand, getting a few cracks at that first section of the wave. As we watch a replay here. And yellow now up and riding. This is some powerful surfing here on this wave. Really showing a variety of maneuvers in the small amount of time he had on that wave. Now White up and riding on his backhand. This will be White's first wave. Some nice surfing here from Surfing the White. This is Clinton. See what the judges think of that. But meanwhile, we've had a few scores drop. We have John O'Hill dropping a 5. That was Surfer in the yellow. And Surfer in the blue, Craig Johnson, dropping a 4.83. He is in second place, only needing a small score of a 0.18 to take that first position from Surfer in the yellow. Surfer in the red, also needing a small score to take second place from Craig. So definitely some more waves to be ridden, possibly some situation changes. We saw a few clips, but here's a replay of Surfer in the blue. Nice turn off the top. Deep bottom turn into that next one. Into that close-out maneuver. You know something that I have noticed? I have spent some time around some of the coaches, and I hear them explaining how important your bottom turn is. I've even had a little bit of shortboard coaching myself, and the biggest thing that I've been told is that your bottom turn plays a big part in your next maneuver. So making sure that you drop that back knee and get a nice deep bottom turn, really preparing yourself for that next maneuver, whatever one it is. But yeah, just an important step to learn. I'm sure you've heard a lot about First Choice High Protein, and I've tasted a few of the flavors, but I haven't tasted this one, and this one is the cookies and cream flavored. It is one I haven't tried yet, but I'm going to try it now, give you some feedback. But yeah, definitely a few of the flavors. I had the chocolate one. Not too keen on the chocochino, I think that's how I pronounce it. Yeah, I'm not into the coffee flavors, but I know Tash very much is into that chocolatey flavor. So she's been drinking a lot of those ones. It definitely makes a difference when it's colder. That must be my favorite one so far. I had the strawberry one as well. Definitely not as good as this one though. I think this is definitely my flavor. There's the branding. Very impressive branding, very attractive, with all the important information on the ends on the side. But Yeah, I could definitely have another one of those. One of the better flavors that I've tried. My personal preference. I know that Jess likes the strawberry one. If you are impressed by how fast and working the internet, or how clear and responsive the footage is, you can definitely thank one of our sponsors for that. You can thank True Technologies for giving us a reliable source of high-speed internet. They've been really helpful with keeping everything running smoothly and as responsive as they can make it. But yeah, we have quite a few people on the team this event, and it's just been an amazing opportunity, and they've been contributing quite a lot to helping it run smoothly. Some nice maneuvers there from Surfer in the white. I believe we also have a few other sponsors. We have Sevos Architecture, as well as Eezi Move, Night Beer. I think there was an interview with Gigs about the Night Beer. We also have Outdoor Photo on the team. All of these sponsors really making an effort to keeping the event running, or the live stream running smoothly. I don't know if I should be drinking this while sitting down the whole day, but I suppose it can help me get some energy to talk about a few more things. Some very interesting information on the side. Very easy to read. They've made it quite easy with some figures as well. See a small paddle here. Surf in the white. Nice first snap. Later. We've seen a few scores drop through for our surfers. But before I mention them, we have a surfer up and riding. There's a surfer in the red. This is Adam Hansen, currently needing a 7.67. Getting a nice few cracks off the top of that one. Wow, some powerful surfing here from Surfer in the blue. He needs a 7.17 to take the lead in this heat and come do an interview. We'll see if that gets him the score. But now Whiteman riding, looking to improve on his 6.13, and Red also wanting to advance, doing all he can. Where is Yellow? There is a wave out the back as we see a paddle. He needs a 6.51. Nice carve back to the pocket. And he goes again. Getting a third one in. It's looking like a good wave here for Surfer in the Yellow. Gonna give our surfers a run for their money. But we'll see what happens. It's looking like our lunch has arrived right on time. My stomach is rumbling. We have St. Francis Brewery Co. dropping off some food for us. They've been providing meals for us throughout this whole entire week, keeping us comfortable and fed, as well as pleased with the amazing food that they've been providing. So we see Craig now up and riding once again. Seeing what else he can get. And scores come in. Second to the last of Blue, a 7.17, so he moves up into the lead. Still waiting for Surfer in Red and Surfer in the yellow, his wave coming in at a 5.27, so not enough to steal first or second. Just waiting for some more scores to come through. Surfer in the white wave coming in at a 7.17. An 8.33, my apologies, and he takes first back from Surfer in the blue. Surfer in the blue comes down to second with another wave to come. We've had a few situation changes happening. And Surfer in the blue, his last ride coming in at 4.77, so it is white in first, blue in second, and yellow unfortunately falling out along with Surfer in the red.
Sorry, just got a question, do you mind? What time is the final this afternoon, roughly-ish?
This heat is the last semi-final and then the final stopped.
Okay.
So in the next 5 minutes?
Okay.
The
Thanks.
first final has just started.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have different divisions, so each of them are 20 minutes.
Okay, so it'll go on until... I'm just wondering whether I should go and get my wife to...
Introducing the surfers into the next heat, we have in red Gordon Harmer, in white Stefan Hare, in yellow Jeff Johnston, and in blue Andre Fenter.
Everyone was the same. Wait, the girls went to veg. Girls went to... No, chicken. Everyone wants chicken, yeah.
Going to be taking a little bit of a lunch break now, but stay tuned, watch the heats, and we are now into the first final. So it's going to start getting very interesting down here at the SA Masters Champs 2026 at Seal Point.
Gigs, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, here's your boy.
Okay.
Thank you.
My son can help carry the stuff.
Yeah.
I asked him, he's really
We are now 3 minutes into the second half of this heat, and we have a few scores on the board. We have Andre Fenter in the lead with a 4.17 and a 2.4, and Stefan Hare, surfer in the white, with a 5.67, sitting in second. I'm going a bit too fast here, but we have Jeff Johnston in the third position. Surfer in yellow, he's sitting with a 3.67. There are a few more scores to come through. Waiting for a few more scores to come in, but the current situation, oh, it has changed. Surfer in the white, catching another wave of 4.1, so he moves up into first position. We have now blue in second, yellow still in third, needing a 6.1. Super exciting to see how these heats unfold. We are into the first final of the day. Over 65 men heat one final, the first final of this whole entire week. So very exciting stuff here down at Seal Point. With 5.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, perfect. No, no, take them. Take them. Played it 12 times today. It's 7 times so far. Just also staying Thank you.
It's turned out to be a lovely day down here at the beach as we go into the finals. Some nice warmer weather, sun is shining.
I don't know if you try this flavor.
Three and a half minutes remaining, and I'm sure that Giggs, his commentating will be a lot more interesting than mine, but we have in the lead, currently winning the over 65 men final here in 2026 is Stefan Hare, surfer in the white, taking second so far. Still some waves to be surfed, a little bit of time left, but yeah, waiting to see if possible situations change. current situation is still the same. We have Red having a look at this one. He is now up and riding. He needs a 7.27 to take the lead. Nice first carve. See what this wave can do for him. Maybe improving his placing here. We'll see what the judges do with that. He's got 2 small scores currently.
I laughed. I went to the toilet and I walked past the TV and he said, "Eezi will be back soon." I'm like, you can't dish yourself like that.
With 40 seconds on the clock, we have our heat leader up and riding. On a good looking wave, Stephen Hare. Into the last 30 seconds of this heat. We have 3 scores to come through. Getting closer and closer and closer to that end of the heat mark. And counting this heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Still a few scores to come through. We'll see if any situations change. Surfers are very anxious to hear what their scores come through as. Just 2 small scores for surfers in 3rd and 4th, a 2.5 for surfer in the yellow and a 1.3 for surfer in the blue. Not going into the top 2 and not improving their situation, but we're still waiting on that wave for surfer in the white before we determine, before we can start the next heat. And that score comes in, it's a 5.5, so taking the win is Stephen Hare. We'll be taking a small break and then Gigs will be taking over.
Well, it's a beautiful lunchtime here in Cape St. Francis. It's the South African Masters Surfing Championships, and we are crowning champions, and the first one has just been crowned. The beacher making some noise for Eden's Stephen Hare in the over 65 men's final. Exceptional surfer is Stephen, representing the Eden district, and he'll take that win. There you see him on screen. Gordon Harmer will get the runner-up silver medal in the age category. Of course, congrats to Cape Wineland's Jeff Johnson and Andre Fenter. But Eden making some noise and some celebrations. Of course, Sun Forest will be perhaps down there supporting. Of course, Stephen Hare, just one of the stalwart regulars in the lineup. Master of the shortboard and longboard art at Victoria Bay, and he's brought that skill here for another national title in 2026. So huge congrats to Stephen Hare from Eden. That'll be a big set of numbers for the Eden team in the Teams Challenge. Remember, each of these districts competing against each other. Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela, Cape Winelands, and all the other regions. And over 60 men's finals out in the lineup. David Malherbe will take on Mark Burness, Richard Heath and Trevor Hansen. This will be another fun one to call. And conditions have just glassed off in the last half an hour or so. That wind really just lost a few knots. Definitely less ocean surface ruffle than an hour back. Of course, 1 o'clock local time here. So much to talk about in the seat. David Malherbe, such a campaigner. Of course, his young son Josh faring very well in the junior ranks. And the Malherbe family, just based out of Coffee Bay. Take a nice break there. It's just a beautiful part of the world. The Sugar Shack and the Coffee Shack, all part of the Malherbe clan. And Dave Malherbe, as I say, will show you around the area. Looking forward to a visit there in the region. Of course, just an hour down from Mthatha onto the coast. Dave tells me the road is good. So looking forward to visiting the Malherbes in the near future in beautiful Coffee Bay. You're seeing on your screen opening ride for probably the most experienced of all of our surfers in the category, former world number 7, former pro surfer Michael Burness. We had a good chat to him earlier. The Burn, grew up in the Bay of Plenty, Cauldron, went on to an illustrious professional career. Had a difficult time in surfing history for South Africa, but Burn will get his campaign underway here. Former Durban surfer, now residing and calling Jeffreys Bay home, so representing Nelson Mandela Bay. Wait for some numbers to lock in from the panel. Still plenty of time in this, 16 minutes to go. No waves yet for either Richard Heath, representing the Cape Winelands, or Trevor Hansen, fellow Nelson Mandela Bay surfer. Of course, Trevor Hansen getting past Nick Pike in the semi-finals earlier this morning. Look at the conditions on hand here. Herbie will hold the inside track to get his campaign underway here. David Malherbe step floats over that one. The judges will just hang a question mark on that completion. Meanwhile, Trevor Hansen, the Bully as he calls himself, is into his opening ride. Got a couple of strong rail drives there. So off, waiting for now for Richard Heath to open his account. Little look back to that floater. As we mentioned, you make your mind up, did Dave make that or not? Kind of judges, like I say, will just deem perhaps a little bit of lack of control there for Dave Malherbe for his opening ride. So we're crowning champions here this afternoon, waiting for numbers to drop on the live heat system. As we mentioned, Mark Burness now calling J-Bay home along with Trevor Hansen. Of course, Trevor forging his lifestyle in the early days from the sea, still an adept fisherman. Him and beautiful wife Kerry have sailed all around the world. So many adventure stories when you get them across the table. Of course, beautiful daughter Sadie, also now residing in J-Bay, running a very successful Sadie Cakes operation. If you're ever in Jeffreys Bay for the farmers market, check out Sadie Cakes. No one does a better wedding or birthday cake in the region. And of course, supporting Trevor Hansen along with the rest of the Nelson Mandela Bay team. We'll just wait for these numbers to populate. Down to 13.5 to go. Still waiting for opening numbers from the panel. Might just be a glitch in the system. Beautiful scenes here at Cape St. Francis for finals day. You're joining us in the over 60s men's final. Out in the lineup, Dave Malherbe, Mark Burness, Richard Heath and Trevor Hansen. So a couple of numbers coming in. Mark Burness opening his account with the 817. Judges bringing us numbers now. Trevor Hansen. A couple of sweeps on the forehand for a three-pointer. Judges deemed that last turn of Dave Malherbe on his opening ride incomplete, so he'll just sit with two, and first priority in the lineup with Richard Heath. We still await his opening ride. Clock's already just moved along quickly down to just over 12 minutes to go. But Mark Burness, strong statement already with that 817. As we had that chat to Mark Burness earlier, spoke of the realities of pro surfing back in the 80s. His career pretty much cut short at around age 27 or so. Think of the potential years ahead that Byrne had to sacrifice with just in the height of the apartheid clamp in the back half of the 80s, and really made it difficult for Byrne and his fellow pro surfers, names like Peter and Tommy Lawson, Gavin Spowett. Davey Stolk at the time was also knocking on the door of breakthrough. A number of other surfing talents. Of course, Martin Potter grew up amongst all of those names that I've just mentioned, but was travelling on the UK passport, and at an early age was really managed by the powers that be in Mike Thompson and the Gotcha clan. And Potts would travel and win a world title in '89. So just such a rich part of South African surf history. A lot of the Groms won't know a lot of that stuff. Here goes the Byrne now, wave number 2. Remember, he opened at the 817. Lovely flow down the line for 64 years of age. And the Byrne will just slash away, and it'll be an exchange as well. As we see yellow up and riding as well, Richard Heath. Nice opening ride for him as well. So over 64s, sorry, the over 60s, just setting the pace here. And that's a great opening wave for Richard too. So great heat unfolding here. Just after lunch. Beautiful Cape St. Francis. Halfway mark now as well, 10 minutes remaining. You see good flow, good composition of turns from Richard Heath. Team Cape Winelands. Their finalist going well here. Of course, we had Jeff Johnson in the previous final in the over 65s. Meanwhile, the mechanical approach of Dave Malherbe has been doing this for about 50 years now. Still a stoked surfer. Got to spend the winter on the north shore of Hawaii along with Paul Canning. Dave and Paul sort of just leading the pack of young grommets, taking both of their respective sons for their first North Shore experience, along with a bunch of other young names, among them Ryland Jarvis, and just a super cool guy, Dave Malherbe, always so much fun. First priority in the lineup now to Trevor Hansen, who's delighted with his appearance here in the finals. Let's see if he can roll his sleeves up and stay in that second place position. It's going to be a push from Dave Malherbe soon. Wait for the judges' numbers to land. Judges also thinking about that second ride of Mike Burness as well. As we mentioned, Richard Hirth representing Cape Winelands, that region around Somerset West, the Strand, encompassing the Hermanus region, and in and around there. Not technically wherever there's a grapevine do you represent Cape Winelands, but I don't know, maybe that is part of the criteria. A lot of the winemakers and vintners, very enthusiastic surfers. Think of the community in and around Stilby. Think of the winemakers in the Bot River region, guys like Sebastian Beaumont, very stoked wave riders. Ibn Sadi and all of them up the west coast. So wine and surfing have a little intertwined story, and well, Cape Winelands certainly a region being represented here at the SA Masters Champs. Just waiting for numbers to populate from that exchange. Just trying to refresh. Try to reboot the system here. A couple of slow patches as the tide goes out this afternoon. Lunchtime here. Of course, Brian Mulang got his catering trailer on site. Everybody enjoying what is unashamedly a glorious day at the beach. It's just as good as a winter's day gets here. Temperatures in the low to mid 20s centigrade. Light sea breeze just sort of brings a touch of temperature difference every now and then. Catching up scores as well as we watch wave number 3 unfolding for Mike Burness. His previous score now in at a 6.67, so this is wave 3. Want to see if he can up the numbers. And the Burn just able to, he's always been incredibly elastic through his hips and lower spine. Sort of keeps a strong leg structure. Meanwhile, here's a lovely answer and a proud answer on the back end as well for Richard Heath. Richard Heath opened with the 5.17. That was his second wave we've just seen. Might pull back the tapes for some relooks. But Mike Burness certainly will be charging towards a national title here. You'd think that it would be hard to stop him. 3 goofy footers in this lineup for the over 60 men's final. Just finishing up there, Dave Hansen will leave David Malherbe finishing on the inside, will leave Trevor Hansen on the outside. Little replay of Herbie. Dave did fetch a 7.93 earlier, and so looking to quickly build some momentum towards a potential heat win against Mike Burness here. The 2 goofy footers, Malherbe and Burness, putting their hand up, but I tell you what, it's been some good rides from Richard Heath. Meanwhile, Trevor up and riding, lovely flow from him. A little bit late perhaps on that end turn. You see how he just uses the upper body just to sort of wind up momentum. Of course, Trevor and his vlog channel, Next Offshore Adventure, always look forward to the next edition, covering all sorts of topics. Trevor just never misses a beat. Every swell, he's pretty much on it. Reads the charts like a true expert that he is, a waterman of note, accomplished sailor, accomplished fisherman. Wonderful family man and a good friend, I dare say, from time to time, when I don't irritate him. But just teasing him, Trev. He'll look back on this, he'll be laughing. And as I say, stoked to make the final. Stoked to be part of finals day. Of course, his second surf of the morning. Got through the semis along with Dave Malherbe earlier today. And conditions just absolutely pristine now as we go into the afternoon. 1:15. And about 3 minutes left in this heat, which really is now being totally dominated by Mark Burness. We spoke of his 817 to start. Judges' system just snagging us a little bit here, waiting for the updates. Of course, huge shout out to True Technologies as well for their data and support. 6.87 last of yellow. So Richard Heath, my apologies, doing a really fine job in the lineup as well. All three goofy footers going at it here on the seal point walls. It's going to put Trevor Hansen down into fourth. A couple of threes on the scorecard right now for Trevor. He'll want to break out of that pattern. And Beach Announcers just behind us here, updating us to the fact that Mike Burness has added the best score of the heat thus far, an 8.83. I spoke how limber he was through his lower body. One of the most fluid backhands on tour. Think of compatriots like Tom Carroll was shorter and stockier, perhaps a little more erratic in his maneuvers and flow than Byrne was at the time. It was an incredible goofy footer by the name of Greenie. Was Gary Green, was it? And of course Barton Lynch in that discussion as well. Damien Hardman, a two-time world champion on tour at the same time as Mark Burness. But the Byrne in his mid-60s and showing us his quality and caliber. 8.83 and an 817 for Mike. He's way out front. He hasn't comboed the field, dare I say. Herbie can still steal a heat win here. Dave Malherbe in second priority in red, sitting in second position in the heat, needs a 907, so it's a big stretch. And of course a huge congrats to Stephen Hare as well for his national title in the over 65s. Wonderful to see the Team Eden being represented.
You going to come and join me? You want to chat?
We're going to have a quick chat to Stephen Hare. We'll try and chat to as many winners as possible. We'll just watch this heat coming down to the final part of it. As we mentioned, Mark Burness just setting the pace here. And we're down to 30 seconds remaining. So we'll just shut this heat down and then we'll have a quick chat to Stephen Hare. Last gasp of the opportunities will go to Dave Malherbe on the outside. As we mentioned, Dave Malherbe down in second. Big score required if he wants to wrestle this win out from Mark Burness's hands. And Herbie just such a consistent competitor, always appearing in finals. And while we wait for that score to land, let's intro Stephen Hare. We'll wait for him to come onto screen. So just watching replays on your screen, folks. Dave Malherbe going to settle for a silver medal here in the age category. And that is going to bring a wrap up to the men's over 60. Mark Burness doing his best gigs impersonation. And we're just waiting to hear in the background. Next heat about to set off. But what a performance from Mark Burness, pair of eights, as that wraps up the men's over 60.
What do you want me to do, guys?
So Steve, we're going to chat to you off picture for now. Steve, over 65 champ, you came here with that mission in mind. How are you feeling?
Oh, really good, really good. Tiny conditions for all of us, but hey, you get lucky the longer you keep going.
Of course, all those hours in the lineup at Vic Bay keeping you incredibly flexible and fit, and certainly you showed some good heat savvy there as well. I think wave selection really went your way in that final.
Yeah, look, I mean, you get a chance of picking two, and you better make sure they're good. And that's it, because you know the rest of the guys are going to scratch, so you better be on it. And when you do get one, you got to make the most of it. So yeah, good one.
Oh, well done, Steve. And of course, a big feather in the cap for the Eden team there as well. Just seeing Mark Beness on screen. I mean, isn't he just surfing amazing for 64 years of age?
Unbelievable. Mark's crazy. I mean, he's just unbeatable, actually. Just a magnet, gets the waves, got all the moves. Still at 65. I mean, hey, he's a tough guy to beat. Really tough.
Absolutely. Chatting to Stephen Hare, winner of the over 65s, as we're watching action unfold in the over 55 men's. Another surfer that's just one of those absolute reliable machines was Wayne Monk. We saw him on screen there in white. Gareth Sepp's in the lineup with him, along with Wayne Clerk and Steve Bradell. But Steve, just to speak to your win again, and you know, all the years that you've been at it, and of course still many years ahead. We trust that we'll see you for many years to come in the lineup, and of course you'll be coming up in a couple of weeks' time at the Vic Bay Quad.
Local break, always a good contest. The guys love the break, and hopefully we'll bring some swell and some good surf. Always a good spot.
And also, you know, most everyone here has parented and fathered that second generation of surfers. A lot of the guys in the finals through the course of today, all fathering surfing talent. Incredibly proud of your son, Forrest, and what he's achieved as well.
Oh yeah, look, these kids they've got it all. They get to surf a break all the time, surf a lot. And it's a good place. It beats being on social media and all that bullshit. And go surfing, you know. That's what it's about. Keep fit and go for it.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Thanks, Stephen, for popping in. Appreciate it. Congrats again on another national title. We'll see you in Vic Bay.
Sorry, man.
Of course. Words from Stephen Hare there. Team Eden. Meanwhile, Nelson Mandela Bay team on screen. Wayne Clerk making his finals appearance in the men's over 55. Nelson Mandela Bay represented with Wayne. Two surfers representing Buffalo City. Gareth Sepp and Wayne Monk in red and white respectively. And then Steve Bradell making that trip from the KZN South Coast. Team Ugu. Let's see how he fares here in the lineup. But Wayne Clerk waiting for the score to land. You can see tide starting to run out. See a lot of sort of ripples in the foreground of your shot there. Signs of the rock shelves on the inside just starting to expose themselves a little more. Judges' scorecard getting some numbers in for us. Wayne Monk, surfer in white, has opened with a 4.5. Of course, Wayne Monk, as we mentioned, one of the consistent performers, just incredibly hungry still at this ripe young age in the over 55 men's. As Wayne Monk, along with a bunch of South African surfers, with that honour of representing the country as South Africa emerged from the blanket of apartheid and from sanctions. Of course, Wayne Monk, Vince King, Warren Kushner, and the talent of Carl Roux, all representing the men's in that 1992 ISA World Title readmittance into world surfing. What a trip that was. Incredible rejoining after 14 years of being excluded from competition. And Wayne Monk got to really flag bear and represent the country. Of course, Carl Roux, an almost world title on that re-emergence to sport, losing to Grant Frost, the Australian, by just a decimal of a point. We really thought that year that Carl Roux had won the ISA World Games. Of course, Heather Clark was part of that team as well. A beautiful flowing surfing on your screen. Conditions absolutely perfect here for Gareth Sepp, as he will get his scorecard moving for us. That was Gareth's first ride. Nothing prior to that. 13 minutes and 40 seconds to go. But Gareth also won a national title back in the last century. I say that with a touch of humor because I think it was in the early 90s that Gareth got that win. If I recall, it was at Nahoon. Consistent performer Gareth Sepp, along with the rest of the Buffalo City Surfers, always up for a good fight in a final. Trying to see where the scorecard goes for Wayne Clerk. A 2.83 for Wayne, our surfer in yellow, representing the local area, Nelson Mandela Bay. South African Masters Surfing Championships coming to you from Seal Point, Cape St. Francis. Beautiful conditions here as we crown champions in each respective division. On your screens, Gareth Sepp setting up another ride here in the final. I'm speaking about his national title wins back in the 90s. Gareth, part of that intense Buffalo City team. Of course, two Buffalo City surfers in this here over 55 final, Gareth Sepp and Wayne Monk. Always an exciting clash when those two get into a heat together. So much surfing talent out of that greater East London area. Of course, all of the mostly right-hand point breaks for the crew up there. Talking of the region, how was Solly Fowles and Grant Twiggy Baker's efforts a couple of weeks back? Towing into some history-making waves off the harbour wall on the south end of the East London harbour. Crazy stuff. Of course, that's the good part of the story. A lot of damage and destruction too with that cut-off low and the east direction swell, keeping the arborists and the insurance companies very busy. I tell people overseas, well, we actually haven't had an autumn. We just got absolutely bullied and then straight into winter, including some 100-kilometre-hour winds through the Western Cape and through all the way up the coast here. Town of George taking quite a lot of damage. Seen fallen trees all the way from Cape Town all the way up here to this region. Sadly, a couple of deaths as well from the probably the most severe storm in 100 years, a lot of people are saying. But I tell you what, it takes wind to make waves, and from somewhere far away we're being sent these 2 to 3 foot consistent southwest swells. Let's call it a southwest, and maybe a touch more south in it than southwest, but either way a lot of the coastline almost flat, and it's like a divine hand of blessing on us here. Just consistent waves in the top half of the point. Friends and family, everybody down and around the contest scene here. And of course that man on screen, Ernst Olof, he is part of the success of this event in 2026. Not sure if he's going to sneak off for a surf or what, but either way, looks good with the board under his arm. Actually looks better with a board than a camera. Of course, Ernst doing great work behind the lens, up in covering the Super Tube surf break. Of course, a number of photographers doing great jobs there. Think of Gordon Wood on the still camera. Think of Mike Ruthnam and all the crew. And of course, always unbelievable footage coming from everyone that's skilled with a camera these days in the area. A number of photographers working the break, so to speak. Talking about working the break, that's what Gareth Sepp has done. Seppi leading in red with 8 minutes to go. Gareth Sepp leads with a 5.67 and a 5.83. So you should be able to see numbers top left of screen. Wayne Monk, just a slower heat for Monkey. 4.5 for him. Right now, trying to find a backup score. And he's still quite low in the priority ratings here. Wayne Clerk sitting with first priority. Second priority with Steve Bradell. Having a look at requirements for Wayne Monk. Needs a 7-point ride to steal the lead from Gareth Sepp. So Gareth leading with the pair of fives. 5.83 and a 5.67. Again, speaking to the conditions on hand here. Tide going out. Low at around 4 p.m. this afternoon. So still we're about mid-tide right now. Just sort of bringing us a little bit of a lull. Slightly slower rhythm now to this over 55 final. So still around 6 minutes to go in the over 55 men's final. Then we'll transition to over 50 men's. And then we'll continue down the schedule. Over 45 men's final, over 40 men's. And then we'll wrap it up with over 35 women's final, over 35 men's final. Bring us to a finish at around 3:30 this afternoon. National titles in the age categories being handed out here. Of course, that over 65 win going to the Eden team and Stephen Hare. Over 60s final, a clear win for Nelson Mandela Bay with Mike Burness getting the win. And now trying to find a winner for you in the finals here of the over 55 men's. Gareth Sepp leading over Wayne Monk, Wayne Clerk and Steve Bradell. Still lots of work ahead for all of the surfers actually. I mean, even think of Gareth Sepp's heat lead right now. He can easily improve on a score. Meanwhile, Wayne Monk's still sitting on a single 1-point ride as one of his counting two. So that's very unlike Wayne Monk. He's normally characteristically quick out the gates. You'll find by the time 6-7 minutes has gone by, he's racked up 2 solid scores to work with, and then he'll cherry pick for improving his own personal score. So this is an uncharacteristic slow start for Wayne Monk. Thinking back to all the finals I've seen him compete at over the seasons. Steve Bradell, still lots of work for Steve. Team Ugu. Team Ugu getting finalists. And hopefully some titles here in 2026. You could play some fairly smart sports betting on here. The clock perhaps for Team Ugu. But right now Steve Bradell must do his part for the team from the southern Natal coastline. And as I said, just a really slow patch. This is one of the longest lulls we've seen through the course of today. Started early this morning with just after 7 a.m. Had to get through multiple divisions and semi-finals, and now crowning champions in the lineup here at Seals. Not sure if any of you were up in the silly hours watching Raglan take place. Some crazy heats in the men's quarterfinals there. Nice whipping turn from Wayne Clerk. That was a nice strong turn. You can see that tide dropping out. Lots of power from Nelson Mandela Bay's Wayne Clerk in the yellow singlet there for us. Nice jam. Lovely weight on the back foot there. His previous rider 2.83 will be dropping a 0.1. So either way, this will be a useful number. Wayne Clerk jumps up to second. Care of that last rider, 3.67. So leaping over Wayne Monk's second place position. Wayne Monk drops to third, and Monkey needs a 7 to take the heat win now. Care of the fact that he's sitting on a 4.5. So Gareth Sepp has done a quick early start to this over 55 men's final, and right now looks like we're steering our way very quickly to wrapping up the over 55 men's. So that clock has blazed away. It's down to 90 seconds. And Gareth Sepp, 5.67, 5.83. Our man in red way out front on the scorecard. First priority with blue, second priority with white. So we'd need a whole flurry of... We have seen sets with at least 3 waves in them when they do come. Sort of looking at the wide picture here of the lighthouse end of the break at Seals. All the surfing today and yesterday taking place to the right of Full Stop Rock, if you know the lineup. But we're inside the last minute and a little bit of movement. I've got a feeling we're going to see a little bit more movement in the lineup here. Could this upset the results of this heat? We'll find out. 35 seconds to go. Steve Bradell will get his wave number 2 now, and it's a good hit on the back end as well. This is now his best wave by a country mile. His previous score just a decimal. So Bradell bringing his best of the final. That wave's going to fade out. Does Wayne Monk find an opportunity with the clock moving towards 10 seconds? Let's see a line on your screen. We'll listen to the beach announcers. 4, 3, 2, 1. The horn blows and this wave will count. So this could be an interesting turn of the story. We lock into Wayne Monk on screen. Surfing here for a title perhaps. You can see him. He's the surfer in front in your action shot there. We're keeping it wide just to get 2 surfers involved here. Either way, Wayne Monk took an age to get that. That might be enough to steal the second place position of Wayne Clerk, because Wayne banked a 3.67 earlier on and jumped up to second. We'll wait for an official result here. Wayne Monk will not have surfed his best final. He'll be honest with himself with that, but really the ocean just went into a sleepy zone. You see Wayne Monk just slashing away, waiting for a judge's number on this. But Gareth Sepp, 5.67 and a 5.83 for the heat win. Remember that Wayne Monk will need to bring a score to us of a 7 or more if he wants to steal that national title in the over 55 men's. Not going to be enough. It'll be a 5-6-7, Wayne Monk's best, but enough just to jump to second. So huge congrats to Gareth Sepp in 2026. He is the over 55 men's champion. And just like that, we'll take a short break and we'll continue with finals day here at Cape St. Francis. Well, Gareth Sepp on screen. Now the over 55 SA champ, Buffalo City. The team all around him, building some team points here. Of course, we've had a win for Eden. We've had a win for Nelson Mandela Bay. And now a win for Buffalo City towards the team standings. Of course, Gareth Sepp getting that win over Wayne Monk. And we'll transition to the lineup. So we saw some surfing action just before the break. Cass Collier takes on Paul Canning, Gary van Verichen, and Philip Malherbe in the over 50 men's final. Still plenty of time. So join us for crowning a champion in the over 50s. Right now, Cass Collier gets his campaign underway with a step in the right direction, a 6.67 early on for the Cape Town surfer. Cass wearing red, Paul Canning's in white. PC just a little stuck behind the section. Had to sort of prone out and then stand up again. And he'll get a 4 from the judges for his opener. No opening rides yet for Gary van Verichen or Philip Malherbe. Quarter to 2 in the afternoon. Finals day unfolding beautifully here. A little bit of wispy clouds sort of at the higher altitude over us now. I'm not sure what that indicates, but I would say nothing unforeseen in the way of weather for the remaining heats here. Light sea breeze, light variables. It's almost gone perfectly glassy in the lineup here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Of course, all the action coming to you from Seal Point. Of course, this is Cape St. Francis, next door St. Francis Bay. All sort of one footprint these days. Love visiting the St. Francis Bay Village. Of course, the St. Francis Bay Brewery. Huge shout out to Linky and her crew for looking after us in 2026 again. Cool town, lots of people just in and out. Beautiful theme of architecture. In the old days it used to be the entire village was thatch. Of course that has been replaced, but still with the grey tones of roofing. Think of the wonderful properties in and around the canals. Think of the VISSLA brand and their store in the village itself. So a cool town with great stores, great restaurants. The new jetties also really getting a lot of interest. I've seen finalist Trevor Hansen really covering that over the last few months. Of course, next offshore adventure, you look that up on YouTube. And seeing how those beach restoration plans unfold. It is building up sand. A good summer of onshores will move a lot of sand into place. Of course, the Crom River having a big flush in that cut-off low a couple of weeks back. Lots of the rivers running very strongly. Of course, just thoughts and condolences to people who've suffered tragedy and loss. Think of the Gamtoos River, and it really swelling and bursting its banks. The Crom River too, we lost a bridge on the R62 between Kareadu and Ubatinya, I believe. I haven't driven that road in a while, but I believe it's down. So yeah, so as much as there's good stuff, there was also some tough stuff to deal with. Nothing tough about that shot on screen. What a day here at the beach. Hardly a breath of wind. Surfers from all the regions. From Ilembe in the north, eThekwini around Durban, Ugu in the south coast, Buffalo City in and around East London. Of course, the Cowie surfers, saw Mickey Witten in and around the contest site. Haven't seen Warwickini this year. Maybe he got knocked out early. Just love watching Warwick surfing. Think of all the talent that's in the Nelson Mandela Bay squad this year. Moving down the coast, Eden is your garden route region from around Plettenberg Bay through to Stilbaai. Cape Winelands encompassing the southern tip of Africa through Hermanus, the Overberg through to the Strand and Somerset West. Central Cape Town represented with the Cape Town surfers. And then there's a few surfers sort of spread far and wide that'll pick and choose who they surf for, but half a dozen teams here looking for team standings. Remember, a win and a national title also brings a lot of points to your respective home team. 12 minutes to go here in this over 50 men's final, and still no rides yet for Gary van Veriching or Philip Malherbe. So just speaking to how the rhythm in the ocean's just suddenly slowed down with the mid-tide outgoing. You kind of wonder, how long do you drop anchor and hold position before you start adjusting your personal expectations and maybe start looking at some smaller inside waves. Everybody in that same takeoff area. We've seen great consistency through the over 65 final, the over 60. And finally, some movement for us. Lovely reaching turn there from Team Ugu, Gary van Veriching. One of the talents out of that south coast. And an exchange underway here with Philip Malherbe behind him. So Gary van Veriching in your left picture, Philip Malherbe in the right. And they will now join Cass Collier and Paul Canning on one wave apiece. So all four surfers now on the scorecard as we fast approach the halfway mark in the heat. 20-minute heats. This one's got 10:45 to go. So that'll put a first priority on Cass Collier. He got going first and early on for a 6.67. And he's kind of setting the pace. We'll see where Gary van Veriching's opening ride lands as a score. Meanwhile, Paul Canning on your screen, just getting a touch frustrated there. Just decides to get his wave count moving forward. Second counting ride for Canning on screen. Wait and see what the judges say. Of course, Paul Canning on a built surfboard, the Eagle model, very similar to the board that Beric de Vries rode in the qualifying series to some great results in Morocco in the QS 4000. Of course, PC representing the O'Neill brand. Of course, huge shout out to Mark Hyman and the crew at Surf Blanks as well. Not all blanks are made the same. Of course, Surf Blanks proudly distributing FCS and FCS2 as well. Some great products from them at all the finest surf shops. And Paul Canning just trying to push towards a title here in 2026. Had a good chat with him earlier. Spoke of a season of his life where after the World Tour, raised the kids and settled down and kind of just didn't have any competitive fire. He'd used it all up on 15 years of campaigning on the then QS and CTs, and now really enjoying the role of lighting the fire again. He put a personal shout out to guys like Noel Rami, Jason Ribbing, Seth Hulley, get them all back involved here. Of course, PC now in the over 50 category. He's going to fetch a 317, will Paul. Meanwhile, here goes Cass Collier, second wave underway for him. He opened at the 667, so right now he's kind of set the pace for this. Gary van Veriching has joined the discussion with a 6-point ride of his own. Small score for Philip Malherbe. But a lot of lateral speed down the line here for Cass. And not a lot of big defined maneuvers, so not sure how the judges are going to read this second counting ride of Cass. Really not breaking too much of a line. In fact, judges just drop a quick 1.23 in the scoreline. This is a non-completion on the inside for Kasim. Of course, Cass, former big wave world champ, along with Ian Armstrong. Of course, those two joined by Mickey Duffus back in the late 90s for that win over in the Madeira Islands. Of course, friend and visionary Gary just putting all of that together. And yeah, what a story the whole big wave scene has been. And think of Cass and Ian charging the factory, charging waves at Dungeons. Of course, Gary Linden bringing that vision to the structured event of the Red Bull Big Wave Africa back in 2000. And Cass played a big part in all of that. Down the line momentum here. Second wave underway for Gary van Veriching, who opened with a 6. And as the clock gets down to 7 minutes to go, Van Veriching making a strong push here for a heat win with that wave. We'll wait and see how the numbers land. In and out for Paul Canning, just looking for any opportunity. He wasted the first priority there, so he'll look back at this heat and he'll go, that was an error. But he also knows in his experience there are some long lulls now. We saw close to a 7-minute lull earlier, and with 6.5 to go, perhaps that defends Paul's decision of just rolling the dice on that wave. Either way, it'll be a throwaway. Cass with that 1-2-3 in the scoreline is now going to come under pressure from Gary van Veriching. Last of Van Veriching is just a 3-1-7, but it's enough to tip the scales. The Ugu rider now out front. Van Veriching in the yellow, leading this over 50 final. 6 minutes to go. Cass Collier's dropped to second. Canning down in third, searching for just a 5-1-8. Cass needing much less than that, a 2.5 to steal the win. And Philip Malherbe right now just trying to find his own momentum in the lineup there. Perhaps just a slight slowdown in the pattern of swells. 2.8 for Philip Malherbe's last roll of the dice. Philip surfing very, very well. He's looking fast, he's looking strong and lean. But right now trailing in this final and needs a 6.37 to go all the way to the lead. A little over 5 minutes now to go. There's one of those lulls again, so we'll see how long this lasts. priority in the lineup with Cass. Second priority with Paul Canning. Heat leader Gary van Werking's in the fourth priority. So let's see where this all goes. 5 minutes to go. Van Werking leads the over 50 final. As we slip under that last 5 minutes, looking down the draw, coming up next, Greg Emsley, Tristan Johnson, Paul Allen and Andrew Langer will go to war in the over 45 men's final. Emsley and Johnson both representing Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay with Paul Allen, and Ugu with Andrew Langer. That's coming up next in around 4 minutes. Team Ugu for now leading this final. Gary van Werking scores of a 6 and a 3-1-7. So any opportunity that Van Werking gets to better his second counting right of the 3-1-7, you consider that quite low in the fact that there's a bunch of sixes on the scorecards here. He might want to try and break away from the pack and just jump on something maybe further down the line. 3:45 on the clock. See everybody just gathered in that same zone. They'll be having a chat as well. Of course, most of these surfers would have done junior events together all the way back in when they were sort of their early teenage years. I was chatting to Paul Canning on the mic earlier, said guys like himself and Mark Jackson were from 8 years old competing against each other. And here goes Cass, lying second and looking to steal the lead out from underneath Gary van Werking here. Lovely sweeping turn. Camera just needs to pan nicely and keep him in frame here. It was a requirement of 2.5. That's easily achieved here by Cass, in my opinion. Not sure what you folks think at home. But a nice speed check. Dreadlocks flying, arms moving, spray going everywhere. But fundamental basics, good and strong from Cass Collier. As he zooms down the line, waiting for the judge's opinion on that. Bit of movement here. Let's see where this goes. Philip Malherbe will finally get into some real motion of his own. Prior to this, just a pair of twos. And here could be an opportunity for Paul Canning. So judges have got a lot of work ahead. Canning now working down the line. PC snaps it. Combos it. Tightens that last turn. Realizes he's not going to come around that section. So just changes that angle. Drives the board down. Meanwhile on screen, Van Werking back at it as well. We spoke of Gary wanting to drop the 3-1-7. He'll just let that last turn go. So judges owe all four surfers a number here, and 1:45 on the clock, so that perhaps will set the final results in place here for the over 50s. Having a look at Van Werking, this is that turn that he dropped at the end. Just pegs the nose. He'll be angry with himself for that. Ignore the severe flooding, that was 2 weeks ago. Judges hard at work here. Van Werking, Collier, Canning and Malherbe all due scores. And I'm watching the widescreen along with you folks at home, and there's 1 minute on the clock, thinking we might see another ride. Could be one more single wave here. Could be maybe two of them approaching the lineup. Let's see if anybody jumps on those opportunities. The first priority back in place again for Cass, who's back at it. So judges will now need to get two numbers. And Collier surfing with a lot of vengeance and a lot of flow on this one. This one could seal it for Cass. We'll see. Cass has jumped back into the lead care of his previous wave of a 4.9. So we're waiting to hear what the judges think of this last wave. Here's your replay. Lovely redirection from Cass. Remember, he did open with a 6.67. I've got a feeling this could be right up there. Lovely flow there. Not the biggest wave of the heat. What Cass also did there, holding first bro, is he kept the other surfers off that. Judges still pondering. Last of Gary van Veericking, last of Paul Canning. We'll just stay with the moment here. So while the judges ponder that exchange, we might sit back and take a short break and come back with the final result on that over 50s final. I've laid back, runner Ed. Welcome back to finals day at the South African Masters Surfing Champs. Judges still working on scores. A flurry of surfing just before the break there. The over 50 men's final, just waiting to confirm final positions. We saw Cass Collier, a late push from him, got a 4.9, then a 4.83, so didn't up his numbers. Gary van Veericking, meanwhile, found a 5.73 in the lineup, brings himself back into discussion. And we're just waiting for a judge's opinion on Paul Canning to settle the final result. Philip Malherbe, his best ride in that, a 3.17, so we'll confirm that he's finishing fourth. But waiting to hear where the scores land for last of Paul Canning, our surfer in white representing eThekwini. 6.67 last of Canning, going to leave him in the bronze medal of third. So Gary van Veericking leaps to the heat win over Cass Collier second, Paul Canning third, Philip Malherbe fourth. So huge congrats to Team Ugu. Van Veericking takes the win in the over 50s. Over 45 men's now underway. And well, what would you expect? Straight out the gates. A decade on the championship tour. Almost 20 years ago now, if I think about it. Greg Emsley gets the finger snap of approval. Meanwhile, Andrew Langer, Team Ugu, straight into it as well, inspired by Gary van Veericking's win in the previous divisions, the over 50s. And the surfing's coming at us with Paul Allen and Tristan Johnson. They'll be on their backhands. Lovely tight turn there from Tristan. He'll let it go at the end. With 19 minutes on the clock, plenty of time, and literally everybody getting out the gates just after the horn sounded. So with that, it's a warm welcome to the over 45 men's final. Emsley in red for Buffalo City along with Tristan Johnson. Tristan will wear the white. Paul Allen will represent Nelson Mandela Bay. Andrew Langer for Ugu. And we're underway with another men's final here. Over 45 men's. Over 40 men's coming up next. Tyrell Johnson will take on Simon Fish, Travis Nordia and Mikhail Thompson in another exciting final as we move down the draw. And then women's over 35 will feature Heather Clark, Penny Stemmett, Roxy Davis and Tamaris Tamaruson. And of course then we'll finish with an exciting over 35 men's final. Manfred Adrio into the men's final. Clinton Gravett surfing in fine form. Keegan Nell and Craig Johnson will be in that final as well, and that'll wrap up the day's proceedings. So exciting times here, exciting stuff. Over 45 men's final, waiting for numbers to lock in from Greg Emsley, Tristan Johnson, Paul Allen and Andrew Langer. Just waiting for numbers to land from the panel. Well, how about a start in the over 45 men's? The panel have just gone, right, that's it. We've set the tone. A 10-point ride for Greg Emsley to start the over 45 final. Meanwhile, celebrations still taking place in the over 50 men's. Gary van Veriching on screen. Team Ugu will celebrate all the way back on the road to the KZN South Coast. He'll get his title in 2026, taking that win over Cass Collier and Paul Canning. Just great stuff from Gary. Meanwhile, Greg Emsley's just flummoxed us all. A baffling score of a 10 straight out. Meanwhile, Paul Allen, down the line he goes. I think his surfing has refined itself in the last season or two. Just seeing more smoothness, better timing, and good combinations from Paul Allen. I think I recall him from Vic Bay Quad a few seasons back. But nice smooth surfing from the Nelson Mandela Bay representative in yellow in this over 45 final. Andrew Langer, Team Ugu, in blue for this final, wearing that singlet proudly for his team. A 4.5 for Rooster. Of course, Andrew teamed up on many adventures with Grant Twiggy Baker over the years. A very proficient barrel rider. Andrew, based in Cape Town for a while, was a regular in the lineup at Llandudno around 2002, 2003, 4, 5. Back then, I think working the movie industry. Opened a surf shop for a while as well called Dungeon Surf Shop, just off Long Street. I recall that. But Andrew, these days based on the Pumula region. Beautiful Natal South Coast. Who doesn't love a little bit of Banana Beach from time to time? And also recognizing that opening score of Tristan Johnson, Team Buffalo City, 2 representatives with Emsley and Johnson. He got a 6.5, did Tristan, on his backhand. Beautiful glassy waves approaching the lineup. Is anyone in position? That peak folds. Nobody on it. Beautiful height to that wave as well, but certainly nobody capitalizing on it. To be fair, it did run a touch wide, but still, just watching that empty wave peeling on your screens. Always hard to let waves go by. Of course, wave selection key and paramount in the sport of surfing. Competitive savvy of making those judgment calls on the fly. And the best surfers definitely have the best wave IQ and acumen. And that really apparent in That first 20 seconds of the heat, Greg Emsley can't go better than his opening ride, 10 points. Tristan Johnson opened with the 6.5. Paul Allen set the pace with the 6. So all surfers on one wave each. Of course, so many stories about Greg Emsley. What do we say? I can do a whole podcast just on Greg. Maybe one day I will. 12 and a half to go. But I have so many memories with Greg Emsley through the years. Made the junior national team in '94, I think, when the country was representing in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. At that stage, Emsley was a junior at Barata de Juca. Of course, Greg in that junior team, along with Travis Logie and others in Huntington Beach in 1996, as I think back to Greg's formative national colours. And of course then campaigning on the championship tour. I mean, those 10s are just, it's ingrained in his DNA. And of course that's what you'd expect when Greg qualified and went on tour. Guys like Oki, Andy Irons, his brother Bruce, of course Kelly, the Lopez brothers, Corey and Shay Lopez. Taj Burrow was just coming into his full steam then. Fanning was about to qualify, so I think Fanning only joined the tour maybe 2003 or 2004. Have to go back and double check, but Emsley was part of that whole story. In fact, Greg's best result, making a final against Mick Fanning in France back in 2007, I think it was. But Greg competing at that right-hand point break. You think of the very first search event that went to Mexico. Of course, Ripkill doing the search program over a few years in conjunction with the championship tour. The search went to Arica in Chile in 07. It did Mexico in 06 and really blew the minds of surfing fans. Andy Irons getting that win in 2006 in Mexico in that final against Taylor Knox. Go back and look at that for amazing surfing. Greg fared very well. You think of that amazing year when Kelly beat Andy in 2005 at Super Tubes, the very much spoken about controversial heat. Emsley was all the way to finals day there and made multiple quarters and semi-finals against the world's best at Supers. I always think of, as we reach the halfway mark in the heat, I'm just rambling thoughts. I hope you guys at home don't mind. But Greg and I were on duty when Mick Fanning got tied up and wrangled with the shark at Supers in 2015. And Greg and I were just screaming on the beach microphone. And Greg and I are famous for that. Well, no, we're not, because all you hear is us shouting, but probably on 30 million views now on YouTube. But of course, Greg with his experience through the competitive, through the commentary role and the coaching Bianca Buitendach to a silver medal at the Olympics in Tokyo Olympics 2020/2021. And looking forward to seeing Greg Emsley and Belito in a month and a bit's time. That'll be fun as well. Looking forward to seeing if Greg Emsley adds more to his scorecard along with the rest of them in the lineup. Clock's down to 9 minutes, one wave each. That's the story here in the over 45 men's. Emsley, though, with a flat 10 straight up. Judges just decided, yep, that's it. Actually, no, hold on. One judge gave a 9.5, but we take the highest and the lowest and we lob them off. Next best is Tristan Johnson, 6.5, with that little fall. So that number could have been perhaps a whole point and a half stronger for Tristan Johnson. He'll look back on this and go, well, you know, room to improve. It's an ever-evolving journey. As I mentioned, Paul Allen, a 6-pointer to open. Nice smooth backhand surfing for the man in yellow. Think of the opening days of competition, grey skies, Almost light drizzle, howling onshore, broken swell. But it's all come together on this beautiful weekend. And a little over 7:45 to go. Yeah, so as I mentioned, all surfers still looking for their second counting ride. You'd think that if no more rides were ridden, then that would be the final standing in the heat. Emsley first, Johnson second, Allen third, Andrew Langer fourth. But we want to see more surfing. We want everybody to get a fair shot at it. Seven minutes to go. Finally some movement in the lineup here. Andrew Langer is going to jump on. He's actually down in third priority, but he's decided, bugger it, let's get things moving again. And nice letting go there, just incomplete on the inside, smaller wave for Andrew Langer. 4.5 to start. He'll quickly move back into the lineup again. But he is now the only surfer with 2 counting rides. So wait for the judges to put a value to that. Not sure where that score will go. I do anticipate more opportunities for Emsley, Johnson and Paul Allen. Andrew Langer's locked in a second score of a 317. So for now, he's the only surfer on 2 rides, and he'll jump up to that second place position. So into the silver medal standings right now is Rooster. Yes, that's his nickname. Of course, had a number of people from the South Coast messaging. Andrew Langer's mate, Clive Biggs. What's up with the beards? All you guys have got beards on the coast. Andrew Langer, one of the core lords of the South Coast. Meanwhile, on your screens, Greg Emsley, already a 10 in the hat. This is his wave number 2. This is basically just pouring water on the setting concrete of the outcome of this final, in my opinion. It's really hard to argue with a 10-point ride. But if we go to the wide shot now, you'll see movement in the lineup with finally some sets arriving again. Let's see who else jumps on any opportunities. Emsley now posting his second ride to the judges. Wait for that to land on the scorecard. Of course, following all of this on liveheats.com. And all of you folks enjoying this on the YouTube platform. As a typical South African would say, what a jaw. Given so many shout outs already to the St. Francis Brewery, but why not do it again? Linky and her team doing an amazing job of feeding our ferocious bellies. Fine tucker and beer on tap in the middle of the St. Francis village. Judges still pondering that second ride of Greg Emsley. So now Emsley and Langer with second counting rides. Emsley's going to stay out front. As we mentioned, Andrew Langer jumping up to second as the clock's gone down to 4 minutes. So first priority is with Tristan Johnson. Second priority with Paul Allen. So the 2 goofy footers in this over 45 men's final should be up next. Waiting for that next movement in the ocean. As we mentioned, we've passed the mid-tide now, so just most of the water rushing at pace out of the bay on the tide chart. Perhaps that's slowing things down a touch. But still very contestable. Wind has been glassy all day here. Pretty much all our competitors sitting in their shorts and t-shirts. It's as good as a summer's day can feel, albeit late autumn, early winter in the region. Meanwhile, Emsley's going to add a 6.77 to his heat score total of now a 16.77. Incredible 10-point ride to start. Andrew Langer sits in second. So everybody actually comboed for the heat win. So between Langer, Johnson and Allen, it will be a tussle for the silver medal. We'll make some fun out of that race. But right now, Greg Emsley clear out front, your surfer in red. Clock's moving quickly as well, a little over 2 minutes to go. Got a feeling we're going to see a wide set before the horn sounds. Clock's still got a little over 2 minutes to go. Remember, the two goofy footers have first and second priority in this. Tristan Johnson in white, Paul Allen in yellow. We'll watch for their backhands, as it'll be the battle for the silver medal here. Look at this lineup now, starting to find some shape and form. And here we go, Buffalo City. Two-turn combo for Johnson, who holds on to that one that time. Lovely. That's a nice two solid turns. A short wave in the context of the length of the lineup. But nice nuggety turns. We'll see Tristan Johnson, my feeling, climb up to second. And here goes Paul Allen, picking up the tail end of that set. Just step floats that. Another sequence of floats. So down the line for Paul Allen, he'll put up his second counting ride. Remember, before that exchange, Johnson had a 6.5, Paul Allen had a 6. So between those two surfers, it's a bit of a battle of the backups to who goes to second. Clock's down to under 1 minute. And can Rooster defend the silver? Here he goes. Such a smooth surfer on that wedge equipment. Snap, flow. Boards are generally quite wide under Andrew Langer's feet. Quite unorthodox tail outlines as well. Multiple wingers and swallows. Riding a forefin to control that tail area. Andrew just zipping past his opponent, Tristan Johnson. We'll wait for those numbers to land as we are counting down this final. It's going to be Greg Emsley for the win. That is an absolute fact. But we're having fun with deciding who gets the silver medal, the runner-up position. Emsley will take gold. Andrew Langer was sitting in second. Brought another wave to the table himself. So judges working on scores for Andrew, Tristan and Paul. We'll just stay with this. Starting to tee up the next final as well. They will have entered the water, the over 40 men. And I think while we wait for results from that final, let's step back for a quick commercial break, and we'll be back to officiate the results of the over 45s. Still waiting for results on that last. I think we're going to invite the Queen of St. Francis Brewery in for a quick how's it while we wait for those results. Why not? We're still waiting for results from that exchange. Judges owe scores to Andrew Langer, Tristan Johnson, and Paul Allen. In the meantime, welcome back to your beach. Linky.
I must just correct you. I'm actually the champion diva. I won the over 50s SA longboarding champs a couple of weeks ago. So I'm more stoked I'm a diva than anything else.
Well, the voice of Olinka, of course, from St. Francis Brewery. Linky, always so much to catch up on, but just on behalf of the event and the surf community, big thank you for your involvement in this. And yeah, it's been amazing to visit your town again.
I'm glad I could feed the live feed. And I'm glad the conditions have got a lot better. And yeah, I'm glad you guys had a good time, because it's really fun having some visitors around, because of course, then I get to sell more beer. And so I'm glad you guys came to the brewery and had some chow. And what else can I say?
Yeah, exactly. We'll allow you to quick brag about your diva title there. That's fine. We're happy with it.
Well, you called me the queen. I'm not the queen, but I'd rather be a diva.
I hear you. Nothing wrong with that. So, but yeah, Linky, just the St. Francis Brewery has just gone from strength to strength. This latest season, this latest chapter, lots of changes for you, but you've moved into a new premises. That's going to be fun for you guys in the future.
And we've got some really amazing bands coming up. We've got Freshly Ground and Congo Cowboys on the 13th of June. And we have so many other fun things. Quizzes and story nights. One of your guys, JC, actually told a story at our story night. And we raised 8,500 Rand for hospice that night. So thank you, Jess, too. So there's a lot of fun things. I like to say there's always something fun happening at the brewery.
We love it. Linky, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for being part of the surf community. Bless you. And thank you for everything. Regards to everybody in the community. Regards to your son. And we hold you in our hearts always. Lekker man. Well, folks, just wrapping up that over 45 men's as we transition to the action in the lineup. Emsley official winner Tristan Johnson got second. Andrew Langer dropped to third. Paul Allen finishes fourth. So that's an official result. Over 40 men's final out in the lineup. We saw Tyrell Johnson in red just muscling his way to a quick start, trying to get around that broken white water. He's up against Simon Fish, Travis Nordia, and Mikhail Thompson. So that's going to be fun. Over 40 men's now contesting a age group title. National title on the line here for one of these four surfers. Tyrell Johnson, just such a strong competitor. Mikhail Thompson, sneaky strategist and very light-footed. Can bring a combination of power and light-footedness to his repertoire. Big screen showing a replay of Mikhail Thompson. Just sets that board into the floater, drops out. Mikhail, incredibly strong and fit. Always part of the Christian surfers. Great network. Of course, Roy Harley and his team head up a global Christian surfer network. The headquarters based in Jeffreys Bay. Always think of that crew of guys and just their servanthood attitude. Always involved with the events. Always a special shout out to Mervyn Lee and a bunch of others that tirelessly serve, just representing their faith, representing their belief in the servanthood attitude. Just so pleasing to see such a committed group of people in the faith in Jesus. And as I say, just they'll do anything for you. Every event they're on hand to cater.
I've got so many great stories about Mervyn Lee and how he's always looked after Greg Emsley and myself when we were lucky enough to be called up to the J-Bay Open. Great stories there from the tower. And great stories from the lineup here in Cape St. Francis as well. Nuggety power surfing as you'd expect from Tyrell Johnson. Always make a joke about what do these guys eat for breakfast. All the Johnsons. There should be a Johnson cereal. That would be cool. I'd buy a box of that. Or you could do plastic figurines. The Johnson figurines. Like, you know, like who needs a Ken doll? I'll have a Johnson doll. Meanwhile, Mikhail Thompson in and out. So second wave we watched unfold there for Tyrell Johnson, Buffalo City surfer in red. He got a 5.83 to start, and judges will be thinking about a second score for him. A little bit of movement in the lineup now. Lovely conditions here. Look at this. It's glassed off again. Simon Fish. I'm told is representing eThekwini, but he's the mayor of the board riders here in beautiful Cape St. Francis. Meanwhile, on the outside, Travis Nordia will get going. Keeps the board free and moves down the line. Lovely replay here. Just a little bit stuck in the transition of that turn, but sets the inside rail again, keeps the board moving forward. Looks like a rusty shape that actually for Travis Nordia. Travis setting a 3.17 on the scorecard. His previous ride a 3.27. Meanwhile, Tyrell Johnson, I spoke of the action figurine and, well, an 8-pointer. Excellent surfing coming our way from Tyrell Johnson. 8 and a 5.83. So strong start and a push for a title in the men's over 40s for Buffalo City. Travis Nordia representing Nelson Mandela Bay. Mikhail Thompson down in third at the moment. Needs to get his campaign moving forward here if he wants to challenge the 13.83 of Tyrell, the heat leader. Mikhail, of course, representing Cape Winelands. A few Cape Wineland surfers making finals here today. Jeff Johnson, one of them. Now Mikhail Thompson's turn to represent the region. And a slow start for Simon Fish, who got that win in a very closely contested semi-final a little while back. And we know that Simon can fetch 6s and 7s and more in the lineup. We've already seen an 8-pointer and a 5.83 from the heat leader, Tyrell. So we'll see what Simon Fish can bring to the table. You like that pun there? Bring your fish to the table. That was for the Christian surfers, that. 13 minutes to go. We'll feed the masses. I'll tell you who's been feeding the masses is Linky and the St. Francis Brewery. Of course, everyone down here at the beach have seen Brian Mulang's food trailer working overtime. Looking forward to a visit at some stage to Nevermind. Lots of shout outs to everybody, including Sothebys, for their involvement in 2026. We've thanked so many people, of course, True Technologies. Our sponsors, First Choice Dairy Products, the High Protein Max. I've been living on those for the last couple of days. Also a shout out to Merle Peens and to Sotheby's. Thanks for looking after us on this visit. Just letting it all lie back here. As we just pay recognition to Night Premium Draught as well, available at the brewery. We chatted to Christo from Sevos Architectural Design, from plan to concept to turnkey of various properties in the area. Sevos, look them up in Jeffreys Bay if you're planning to invest in the area and build a plot and plan. Shout out to Eezi Move Furniture Removals and Outdoor Photo. Of course, Shaper X involved in the moving parts of this SA Champs. Starting to move towards the halfway mark in the heat. We'll see some movement in the lineup here in the over 40 men's final. Sweeping calves from Mikhail Thompson. Lovely snap. Let's go. A big hit. Down the line for more for Mikhail. This wave's still running. There's still potential ahead. And that is easily going to be Mikhail Thompson's best wave of this final as we start getting towards the halfway mark. Of course, Mikhail representing Cape Winelands. Around the corner here for a big hit. See how he just shuffled that front foot just a touch in the transition as well. And a good combo of turns. Hitting it up in the top corner. As we reach the halfway mark, judges having a good hard ponder on this. We'll wait for the number to land, because Travis Nordia right now on a pair of threes is occupying that second place position. Mikhail Thompson at this stage would need a combination of scores to take the heat win off Tyrell Johnson. But he can do it in two parts, because we've just moved into the second half of this over 40 men's final. Clock ticking away down to 9.5. Judges still working on a score for Mikhail Thompson. Feels like a little bit more consistency back in the lineup again. And 7.43 for Mikhail Thompson rockets him from fourth up to second. Listen to this, Surf fans. He just needs a 6.41. Cape Winelands team will be jumping up and down on the boulders here at Seal Point now, screaming and shouting for Mikhail, who's now in with a real serious shot for a title here. Tyrell Johnson had this thing in a headlock a few minutes back, but Mikhail Thompson's blasted a 7.43, and dare I remind you, sitting on a 1.67 still. So Surfer in Blue bringing himself right into title contention here now. Travis Nordia bumps down to third, Simon Fish down in fourth. Where is Simon Fish in all of this? He's got first priority, so that's a positive to work with. He's in the white singlet there. Of course, board shape of his own, rides his own shapes, and has a faithful following. Lots of people swear by his craftsmanship. But right now, he needs to put his money where his mouth is, so to speak, with the clock down to just under 8 minutes. So still opportunities ahead for Simon Fish and Travis Nordia. And I mentioned Mikhail Thompson still wanting to drop a 1.67. Tyrell Johnson, his first wave of 5.83, still leading with his second wave of an 8. But you've got a feeling that as we move further down the clock, here 7.5 to go, that things could maybe be a nice little photo finish here, as all four of these horses gallop to the finish line, which is 7 minutes and 20 seconds away. Over 40 men's title on the line here. Of course, women's final coming up next. Heather Clark represents Ugu. Penny Stemmett, another Cape Winelands finalist. Roxy Davis represents the Cape Town Surfers. Tamaris de Maruson for Ilembe. So that'll be a fun one coming up next. Just over 7 minutes away. In fact, 6.5 minutes away now as the clock keeps ticking. Some movement in the lineup. Remember that white has the priority. See Mikhail Thompson on screen. Just trying to replace that last score, and he has with a 4-point ride. So Mikhail Thompson cementing for now the second place position. Meanwhile, heat leader Tyrell Johnson lashes out for his third wave. Strong back foot drive in that turn. My apologies. Been a long day. Tyrell Johnson, Buffalo City out front. Mikhail Thompson's, as we say, locking in for now that second place. She needs to chase a 6-4-1. We'll see if Tyrell ditched his low score of a 5-8-3. Last have read a 5-6-7, so the answer's no. Just a touch short of improving his lead. So Mikhail Thompson with the door open here on the scorecard. 6-4-1 required for the Cape Wineland surfer. Can Mikhail Thompson find his way to a title? Is Tyrell Johnson going to fend him off? Travis Naudé and Simon Fish been left a little in the dust, so to speak, in this final. Haven't really had their opportunity. Simon Fish still on a single ride, and it's a small number. So not your typical Simon Fish heat. That all-important time call of 5 minutes now slipping past us. Been so much fun to call all these heats. Trust that everyone around definitely around the country, maybe even some people around the world. I don't know how extensively the link has been shared, but certainly experiencing it here in 2026. So much fun, so many familiar faces, and everyone will smile and drive away from another set of great memories here in 2026. Watching Mikhail Thompson again, who, as I said, is trying to attack that lead of Tristan Johnson. Mikhail with scores of a 7-4-3 and a 4. And he'll get that one completely clear. Lovely. Let's see where the numbers go for that. Is that enough to wrestle a title away? We'll wait and see what the panel say. Smaller wave, kind of lateral, but some decent height to it. A little over 3 minutes to go here. As we mentioned, a national title on the line. Tyrell Johnson still out front. 13.83 altogether is the heat score total for the lead at this stage. And that was a super fun little air from Mikhail Thompson.
That was a replay from the audio wave.
So 4 points for that air. So Thompson remains in second, chasing the 6-4-1. Got a feeling that we might get a set. Looking at deep water movement over towards the blinder, off to the right of the break. Just peeping to the right of our screen. Clock's moving fast now. Tyrell Johnson sitting quite low on that priority. Third prio. Simon Fish still has first priority and only one ride to his credit. So very uncharacteristic heat here in the finals for, maybe it's a little bit of strategy because he is officially on paper surfing for eThekwini. Maybe he doesn't want to upset the Nelson Mandela Bay team standings. That's a good question to ask. Down to 90 seconds now. So a couple of waves did make their way through the lineup, but nothing to really grab any of our four competitors' attention. Just watching Andre Fenter cruising down the rocks here, just enjoying the day. As I said, it's shorts and t-shirts weather at the moment as we reach 1 minute remaining, and I've got a feeling in the deep water we're going to see some movement. Beautiful beach scenes here in Cape St. Francis on a lovely Sunday afternoon, and we may just see a second counting ride finally from Simon Fish. Smooth, beautiful style. We saw him easily fetch 6-point rides in the semi-final earlier today. Just a small little runner, surfing that wide-ish template. 4-fin setup for Simon Fish. And I don't think he's going to be taking the outcome of this final too seriously as we go down to the final seconds here. Kind of clock watching and lineup watching here. You see a line on your screen. I'm going to literally listen to the beach commentator. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's it. An official result. Tyrell Johnson will get the win for Buffalo City. Cape Winelands will do well on the team standings, as Mikhail Thompson will finish second and take the silverware. Travis Nordia in third, Simon Fish in fourth. Simon finished with a 4.47 for reference. And that, folks, brings us to the penultimate final. We'll sit back and take a short break. We'll be back for women's surfing action after this.
I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water.
Welcome back to the penultimate final of the 2026 South African Masters Championships, coming to you from Cape St. Francis. Over 35 women's in the lineup. Heather Clark, Penny Stemmett, Roxy Davis, Tamaris de Maruson will duke it out for a heat win and a national title. It'll be interesting to see. I'll tell you one thing that's happened is, if I think of all the heats over the last 2 days and Heather Clark's incredible scorelines, they were all in very consistent conditions. Now you slow the rhythm of the sets down and it kind of starts leveling the playing field a little bit. And as I say that, it's not going to stop Heather sneaking in her first ride. So she'll be the first to her feet and she'll set the pace for the finals. Her experience straight to the fore. Of course, Roxy Davis yesterday, a 10-point ride in the quarterfinals. She's been enjoying her family time here with William and the kids. Of course, proudly representing a number of business interests these days. And dare I say, their mineral-based natural sunblock Ocean Freedom, the best on the market in my opinion. And certainly on a winter's day like today, you could be slapping some sunblock on. It is that warm down here at the lineup. So judges will think about Heather Clark's opener. Also quick start for Roxy Davis. A lot of competitive pedigree between those two, and it shows straight away in their early starts in the heat. Playing to the conditions. Leaves Penny Stemmet and Tamaris Dumaruson in the lineup looking for their openers. Meanwhile, Buffalo City gathering around to celebrate Tyrell Johnson's heat win. Another national title to the Johnson tribe. And listening to the scores, Heather Clark is going to set the pace as she has done. I hung a question mark on the surf consistency. Is it going to impact Heather Clark's momentum as far as her excellent category scores throughout the event, from the very opening rounds through the quarters yesterday through to the semis this morning? Well, the answer is no. 8 points for Heather Clark to start. Surf and Red Team Ugu on the front foot straight away. Cape Town surfer Roxy Davis close behind her with a 5. So quick start with 15 minutes to go. And that'll immediately put Penny Stemmet and Tamaris Dumaruson on the back foot. Of course, Cape Winelands celebrating with Mikhail Thompson's runner-up. See where Cape Winelands finish in the team standings. They've had a couple of finalists this year in various age categories. Movement in the lineup here from Tamaris. Oh, and she's going to miss that. So no wave caught, so it doesn't affect the priority allocation between Penny and Tamaris. Meanwhile, how does she do it? Second ride already underway here for Heather Clark. It's amazing how some people can find waves in the lineup and other people sort of tends to pass them by. I've never known what that wave magnet thing is. But sometimes you're just in tune and sometimes you can't buy a wave. All experienced that at some stage of our competitive careers. Can even happen in a free surf from time to time. Your mate goes and sits somewhere and then the bomb goes to them. Then you move over there and they go and sit where you were and the bomb goes to them again. It's just the variables of the ocean. Nice snapping turn from Tamaris there. Goes down on the second maneuver. So that'll leave Penny Stemmet in the lineup. No rides yet for Surfer in White, but she'll get allocated the first priority as we just roll back the tapes here for Tamaris. Quick hard drive off the bottom. Nice snap. Strong redirection. When you slow it down like that, you see how much angle change that board does go through. And here we go with Penny. No, I lie, that's Roxy again. Roxy Davis, second ride underway. Of course, surfing for the moms. Talking of surfing for the moms, how's the mom power for Carissa Moore in 2026? In her semi-finals, she even waved at her kid this early hours of this morning. If you followed the New Zealand Pro, she like hammers like a series of turns, like pretty much like what Heather's doing here, but Carissa going backhand the other direction. And then halfway through the wave, she waves at her kid on the beach and then keeps hammering the lip again. I've never seen that. Please go to WSL and pull up the heat replays of Carissa Moore's semi-final. That was historical. Meanwhile, Heather Clark, a second ride of a 7.17. So remember, Heather opened with the 8, literally in that first minute. And she's just gone and backed it up. Still 12 minutes ahead, and she's got, and you might think, an unassailable lead Thinking of scores for Roxy Davis here are the judging panel. They allocated a 5 to her first ride. Now back it up now with a 4.17. So Roxy Davis, Cape Town surfer, just cementing a second place perhaps. Tamaris de Maruson, single turn really for 3 points. And still waiting for Penny Stemmet to open her account. Clock's moving quickly now, just over 11 minutes to go. What a day it's been. What a trip to Cape St. Francis it's been. So many fun stories to share. Been great to delve into the history books because these masters in the various age categories have been around for multiple decades. Spoke of the t-shirt weather. Well, everybody just hanging out, enjoying the atmosphere. Some people come for summer holidays and get worse weather than this. As we approach the halfway mark in the heat, Heather Clark added a 6.5 to her tally, but not into her top two. So last wave of Heather Clark not increasing her lead. But I'll tell you what, to have a 6.5 that you throw away, no one else in the lineup's got anywhere close to that. So Heather absolutely dominating this over 35 women's final. And we'll finally get Penny Stemmet underway. Here she goes. Working rail to rail. Nice open face carve for her. Another reposition, just a medium size wave. She had the first priority, but she just felt that the clock is ticking. And she'll work her way through to the inside towards the full stop rock. Meanwhile, back at the takeoff zone, Cabbage is back at it. Tamaris de Maruson. And behind her, Roxy Davis in motion. So Roxy really trying to fend off and defend that runner-up position here for the title. Heather clear out front, but some smart work being done here. Roxy just trying to up her personal numbers. 4.17, one of Roxy Davis's counting rides. Of course, Roxy just an all-round talented human. Now doing a lot of mom time, but still very adept on the longboard as well. Seen her campaign very well in the national championships on the longboard. But loves her shortboard surfing, and she's playing a fair part in the women's over 35 final. Might see your heat leader back at it again, Heather Clark. This is just kind of surfing for fun. She already has the 8 and the 7.17 for the massive heat lead. Meanwhile, Tamaris de Maruson added a 3.8. As we update the scores for you, Penny Stemmet opens with a 3.57. And the clock moves along to 8 minutes. Over 35 women's title on the line here. Does Heather Clark have an entire separate room? I'm asking, maybe someone can message, because this title win today, I shudder to think how many national trophies she actually has. I mean, it's crazy. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me rephrase that. Some of them are floating trophies, right? So you give them back. But maybe they've engraved the front, the back, the side, the top, and the bottom for Heather by now. Is there, you could do like a whole side flap that opens, like an extra lid on the trophy, perhaps for all the extra engraving for Heather. And the scary part is, as she's into her 50s, I mean, could she be winning titles in 5 years' time? You might be able to answer yes. Could she be winning in 10 years' time? You look at the performances of Mike Burness, 64 years of age, whipping away. You might think that Heather might be in her 60s and So yeah, maybe build that extra room on the house there, Heather, for all the trophies. By the time your journey is done, crazy to think. 6.5 on the clock here in beautiful Cape St. Francis. Heather Clark out front over Roxy Davis. Just slightly improves her scores. 4.9 for Roxy on her last ride. But the picture sort of, to me, is crystallizing here. Now look at Tamaris de Maruson would need to find a 6 or a 7 if she wants to jump up to second. Penny Stemmet, a 3.57 in the hat for her. You look at the 9.9 on the scorecard for Roxy. So you do the maths. She needs a 6.5 point ride to steal the silver medal. Everyone is needing a combination of scores to beat Heather at this stage. And you think with the consistency of the ocean here, it might not be possible. Look at the lineup here, folks. Let's zoom in on that one, because this is a good looking wave for Penny Stemmet, who's going to set up her second counting ride here. Lovely turn of speed, and as I say that, she'll just keep that turn, the arc of it a little bit tight, loses her drive down the line. But this first one, the money turn for her, that might carry some weight. Meanwhile, quickly flicking back to live action. As I mentioned, throwaway scores in the 6 range already for Heather. An 8 and a 7.17 her counting rides. But she keeps herself very serious in the chase to improve her lead. In this case, to better a 7.17. So crazy that she's dominating and not taking her foot off the gas. Just Heather down the line, faithful to her safari surfboards. I remember for a long time she rode the missiles, those extra concave flutes near the rail. Not exactly sure which model Heather's on to in this current era, but certainly pushing and looking to see if she can improve her lead. And you know what, folks, she has. Heather Clark actually gets her best number of this final yet, an 8.6. And, well, put that in the history books. 8.6 and an 8. I asked that question at the beginning of the heat. Is she going to continue her high set of numbers, which she has been consistently achieving through all the rounds? And the answer, well, is a plain yes. Of course, Roxy Davis yesterday getting that 10-point ride of her own. So maybe Roxy's still got something in the hat. It would need a combination of scores for anybody to steal the win now from Heather Clark, as the clock comes down to just over 3 minutes. And what a performance again for Heather Clark. Spoke about her career in the earlier semi-finals, all those years on the CT. A Triple Crown winner on the North Shore of Hawaii back in 2000. Of course, at a time where Lane Beachley was storming through her 7 world title run. Heather just always excelling in the bigger raw surf of Western Australia. Of course, Bells Beach and all the meaty. She's had a good dig at Chopu as well in her day. And a quick set of snaps there for Tamaris de Maruson. Of course, Tamaris representing Ilembe. Ilembe will be the host province for a lot of action in July. No championship tour event this year at Jeffreys Bay means the domestic calendar high point is over in Belito, so Ilembe will be running all sorts of fundraisers. They'll be really enjoying the influx of a lot of the world's best as that Challenger Series will unfold. I think it might be dates like the 10th to the 18th, somewhere there of July. Of course, before that, a number of other events to make up a big carnival of surf events. Almost 2 weeks non-stop in Belito. So lots of the families here at the Masters will be taking their kids up to the junior event there. 1 minute and 20 to go now as we start wrapping up this women's final. One more final after this. The over 35 men's. But it has been a Heather Clark tutorial in 2026 here. She's already claiming it. She knows that this one's in the bag. She's going to pack that women's title trophy, strap it on the roof, and road trip it back to KZN. And what a story that is. You might do a little stop over at Oakhampton. Bed and breakfast if you're passing through East London. Look up Greg Emsley and family and the Oakhampton B&B. An unashamed plug, Greg. No problem. You surfed well enough for that. But what a show from Heather Clark. Absolutely dominating. Heats are going to count down now. Beach announcer Tash van Groenen will probably start winding the clock down. You can hear her in the background. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's right on the cusp. I think we'll ask the cameras just to stick with this wave. I've got a feeling this might have just sneaked in. Did her hands leave the rail just in time? Penny Stemmet trying for that silver medal and bringing her best wave, dare I say. Nice smooth surfing from her. Remember that Roxy Davis was sitting in that second place position. It's going to have to be a fair, serious number. It's got to be a mid-range or a high 6, even nearly a 7 if Penny's going to jump up to second. We'll see where the final standings are in this women's over 35. While the judges puzzle on that, we'll sit back, take a quick break, and come back for the men's over 35 final. Welcome back to the sights and scenes in and around the contest area here at the South African Masters Surfing Championships. Big shout out to everybody online. Trust that you've enjoyed the day with us. We're starting to draw it to a close here. Final for the men's over 35 will bring the schedule to an end and we'll crown our champions. What a day it's been. Team Ugu in celebration. Of course, Heather Clark smashing another title in that women's final. Of course, the final results of that. Heather got the win. Roxy Davis runner-up for Cape Town Surfers, so good points haul for Cape Town Surfing. Penny Stemmet will bring useful points in her third place finish for Cape Winelands. And then Elambe also representing with Tamaris de Maruson, so make the finals, add points to your team tally. And let's see how the over 35 men's final pans out. Former national champ Manfred Adrio won his title back in 2015 at Richards Bay as we celebrated then the 50th anniversary of Surfing South Africa. Frightening to think that the years have gone by that quickly. Clinton Gravett out in the lineup as well. He represents Buffalo City, surfing in the white. Manfred Adrio for Cape Town surfers in the red. Keegan Nell's been ripping, and he's in the final wearing yellow. So 2 Buffalo City surfers. Of course, a big shout out to Cyril Nell and family. Craig Johnson represents Cape Town surfers. So Buffalo City and Cape Town surfers taking the lion's share of team points here in the over 35 men's final. You just see a glassy ocean on your screen. 3:15 now means that we're moving to probably like just under an hour from the low. 20-minute heats, no rides just yet. 16.5 still on the clock. So right now it's positioning and hustling and strategy in the lineup to see who gets the opening score. Noticed a little bit of a divide in the lineup as well. 2 of our surfers have pushed very far up towards, almost towards that paddle out channel on the lighthouse end of the Seal Point lineup. His waves sort of ghosting and shadowing far out beyond those rocks as the tide drops out. And on the outside, nice authoritative snap to get the final underway for Clint Gravett. And he'll just sneak a couple of solid backhand turns. That may play a strong part in the final. A couple of strong driving turns here from Manfred Adrio. Manfred, a nutrition and fitness freak of his own. And doing well to just milk this all the way to the inside. Talking of milk, big shout out to First Choice High Protein Max. Recovery fat-free long life milk. Amazing product actually. And then slugging the cookies and cream.
And then there was some extra Sothebys I put on the table.
And you see Manfred, lots of leg strength from him. Just keeps that board moving all the way through to the inside. So I've lost live heats. My phone's gone flat, so I've got now nothing to talk about. Hold on. Whipping turn from Keegan Nell. Nice flowing, spicy surfing from him. This could be the best wave of the final thus far. Everybody trying to get their scorecards turning over here. Some beautiful smooth surfing from Keegan. Of course, the Nell name synonymous with surfing in the border region as well. And just lovely flow from Keegan. Meanwhile, Clint Gravett back in picture, goes down on his second ride. A little flurry of waves now coming through for our last final on the schedule for 2026. The ocean has gone apt. The wave faces themselves have gone completely oily, glassy. And we'll get Manfred Adrio back at it. So judges under the pump here, all the surfers bringing 2 rods apiece to the panel. Just tracking down the line is Manfred. You can see we spoke about that tide dropping out, evidence of it on the inside there. Just an absolutely beautiful afternoon here. Trust that all the invested surf fans, family and friends, supporting their respective family members, respective parents perhaps. Maybe some of the kids are tuned in. Manfred Adrio doing a great job of smashing away a couple of turns. Still well over 12 minutes to go. We'll start catching up all those scores and talking about them as they get to us. And what a day, as I've said. Been a long one. Trust that try to keep you entertained. Not easy to keep coming up with fresh thoughts when you got to rattle off 8 hours of it. Nonetheless, it's been super fun to plug in, watch all the various divisions. Of course, lots of happy winners will receive their hardware and medals. Stephen Hare in the over 65s, Mark Burness in the over 60s, Gareth Sepp, Greg Emsley, a winner again in 2026. Saw Heather Clark, the final previous to this, absolutely smash her way to another national title. Of course, the Vic Bay Quad just a couple weeks away as well. That's coming up mid-June. You'll see a lot of these culprits, a lot of these competitors representing the same regions again over at the Quad. Vic Bay Quad always a highlight on the calendar for so many people. Think of all the years that Robin Thalia Pollock did amazing work with the Eden Committee. Now just sitting back and enjoying just sort of being surf fans themselves. And of course, everybody loves a little visit to Vic Bay. Always remember my very first visit to Vic was the SA Champs of 1984, and it was right at the time when that legendary Country Feeling Classic was taking place at Super Tubes Jeffreys Bay. I mean, Vic Bay was absolutely massive for those national titles, and that was in 84 when Oki got his first sort of bigger win. He'd won the Bureau Pairs Open in Sydney the season before that, or earlier that year, but it was really the first serious showcasing of both Mark Okilupo and Super Tubes respectively, and that was all the way back in 84. Kind of cool to think of all the history. Of course, a lot of the surfers weren't even in the juniors at that stage. Think of surfers in the over 50s and younger. They weren't even surfing then. So that's how much the legacy runs back. Crazy to think that the years have flown by. Of course, huge tip of the hat to all the officials through the season of Surfing South Africa. And doing a great job again in 2026 here at Cape St. Francis. Sure, guys like Robin de Kock are sitting back, enjoying watching the unfolding of a successful week here. I must say Craig Johnson's been fairly quiet in this encounter. Clock's moved very quickly too, down to 7.5 to go. I'm just trying to populate the scores here. Give you the heat situation. I'm sure you can see it top left of screen. The irony is I can't. I've got to work off live heat, so you can too off your phone. Such a cool app to work with. Used now at every junior event as well. Can you imagine back in the day having all of this tech on hand? Just amazing. So Manfred Adrio out front in the seat. 7.5 minutes to go. Keegan Nell been surfing smoothly. Clint Gravett still in the mix here as well. And Craig Johnson still down in fourth. As we mentioned, 2 Cape Town surfers, 2 Buffalo City surfers doing well for the respective provinces. Of course, always the pride of the team trophy. Manfred Adrio, opening score 5 points, backed it up with the 497. That's how we get to the 997. Keegan Nell very well poised here for a national title. 767 to start and still looking for a second counting ride in the lineup. Only needs the 2.3. Clint Gravett still in the mix as well. Clint holding on to a lowly 1-pointer. Craig Johnson also in the story. So no clear winner or no clear outcome, as was the case in heats with Mark Burness, Greg Emsley, Heather Clark, just the final before this. I've got a feeling that Keegan Nell has the smallest requirement to steal the lead from Manfred Adrio. The clock's down to 5 minutes. So Johnson, Gravett and Nell all in with the shout here. As I say, Manfred Adrio also in fourth priority, kind of needs to attend to his low counting 4.97. So it'll be fun to watch the next 4.5 minutes. Almost feel like the wind has just picked up a small touch here from right to left across our screen. So that's like a southerly puff of wind. Not just quite a southeast, more like a, yeah, it could be like a south-southeast. But it's pretty much just can still be classified as light variables here. Definitely a day where you don't need your instep J-Bay boots. Of course, the area famous for in Jeffreys for Andy Tasteman and his family. The instep brand. Of course, great original sheepskin boots and slippers. Lots of other leatherware as well. Go check them out in the Surf Village. Right next door to Mark Ginsberg and the Country Feeling crew. But today you can leave your boots at home. You're pretty much barefooted or open footwear. It is warm, it is t-shirt weather, and just a perfect weekend's weather here in beautiful Cape St. Francis. This is an important wave in the context of a national title, folks. On your screen, Keegan Nell around the corner, snaps nicely, doesn't need a big score to go into the lead here at Manfred Adrio's expense. He's just hammered away through the inside. He's got to just ditch out. I've got a feeling that he's going to sneak into the top slot here. Didn't need much, just a 2.3. Watching the replay here, a couple of nice clicks. Nice rail drive. Love this picture. Manfred Adrio looking over his shoulder, going and swearing under his breath, perhaps. See him still monitoring the movements of Keegan Nell here. A little over 2 minutes to go. 7.67 and now a 3.83, enough to meet the requirement and a little more. Keegan Nell switches and jumps up to the lead. Manfred Adrio bumps down to second now. We spoke of Adrio needing to lose his 4.97. He's now up to third priority and he'll need a 6.51. Clint Gravitt down in third looking for a 6.01, and Craig Johnson still in it as well, has first priority. Clock is moving to 1 minute 40, and Johnson needs just a 5.58 to take the national title in the over 35s. Will he find it with that first priority and the clock on 90 seconds? All of these surfers having been in this precious situation before. Johnson still with the single ride on his scorecard, so he's got to make the next one count. 5.58 requirement to steal the lead with 1 minute remaining for all of our finalists. This will wrap up the South African Masters Championships from beautiful Cape St. Francis. .45 seconds to go. Clock watching, also watching the lineup here. Inside track here for Clint Gravitt. Lovely snap for him. Surfing to a 6.01 requirement. I'll just pull back the tape and have a look at that. Meanwhile, the clock is counting down while we watch the replays. Just under 20 seconds to go now. Is Craig Johnson going to find his chance in the lineup? Or is he going to wrap up this final with just one wave to his count? Keegan Nell's made a late charge here. As we start counting this final down, still waiting for a score for Clint Gravitt. But the heat is done. And last of Clint Gravitt's going to come in at a 4.7. So that's it, an official result. Keegan Nell in yellow. Buffalo City's going to take first and second. So amazing surfing there. Keegan Nell posted the highest individual wave, a 7.67. Soft backup, but enough to nudge the requirement in his favour. And Manfred Adrio, who led that final for most of its duration, drops to third for the bronze medal. Craig Johnson, one wave in the final for a fourth place. And that, folks, will wrap up the surfing. Of course, you can stay with the live stream for the prize giving itself. But on behalf of the commentators, young Jesse DeToy, Tash van Groenen, myself, Gig Saliers, we've had fun with it. And we'll hand over to a commercial break. And stay with us for the streaming of the prize giving.
I'm nature. I'm calm. I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water. I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water. I'm nature, I'm calm, I'm balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water.
Okay, so I know a lot of you maybe want to start hitting the road to get home. So welcome to the 2026 South African Masters Championships prize giving. And firstly, I'd like to say a big thank you to all the surfers, to all of you for being here and for putting on such a great show for all of us. It's been awesome to see the high spirits and energy here at the South African Masters Championships, and obviously a lot of inspiring surfers in the divisions here. Then we also have to give a round of applause to our judges and the whole team behind the scenes. It was 5 long days. And the judges, they were on it the whole event, and I think they're all very stoked of their performance as well as the performance of all the surfers. And then lastly, a big thank you to our sponsors who have helped make this event happen. That's the Cape St. Francis Resort, Jack Black Beer, VISSLA, SISSTR, River Club, Open Plan Pictures. So remember, you can go watch your event, your heats back on the YouTube videos. And then obviously Surfing South Africa. And whilst I'm on that, Danielle Powis, our contest director, is going to come up and say a few words.
How's it, guys? I'm going to be very quick. I'm not going to talk a lot of nonsense. I just want to say, what an epic 5 days. It's been absolutely amazing sitting with every single one of you. A lot of you I've looked up to my entire life, my entire surfing career. Some of you know me from when I was a little snot-nose. I'm still kind of a little snot-nose. I'm still short. But I just want to say well done and thank you, everyone. The way you guys conducted yourselves, you are amazing people, absolutely amazing. So I just want to say thank you to every single one of you. Absolutely amazing. And with the judging, the judges were, I just want to say again a massive thank you to our officials, a huge thank you to Open Plan Pictures. The Open Plan Pictures crew have been absolutely amazing. Thank you to every single one of you. Amazing. And we've got some lacquer prizes. I know some of you are quite thirsty. I'm definitely thirsty. So I'm going to let Tash get underway with the actual prize giving. Thanks them all, guys. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so the moment we've all been waiting for. I'm going to welcome up our over 65 men. So in fourth, we had Andre Venter. In third, Jeff Johnston. Yeah, I'm good. Second, Gordon Harmer. Now over 65 men's champion, Stephen Hare. Round of applause for our over 65 men. Do you want to say something, Stephen? Stephen Hare, do you want to say something? Are you sure? Okay, and now our over 60 men. In fourth, Trevor Hansen. In third, we have Richard Heath. In second, David Malherbe. And our over 60 men South African champion, Mike Burness.
Me.
Cheering each other.
Oh, sure.
I know we'll be happy.
Okay, let's pose for a photo.
Words from the bird.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'd just like to thank the judges for the great judging. And yeah, it's great to be here. You know, seeing all the guys again after all the years doing SA Champs. It's still good to meet up and compete and give it our best. And thanks to Seal Point for the waves, although it wasn't too big, but it was pretty fun and great weather. So yeah, thanks again for everyone involved, all the organisers and the video guys, and look forward to the next one.
Thank you so much. So our over 60 men. Next up, we'd like to welcome our over 55 men. We have in fourth, Steve Bradell. In third, Wayne Clerk. Second, Wayne Monk. And our over 55 South African men's champion, Gareth Seth. Gareth, would you say a few words?
Thanks to Surfing South Africa, and they've done a great job. All the judges, officials, sponsors. And to everybody that we meet here every year, all the competitors, it's so great to be part of this whole something to look forward to. Thanks to the border team for keeping me on track. Sorry, Buffalo City, example. And yeah, thanks very much. Great competition, super stoked.
Congratulations to our over 55 men. I'd like to invite up our over 50 men. So in fourth, we have Philip Malherbe. In third, we had Paul Canning. Unfortunately, Paul had to catch a flight. In second, we have Kaz Collier. And our over 50 men South African champion, Gary van Wieringen.
Double up there, Gary.
Gary, few words?
As always, big thank you to the sponsors, SSA, WL, Tash, and everyone involved, Jack Black Beer, and everyone who supported the events. Thank you to my wife, my friends, family, and everyone else. I always call it our yearly social, because we don't compete as much with the juniors, so it's always a special occasion to see everyone every year. Shot, guys. It's strong, bro. It's ripping. Every division, it's so cute to see. It's inspirational. I love it.
Congratulations, our over 50 men's division. Now, we would like to invite up our over 45 men. In fourth, we have Paul Allen. In third, we have Andrew Langer. In second, Tristan Johnson. Andrew, stay here. We've got to have a photo. And our over 45 men's champion, starting the heat in the best way you can with a 10-point ride. That was Greg Eezi. Greg?
Yeah, quick speech. Just thanks to Surfing South Africa, the judges, the priority judges, all the officials, fantastic job. We had a great week of surfing. I stayed down the beach and I made it a point to walk because I really enjoyed the walk every day, and along the walk you get to chat to all your legends, and I loved the chat. So for all of you that we had the long chats, thank you. And then most of all, we're all here for various reasons, but I think ultimately what Masters is to be healthy, fit and surf better. So we saw how many excellent scores we had in this event. So I want to say well done to everyone. We're pushing the level and everyone's ripping, and let's just keep doing that. Cheers.
Congratulations to our over 45 men. Now we're going to welcome up our over 40 men division. In fourth, we have Simon Fish. In third, Travis Nordia. In second, Mikhail Thompson. And our over 40 men South African champion, Tyrell Johnson. Tyrell?
Big thanks to Surfing South Africa putting on this event. Look, there were waves all week. Bit small, but groveling, but got the job done. Man, Buffalo City Surf Riders, wow, what a team.
I get to surf with my brothers back home and they're always pushing me, so this goes to them as well. Thanks, guys. And thanks, everyone. Good to see you all.
Congratulations, our over 40 men. And now onto our women's division, our over 35 women. In fourth, we have Tamaris Demarson. I've been speaking all week. In third, Penny Stemmet. Second, Roxy Davis. And in first, we have our South African champion, Heather Clark. I think it's 9 times now.
This is for my wife.
Cool, thanks everyone. I'm really, really stoked because last year was a disaster with my interference, and the girls in my heat, they were like really congratulating, and I'm, hey guys, remember what happened last year? Anything can happen out there, and they're such an awesome bunch of ladies to be surfing with, and nothing's impossible out there, so they kept me on my toes. So well done to them, well done to all the competitors. It was amazing. Ugu for your support, the guys in the finals, well done. Sam, Sky for coming down, thank you so much. My beautiful wife, thank you. And also, this is for my dad, my mom. They loved coming to Cape St. Francis, and my uncle, Alan, at home. And then I saw Graham Hines yesterday, and this is definitely a win for Graham. And then Sue and Mark Wright for their lovely oxtail. Jeff and Karen for their cozy accommodation. And then Surfing South Africa for putting on an amazing event. The judges, thank you. I would have hated to be sitting in that onshore those first 2 days, and I take my hat off to you guys, and thank you guys for an amazing event. Cool.
Congratulations to our over 35 women. Welcoming our over 30 men finalists. In fourth, we have Craig Johnson. In third, Manfred Adrio. Second, we have Clinton Gravett. And our over 35 men's champion, Keegan Nell. Do a photo first, guys.
Cheers, guys. Thanks so much. 20 years since my last, almost 20 years since my last SA. It's awesome to be back. Thanks to everyone involved for putting on the event, sponsors, organisers, my beautiful wife, my beautiful son Tao, Buffalo City surf riders. You guys are amazing. All old friends that I haven't seen in a very long time. It's been super special to see everyone catch up. And yeah, hopefully it'll be the start of a yearly ritual, and we'll see everyone again next year. Get home safe, and good to see everyone again. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, and we have a few other awards before we get into the winner of the districts. So we have a blow up award for male and female, and our blow up award for our male surfer goes to Tyrell Johnson. And now the blow up award for our female surfer goes to Heather Clark. And then another award is our surfer of the contest. Before I call him up, his last 3 heats were all excellent heat totals with above 16 average, and that is Greg Ensley.
Cool, so this is very special. It takes a bit of work to get this. I had lots of time to surf before this event and train, courtesy of my wife, so thanks to her, giving me a bit of time off from work. But one of my goals is always to win this trophy, and it's actually 10 years old now, I think, and it's donated by, it's the Dave Fish Trophy, and I'm not sure if Judy, and I know Simon's here, and Amber, but the family, it's a very special trophy, and it is for the surfer of the contest, and it goes a little bit deeper than that. It's also for what we're here for. It's, you know, to have good respect for each other, and Dave also always wanted it for the person that has put in a big effort at the contest and really put in a lot of work to either win or perform well. So really stoked to have it. It's one of the best trophies I think I've ever seen. So huge thank you for the trophy. I'll take great care of it, and thanks again to the Fish family.
Okay, now getting into the district points. Bear with me, I have to read this from the bottom up so that I don't mess up anywhere. With 23,459 points. In 8th we have Ilembe. In 7th with 29,383 points we had eThekwini. In 6th with 29,740 points, Eden. In 5th with 29,950 points, Cape Town Surf Riders. In 4th with 29,960 points, Cape Winelands. In 3rd, 31,120 points, we have Ugu. Second place had 36,580 points, and first had 40,825 points. Our second place team is Nelson Mandela Bay, and taking the win, Buffalo City, backing up their 2025 Masters Championships victory. Whole team come up.
Order! Come up. Let's have a photograph of our team.
No, wait, the whole team are coming up. No. No, it's the whole team. It's the Buffalo City team. Hold on. It's just the team. Hold on, wait.
Where's your trophy? Guys, be your trophy, boy.
So well done to all the teams. Thank you so much for an incredible event. Safe travels home. And we'll see you next year. The 2027 South African Masters Championships. We know Buffalo City, our current 2026 champions, are coming back strong.
Guys, travel home safely.
I am nature, I am calm, I am balance. The water I provide is nourishment and life. In the Tsitsikamma Mountains, I filter it naturally as it flows through layers of rock, adding a delicate balance of minerals that makes Tsitsikamma spring water unique. Choose unspoiled purity. Choose Tsitsikamma spring water.